I declare opening this hearing of the Senate Education and Employment Committee into the provision of the Education Services for Overseas Students Amendment, Quality and Integrity Bill 2024. I begin by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet and pay my respects to the elders past and present. I extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people here today. I'm Senator Sheldon, the chair of the committee, and I'm joined by other committee members in person and online. These are public proceedings being audio streamed live via the Parliament's website, and a Hansard transcript is being made. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence. Witnesses also have a right to request to be heard in camera. If a witness objects to answering a question, they should state the ground upon which the objection is made, and the committee will determine whether it will insist on an answer having regard to the ground which is claimed. If the committee determines to insist on an answer, a witness may request that the answer be given in camera. I remind all senators that as we continue our work implementing Set the Standard report, as chair, I'll ensure that proceedings are conducted in an orderly, respectful and courteous way. I now welcome representatives by video conference from the Imperial Engineering Education. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full name and the capacity in which you'll be here today?
My name is Mukesh Chander. I'm the CEO of Imperial Engineering Education here in Adelaide.
Good, thank you, Mr. Chander. I now invite you to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of any remarks, I'll invite members of the committee to ask questions. Mr. Chander.
Yes, thank you for the opportunity to be here today. And just a bit about what we do. Imperial Engineering Education was established in August 2021. With the intention of delivering 2 engineering technology degrees, mainly in advanced manufacturing and renewable energy. And we are an accredited higher education provider at the moment with CRICOS approval of 275 students. And we had submitted our TEXA application in 2022 December, and we were formally approved as a accredited provider in November 2023. We got a CRICOS approval in April this year, 2024, and now we are in the process of trying to get students from overseas and start formally delivering our education in these 2 relevant degrees. And in September, we received a letter from the Department of Education advising that our CRICOS limit of 275 no longer is in place, and now we are with a limit of 10 students only. Now you have to, I'd like to make the point that given that we've established in 2021, we've spent a lot of money in setting up the courses, curriculum, engaging staff, signing up leases, setting up the facilities. We have undertaken a lot of marketing materials to 2024. Now, given that there's a limit of 10 students, it's highly disheartening to note that while we can trade in 2025, but with 10 students, that will give us a very limited capacity to actually trade in the coming future. So yeah, our request at the moment is if our submission can revisit our numbers and revise the cap limit from 10 to our CRICOS approved limit of 275, that will actually really assist us with continuing providing our degrees. And as you know, we provide engineering degrees in advanced manufacturing and renewable energy. These courses are quite current for South Australia in particular, given 40 to 50% of our curriculum is designed to teach elements of the AUKUS project. So it's quite relevant what we're offering, and it will continually assist the economy of South Australia. Thank you.
Good, thanks. Thanks very much to Senator O'Sullivan.
Thank you very much, Chair. And thank you, Dr. Chanda, for appearing before the committee today and your statement already. I just want to unpack that a little bit more, the impact of this bill upon your business and indeed, as you're saying, across the sector in areas of demand in South Australia. So just to recap, how many students does Imperial Engineering Education have enrolled at present?
We have no students enrolled at the moment, and we have issued COEs for up to 50 students at the moment, pending their approval by the Home Ministry. So we are awaiting their visa approvals. So at this point in time, there are no formal enrollments because the visas have not yet been approved.
Okay. Did you say 250?
50, sorry.
50. Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Thank you. And given they're all needing visas, I take it then that they're all international students?
That's right.
Yeah.
At this stage, they are international students. We don't have the approval yet to deliver to domestic students. We are in the process of making a formal submission to the Department of Education for fee help approval.
Yeah.
It should be made sometime this month.
Okay. So you've been approved by the regulator to enrol 275 international students.
That's right.
But under this legislation, the government's advised that you'll have, I think you said, a cap of 10 international students. So what will this mean for your operations and your viability? I mean, will you be able to operate with only 10 international students?
Absolutely not. If you take into account, we have signed a 10-year lease, of course, with renewables in place. So there's a 10-year lease in place. We have engaged staff at the moment. We have permanent staff, and we have contractors in place. So in total, we have roughly around 25 full-time and contractor staff. And the intention was to prepare all the curriculum, prepare all the facilities. We have technologies like smart boards in place, and we are looking to even set up additional labs for 3D printing, robotics technology, AI, and all the technology that will assist us with the course curriculum development and delivery. So there's a fair bit of investment that has happened since 2021, and all of that will come to nothing if we can't be financial.
So just to quantify that, your submission says you've invested 3.5 million. Is that correct?
That's right.
And presumably, you're not a charity. You're seeking to return a profit. So you'd be wanting a return on that investment. What does this now mean for that return on your investment that you've already made?
Well, in our strategic plan, we're not looking for a return, at least in year 4 or 5. So we have made provision for that. But because our intention is to ensure that the students that we recruit are delivered the right courses, right delivery, right curriculum. We engaged industry engineers that can teach here on the premises, and it's a face-to-face delivery. So at this point in time, everything is in-house. We're not resorting to online deliveries or making the whole program digital. That could be something down the track, but at this point in time, we're doing face-to-face delivery. It's quite important for us to actually ensure that the students are core of the business, and we do everything we can to retain them, to make sure they finish the course in the nominative time of 3 years. They become accredited by Engineering Australia, and at the end of that period, they have a choice to continue doing further education, or they go back to their countries. Look, from our point of view, these students.
So I'm just a little short of time, so just the remaining part of my time, I just want to focus on the courses that you're offering. You've mentioned relevant to AUKUS and also the renewable energy, which are obviously key parts of the South Australian economy in particular. What do you see then is the impact on on those industries and the ability for those industries to be able to attract the staff that they need with the qualifications that you're providing?
Well, it's quite clear at the moment that there's shortage of engineers in South Australia and in Australia at the moment, and we are geared up to actually fill that gap for students wanting to continue to be permanent residents or even contractors. So we are a niche in the space. We are a private provider. We're not a university, but although we are a private provider, we have the resources, the facilities, and the technology to actually to fill that gap in the South Australian economy and to provide those engineers that will be needed down the track in a vast areas of advanced manufacturing and renewable energy.
Okay, and just finally, have you contacted the department to seek a review of your allocation?
Yes, I have written to the Department of Education, Mr. Ben Rimmer. I have written to
do you have the dates for when you wrote to them?
I think I wrote to the department to Mr. Ben Rimmer on the 4th of September.
We have a copy of that letter.
Okay, and are we able to have copies of that letter?
It was, yes, I can.
Thank you. And have they responded?
They have responded to the extent that I will hear back from them shortly.
Okay, so it's just a receipt of your correspondence.
An acknowledgement, yes.
Okay, have they, when they say shortly, have they given you a time frame when they'll get back to you?
No, I have actually written back to them and requested if they needed any more information or is there anything else I can do. They said at this stage they don't need any further information.
Okay. All right, no further questions from me, Chair.
Good, thanks. Senator Faruqi.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, Dr. Chander. Thank you for appearing before us today. I just want to go back to the offers that you have made. You said the Imperial Engineering Education had made 50 offers already for next year?
No, that is for this year, actually.
For this year, okay.
Yeah, we haven't made any offers for next year purely because 10 students, we're not sure 10 students would be enough for us to make any provisions of delivery. So we're not sure whether that's confirmed 10 students or whether there'll be some further information from the department. So we're waiting for the direction from the department, whether it is confirmed 10 or whether there'll be some leniency and give us.
Oh, okay. So there's no offers you've made. How many applications?
Yeah,
how many applications are you looking at for next year?
Look, we were hoping that we could, if our CRICOS limit is approved, and we're hoping at least we get to that extent, then we can think of delivering at least having 2 intakes. But with 10 students, we would probably just have 1 intake and continue doing what we can do best for the students.
Okay, so you will remain open even with 10 students?
Yeah, we have to because as I explained, we've invested a fair bit of resources in technology and facilities and places, and we can't just walk away from our contracts place. We're genuine businessmen, and we want to continue trading. If 10 is the case, although it's not ideal, and I have to add that I support some of the changes that the bill has introduced in looking at the unscrupulous agents and providers. I accept that there is a need for change, but I think the change should be it should be reviewed, and the genuine providers should not actually.
Before you got the direction that you could only take 10, that you had a cap of 10 international students, was there any consultation with you and the department on the methodology or anything else?
No, we just received a letter by email confirming that now your limit is 10 students because we had no intake in 2023 because at that time we just were approved by Texas. So obviously we couldn't do any recruitment till we had a Cracker's approval, which came through this year. So up until that time, there was no consultation. It came as a surprise that that we had to actually just stop everything and reconsider, okay, if it's now 10 students, what do we do next? And there was a serious concern at a board level as well as to what strategy do we now unwind everything that we have prepared for. The strategy has come technically has to be reconsidered what we do next. So there's a lot of calculations we have to do at the moment, and it's an ongoing thing for us and for the board. So I have to.
Yep. And when were you told that you had a cap of 10 only?
I think it was on the 2nd of September, I believe.
Okay, so just recently, and you wrote pretty soon after that to,
Yes,
to
yeah,
have that
we
process reviewed. Yep.
That's right.
And I guess if in an idea, we've heard what you're telling us again and again. This is the 4th day of the hearing into this bill, and everyone from universities to private providers to others have highlighted how chaotic and messy the process has been, how the formulas or the methodology used has been arbitrary, how there has been a lack of consultation. So at this stage, like in an ideal scenario, do you think that the international caps as they are presented at the moment should not go ahead, that Ministerial Direction 107 should be scrapped, and that the government should go back to the drawing board, actually consult with the sector and come up with the plan that is workable and sustainable?
The short answer is yes, and there's a variety of reasons for that. Firstly, that my understanding is this sector is one of the biggest sectors that brings in revenues for the government, and to put measures, and the measures in place are necessary, I accept that. But I think the measures need to be reviewed through all the stakeholders, the universities, the private providers. End of the day, the impact matters to the people who are employed, to the higher ed providers, to the universities. End of the day, we're dealing with people here, families. A lot of the providers are now thinking about, okay, Christmas approaching, we have to start drafting letters, making redundancies, and redundancies are not cheap. You have to pay out people for reasons beyond your control. So there's a lot to be unpacked here, and I think the preferred way would have been some consultation, and this should have probably be implemented over a period of a couple of years, so that you could have phased out all the unscrupulous providers, agents, because you have to understand that this is a complex arrangement where agents are involved, and they are contact between the providers and the students. That relationship has to be properly assessed, because a lot of the students are not actually getting the correct information from the agents. And on the other side, the agents, they become at some point in time like auctioneers to the providers. Whoever provides them with the highest amount of commissions and bonuses, they have a right of passage to the other providers, even if you're providing genuine courses. So you see, there's a lot of unsustainable characters in the whole system. So just to pin down the private providers, I mean, one of the key metrics that has been missed in all of this is the KILT surveys, QILT surveys, which is been set up by the government. And if you look at the KILT surveys for year 19, 20, 21, you will note that the private providers have a better rating than the universities across most of the key matrices. And the reason for that is that the good providers are doing everything they can with limited resources to make sure the students who actually pay a lot of the fees get good education, they get good facilities, they get good quality of teachers. And it is not that the private providers are there to just rip students off. Yes, there are unscrupulous providers, but that's across all the sectors, in construction, in NDIS, in childhood. So it's across. I think the regulators need to be probably more resourced to tackle this situation. But I think the overall thing needs a good consultation across a range of stakeholders. and then we need to assess how to move forward. At the moment, I think there are people, the universities have been affected, but not to that extent. The private providers have limited resources. They have been hit harder, and I accept there are unscrupulous providers. They need to be weeded out. Totally accept that, including a lot of these agents that undertake these practices that give wrong advising to the students.
I'm just going to the students as well, and I know I'm running out of time, so last question from me, Chair. Just in terms of students, I know that since this bill especially has been introduced, the debate that has followed and the rhetoric attached to the bill and how it has been presented has been scapegoating international students, for example, for the housing crisis. There's been, dog whistling going on. Most recently, the leader of the coalition, Peter Dutton, has called them a version of modern boat arrivals. I know that students are feeling really attacked and under pressure. I'm just wondering if you have heard from students and how they are feeling about this, and what sort of damage does it do to international students, but also Australia's reputation as a provider of international education?
I think the students have been completely sidelined in this whole process, because end of the day, every provider makes they make a dollar on the back of every student. But I think in a lot of these occasions, the students have not been considered a key stakeholder in all of this. They bring in the revenue, but at the same time, I think we need to understand from a student's perspective, their parents borrow a lot of money to send the students through the agents, and then the agents decide what the student has to do, which I think that whole recruitment sectoring for the students is unbalanced and has to be reviewed carefully, because I think the students are not actually getting proper advice. And at the same time, they're being considered the demons of all of this process. I actually don't feel that they have actually accounted for housing crisis, because if you look at the students, the way they actually accommodate themselves, there's like half a dozen of them in one or two rooms.
Yep.
And they don't have the resources to actually buy flashy houses or apartments. So I think they're taking up a portion of the society, but you have to also understand they bring a lot of revenues, and down the track, if some of them choose to become residents, they pay taxes. They even pay taxes as students. They contribute. So there is I think we have not looked at their contribution. We have only looked at the negative things about students. And I think it's comparing them to asylum seekers. I think it's a bit over the top, in the sense that these guys have come on genuine visas. We have allowed them to come. We have allowed them to work. They're paying taxes. They're coming to study. But yes, there is a problem in the process where the students are misguided through the agents, or I'm not blaming the agents or anyone here. I'm just saying that process needs to be reviewed, where students are given proper information about education in Australia and what are their options after they finish. And I think if we set up a system where the students are given a visa to study, and part of the study there's an evaluation every 12 months, students who are not progressing, they have to go back. Just make it simple. You don't perform, you go back. And it's quite simple in that sense, that if you're not making progress because you're working all the time, yes, you're not meeting the visa criteria. Sorry, mate, you have to look at other options. So while the system is set up for the genuine students, but they're actually bearing the brunt, because a lot of the other students are actually taking advantage of the visa system. So I accept there are flaws across the board, but the system needs to be reviewed carefully, and I think some time needs to be spent in assessing the needs of every stakeholder and how we actually make better for Australia. I mean, end of the day, we want what's best for Australia, the Australian citizens, and the people who actually come to Australia. So we have to be mindful that they actually are properly scrutinized, they are given the right information, but at the same time, we look at the needs and considerations as well.
Thanks, Dr. Chanda. Thanks, Chair.
Good, thanks very much. Senator Henderson.
Thank you very much, Chair. Dr. Chanda, thank you so much for joining us this morning, and I'm very sorry to hear about the situation that you are in. The degrees that you're offering in engineering technology, and they are both in renewable energy and advanced manufacturing.
That's
Could
right.
you explain why those skills are so important for your business in South Australia and more broadly for the skills for the AUKUS program?
Yes, these two degrees were primarily introduced purely to tackle the shortage of engineering skills in South Australia, particularly in the advanced manufacturing, because there's a broad spectrum of opportunities. For example, in advanced manufacturing, we teach in AI space, which is upcoming. We teach in the 3D printing space. We teach in the robotics. So there's a fair bit of opportunities for skilled engineers to actually, once they graduate from this program, same with the renewables. So there's a fair bit of opportunity for a lot of students. Once they actually finish these courses, they become engineering technologists, and they open to share this wealth of knowledge either back home or they offer the same expertise in South Australia. And this shortage it's part of the reason we actually have introduced these courses. Otherwise, if we just want to be another provider, we have introduced some courses that
Sorry, Dr. Chen, I'm just going to interrupt here, apologies, but I
Sure.
just want to understand the importance of these skills for the AUKUS program, if you could address that.
Yes, both the programs cover up to 40 to 45% of the curriculum that is relevant to the AUKUS projects. They're specifically designed to actually cater to the needs of the submarines, while these courses have other offerings in terms of they deal with, like I previously said, other areas of engineering, but 40 to 45% of the courses are directly related to the manufacturing of the submarines and the renewable energy part of the submarines as well. So one's dealing with the advanced manufacturing, the other is dealing with the energy management of the AUKUS project.
So this is very much geared to the defence industry needs of South Australia.
Absolutely.
Dr. Chanda, how could you be approved with a CRICOS capacity of 275 by the regulator, TEXA, because you are a higher education provider,
That's right.
and be given a cap of just 10? Doesn't that show an unacceptable level of competence by the government in terms of the cap that you have been given?
Look, I accept the cap of 10 is not acceptable for us to provide a fair bit of. I mean, end of the day, 10 students are not actually going to get us that far. I believe that proper consultation would have given information about what we do, about our courses, the ability of our courses to assist the South Australian economy, the defence sector. But at the same time, we would have done some easy calculation to demonstrate that 10 would not make a viable solution for anyone.
What would you say to the Minister for Education if he was here right now in terms of this methodology that you have been hit with, which is threatening your business?
I would request that this review be undertaken, that we've been approved for 275 students, and upon a review and careful consideration of our courses and the investment, and we have undertaken that we be approved again for a 275 limit that was approved by CRICOS.
So approved by TEXA, yes.
Yes.
So what is the impact of this cap going to be on the advanced manufacturing and renewable energy skills needs of South Australia?
The impact will be direct in the sense that if we're not able to continue trading in the way we have strategically formulated, outcomes for the students are going to be not possible. We'll not be able to deliver the courses we intended to start it for.
And what impact will that have on the South Australian skills needs?
It'll have a damaging impact. We'll not be able to actually provide the pipeline of students that are needed for the defence sector and the engineering sector.
And so just in terms of the degrees that you're offering and the importance of those skills for Australia's AUKUS submarine program, can you just give us more detail about the sorts of skills that you are proposing to teach and how that will directly benefit the AUKUS program?
Yes, like I said, 40 to 45% of both the courses are directly related with the promotion of developing skills in the advanced manufacturing.
Okay, so what sort of skills are we talking about?
Skills in AI, in robotics, in manufacturing of submarines, and then in 3D printing, and then on the renewable side, management of the energy of the capabilities of the submarines. So there's a fair bit of involvement.
And has anyone involved in the AUKUS program raised concerns with you about what's happened to your business and the fact that you have basically had the door shut on you in terms of delivering the skills that you need for this program?
Look, to be fair, I think being a new organisation, it's sometimes becomes quite difficult to actually promote yourself with information and what we have the capacity for, because as a new provider, a lot of the big industrials out there do actually think, oh, this is a newbie, we're not sure whether they're going to be around. So we're not getting the assistance we need at the moment.
Yeah. So you've got to get those runs on the board. You've got to get those runs on the board. In other words.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah. So in terms of your negotiations with the department, I mean, frankly, it's appalling that providers are now having to go and try and have some sort of behind closed doors negotiation to survive. How much under threat is your business right now?
Oh, I don't see the feasibility with 10 students to continue trading. Although we're going to continue trading, we will have to now get additional bank loans and other investments. And so in terms of
But that may not be possible given how much you've spent already. You've got a 10-year lease agreement. You were hoping to get, at least 50 students for next year, and you've got a limit of 10. So what does that do to the viability of your business?
Well, the immediate thing that's going to happen is with 10 students limit, we're going to have TEXA knocking on a door pretty soon to show us financial viability. Because they know that with 10 students, we're not going to be financially viable, so they're going to ask us to invest more money in business.
And those letters have already started to go out from TEXA. So appallingly, the government is imposing these shockingly low caps on some private providers in a very discriminatory way, I would put to you. And TEXA is now writing letters to private providers threatening them, saying that we are concerned that you don't meet the minimum requirements for financial viability. I mean, That is surely appalling when it's the government's own actions that is causing the regulator to now basically threaten private providers.
Well, this is a domino effect of giving private providers low limits without understanding the financial consequences. Because like I said, we are new, so we have a small staff of up to, like I said, 2025, combination of contracts and permanents. So it will take us some time to unpack everything. But yeah, the financial viability will be at stake at the moment, and we are continuously now working behind the scenes to make sure that we are not caught in the trap, because we want to make this happen.
I mean, and that's part of the problem with these caps, isn't it? It forces providers to do deals behind closed doors, and just to survive.
Absolutely. So we need to now make sure what we do next. If the 10th thing is locked in, we'll need to find additional resources to continue trading, because we really believe in this thing. We think these degrees that we are offering, we've spent so much, and we want this to happen. We think this is great for not just South Australia, but for the engineering community, given there's a shortage of engineers in Australia. So we've spent time in trying to make this happen and come to fruition. Now to be told that you have to stop everything, you have to redo your strategic plan, you have to do everything that points to 10 students. I think that's really impossible.
All right, well, as I say, I'm very sorry to hear about the situation you're in. Thank you very much for your time, Dr. Chanda.
Thank you.
Senator Billy.
Thank you. You mentioned earlier about exploitation in regard to unscrupulous providers and agents. I'm sure you would agree that both providers and agents need to be accountable for their activities, and that quality and integrity is integral to international students' training and education. I was wondering if you could give me some examples of any sort of exploitation or unscrupulous behaviour that you know about.
Well, what I've heard in the whispers in the sector is, given the caps are being introduced, a lot of the private providers at the moment are trying to put measures in place to survive. And one of the things they're doing at the moment is they're offering agents up to 50% commissions. They're offering bonuses on every student, whether they're onshore or offshore. And then they're promoting the sense that the agents will get the entire deposit of the first term of student fees. So there's various ways which this, agents are being compensated just to make sure these providers get the students locked in for this year so that they can remain financial for the next year or so. So there's a lot of deals happening behind the doors, and it seems like an auctioning process now where the providers are making higher bids in terms of the commissions or the bonuses. I mean, we've been told by some to actually give us higher bonuses and higher commissions to match what other providers. We have walked away from some of the deals and in the sense that, look, we're here to provide quality education. If you take bulk of the commissions, we end up with nothing. And so, I mean, the problems at numerous levels, both ethically and I think because these relationships are not transparent, I think we need to put some transparency around these relationships and need to cap these commissions. I think these commissions are just damaging the sector in a lot of ways, damaging the students and the providers, and the genuine providers are left with sometimes students that are not worth actually delivering. So we have to be careful in how these stakeholders are measured, and because the agents I seem to appear that I'm damaging the reputation, but look, there are a lot of genuine agents in the marketplace. They're doing the right thing, they're doing it by the book, and they say this is what has been agreed, they have formal agreements in place, but you have, like I said, unscrupulous agents who, because you have to understand, a lot of the students come under the impression that the agents do the best for them. So these agents carry a bulk of students on their databases, and they will follow the agents. And the agents direct them to Institute A, B, or C, but the agent is able to do that purely based on their self-financial interest. So that's a flaw in the system.
So sorry, what you're saying to me is that you were asked or approached by an agent to increase
or higher commissions to
50%.
match, not 50%, but this is what's happening with other providers. We've been approached by some asking for bonuses and higher commissions purely because they've been getting the same from other providers, and we have just asked them, sorry, we can't do business.
Yeah. How do you find your students or your potential students?
Through agents.
Through agents. So presumably you're not working with those agents anymore that have
No, we
increased
just
bonuses?
no, we can't. Look, like I said, there's an ethical issue there. There's an issue for the students in itself, yeah, look, it undermines the whole framework of education. We're here to provide a decent education to students, and in that process, we need to ensure that the people and stakeholders we work with are genuine, ethical, and are on the same wavelength.
And my final question is just, can you give me any other examples of, where there's been unscrupulous activities happening?
Well, look, I think at the moment it's quite desperate for many providers. and they are purely thinking about the survival in the next 12 months. And a part of the survival criteria is to approach agents and offer them the highest commission possible in the marketplace, plus bonuses, plus other incentives. So this is the message that is being in the marketplace. And although we're not part of this system with these agents, but it is what is happening at the moment. Not across all the agents. Like I said, there are a handful of agents who have a lot of clout, and they're using that clout to take advantage of the current scenario at the moment.
Okay, thanks very much, Chair.
Good, thanks. Thanks very much for your evidence. If you've taken any questions on notice, could you please return the answers to the Secretariat by the 3rd of October 2024, and have a very good morning. Thanks, Dr. Chanda.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Chanda.
I now welcome representatives from both in person and via video conference from the Independent Tertiary Education Council Australia, TAFE Directors Australia, and Ms. Claire Field. Yeah, thank you. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full names and the capacity in which you'll be here today? And Ms Field, I might start with you.
All right, thank you. Claire Field, I'm an independent consultant at Claire Field and Associates.
Troy Williams, the Chief Executive of the Independent Tertiary Education Council Australia.
Felix Perry, Deputy Chief Executive, Independent Tertiary Education Council Australia.
Ms Dodd.
I'm Jenny Dodd. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of TAFE Directors Australia.
Good, thanks very much. I now invite you each to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of any remarks, I'll invite members of the committee to ask questions, and I'll just go in the same order.
Sure, thank you, Chair. I'll be very brief. My submission goes to anomalies that I think are apparent in how the caps have been allocated. A brief bit of further analysis that I did looking at the data indicates that, with the exception of TAFE institutes, and Jenny will no doubt speak to that, every other provider, public universities, private universities, non-university higher education providers and private vet providers, there is no consistency in how caps have been allocated even within those individual groups of providers. Whether you look at 2019, 2023 or 2024 and compare that to the cap, it is completely mixed for all other providers, except we see one pattern with the TAFE institutes who have all been given a cap for 2025, which is the same as their 2023 international student vet enrolments. And with that in mind and that lack of consistency even within different groups of providers, I would, if I can, urge the committee to have a look at the supplementary submission from Western Sydney University. I believe that their recommendation 1 would address both the issues that I found and the anomalies that I found in the data. It would provide much greater transparency, criteria for how caps have been applied, a focus on integrity, consultation with providers, the caps being subject to parliamentary scrutiny and there being a public register of them. So I'll draw that. That'll be enough from me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr Williams.
Thank you, Senator. I've got a fairly lengthy statement, but with your indulgence, I'll table it and just give you a highlight, if you're comfortable.
Very helpful. Thank you, Mr Williams.
Thank you, Senators. Before us is an international education bill, but make no mistake, it's fundamentally a migration bill masquerading as an education bill. Its origins lie not in any genuine attempt to improve the international education system, but in the government's mishandling of migration policy. When the government was first elected, it, with much fanfare, cleared a backlog of 1 million visas, without the apparent understanding that if these visas were granted, they would indeed come to Australia, and many students did come. It was astonishing that this wasn't anticipated at the time, and as a consequence, we now have legislation before us to unscramble that egg. This bill hurts small business. Let me be clear. The legacy of the legislation, if passed, will not be to improve or enhance international education, or indeed our offering to international students. It will instead tarnish Australia's reputation as a welcoming destination for those students. More importantly, this bill will exacerbate job losses in the education sector. As you'll hear from many ITECA members today and those who put in submissions, that they will be smaller, some will close. These job losses are not just statistics. They are the jobs of ordinary, hard-working Australians whose only crime was to deliver quality outcome to international students. We're talking about thousands of people here, many hundreds of ordinary businesses which have done nothing but deliver quality outcomes for students. And you've seen that in the submissions, and I dare say you'll hear from some of those people today. Thank you.
Good, thanks. Ms Dodd.
Thank you very much, and thank you for having TAFE Directors Australia here at this hearing. We'll just make 3 short points. Integrity in the international education environment is crucial, and it has been a problem for quite some time. So the ESOS Act seeks to address integrity. It is our view it is not rushed legislation. While there may be issues at some aspects of it, the overarching purpose of what it's trying to achieve is about improving integrity. The second is around quality. TAFE is TDA is the peak body for all public providers of vocational education, being TAFEs. I just want to remind the committee that TAFEs are owned by their state or territory governments, and there are 22 TAFEs, and then we also are the peak body for 6 dual sector universities that have TAFE divisions. So in terms of the bill, we believe there is an opportunity to use the public provider more into the future, although I appreciate that's not the essence of today's hearing. And then finally, despite there being some differences between our members at TDA in the way in which the caps have been calculated in terms of what their preference would be, there is strong support that the bill should pass. So thank you.
Thank you. Senator Faruqi.
Thank you very much, and thank you everyone for being here. If I could start with you, Ms. Field. And I have read through your submissions and also some of your analysis that you've done, and that is online. Could you actually tell the committee a little bit about your analysis and give examples of some of the errors that you have seen which make this policy like a real mess and chaos and inconsistent?
Yep,
Thank you.
of course. There are now 12. There were 11 when I did the analysis, but one more has been cancelled by ASQA. So there are now 12 private vet providers who are fighting a cancellation decision by ASQA in the Administrative Appeals Tribunal, who have been given collectively a total of 1,429 places. One of them in particular has the 6th highest cap, higher than TAFE New South Wales as an entire state public provider. So while a number of other elements of the legislative changes are focused on integrity, it appears that there has been a lack of communication potentially between ASQA as the regulator and departmental officials involved in setting the caps. And obviously I appreciate I once was a regulator. There's a need for procedural fairness for people who are appealing ASQA decisions. There was another private international provider who recently won their appeal against an ASQA decision to suspend part of their scope. So the fact that people are in the AAT fighting an ASQA cancellation decision doesn't mean that it will be imposed, but it does strike me as anomalous that in a bill focused on integrity, we've got a relatively high number of places going to providers who the regulator doesn't think should be teaching students. There are 10 providers who have been given a cap for 2025, which is above the overall number of international students, their CRICOS cap. One of those is a dual sector institution. You might have seen that in the media, the NIDA. They actually don't have any vet qualifications with CRICOS approval. It's a minor thing, but it potentially goes to a lack of systematisation, I guess, in how the caps were set. Of the remaining 9 who were given a cap for 2025, which is higher than the total number of students they can enrol, 5 of them have quite long courses running from 36 to 73 weeks. So for a number of them, they will not be able to enrol the number that they've been given. Somewhat, again, and I don't mean to make assumptions about quality, but nonetheless, ASQA as the regulator quite correctly signals that short courses are a known quality risk. And so the other 4 who've been given much higher caps for 2025 than their overall enrolments, CRICOS enrolments, are offering 4 to 8 week certificate level courses, that's certificate level 2 and 3 courses. Now, ordinarily, a certificate 2 or 3 course should be taught at a minimum between 6 to 12 months. Now, there could be reasons, I find it somewhat unlikely, but I don't want to presume. There could be reasons, perhaps these are particular cohorts of international students with extensive backgrounds in the fields that are being taught, or perhaps they're just offering incredibly short courses. The length of their course is not in dispute. It is included in the information in their CRICOS details on the CRICOS register. And the very last anomaly, there are departmental officials in their evidence to you in a previous hearing indicated that they were keeping approximately 4,500 caps for new providers, those who were already registered but were quite new and therefore hadn't enrolled that many students yet. And I went looking to try and understand, they said they would all be given 30 each, so I went looking to try and understand who those providers were. And I looked at all providers who got a cap of 30, and obviously, based on how the formula works, some would get a cap of 30 because they've been trading for years, and that's just how the methodology works. There are 79 providers who have a cap of 30 for 2025 and have not enrolled any international vet students since at least 2019. And they are not new. Some of them date back to the 1990s. These are providers who have either chosen to focus just on domestic vet students, or there's a group of them who have chosen just to focus on international higher education students. And yet we have, by my calculation, about nearly 2,400 vet places allocated to providers who have not delivered to international vet students for more than 6 years, but I think have been mischaracterised as being new, and yet, and sorry, I don't mean to take too much of your time, and yet on the other hand, there's 192 private vet providers with a cap of 10 or less. And they are going to face the financial viabilities that you heard the former person explaining, because the caps have been allocated in other ways to some other groups that I think at a minimum warrant a second look.
So from the anomalies that you have picked, sorry,
question.
it's just my second question.
Yeah, no.
Sorry, I probably took a long time. Sorry.
No, that's all right. I think we should have a bit more time, but from what you've picked up as anomalies, I guess anomalies or mistakes or just the chaotic way that this process has been run in a very rushed way when there was no reason at all to do this.
Yeah.
And also from what you've picked up, the caps seem to be, and the methodology and how it's been processed is the exact opposite of integrity, to be honest. And so this government rhetoric that this is a bill about integrity is just completely untrue. Why do you think this has happened? Is it because the government is making policy on the run and everything had to be rushed because it's more a political decision than an education decision? Or, like, what's your kind of assessment? And I know, you don't know exactly what happened, but many people have, is there any excuse for these errors when this bill is going to have a massive negative impact on literally everyone in the international education sector?
I don't want to talk too much about the politics of it. That's not my purview. But I do think there are obviously political pressures. But I think really what's happened is, and again, I was once a public servant, and I don't mean to disparage any of the great public servants who've done a lot of work to put this together, but I suspect what has happened is that in splitting out the Department of Employment and Workplace Relations with having vet responsibility out of the Department of Education, most of those with international expertise, there's a much bigger group within the Department of Education. There's still some anomalies, I think, in the higher education, but there do seem to be more in vet. And I do think there probably hasn't been a conversation with the regulator. So I think you've got fewer international education experts within DUA and a conversation that probably wasn't had with ASQA.
Should the government stop and halt now, go back to the drawing board and consult with everyone and come back with something that is sustainable and that actually can be implemented? I
do think it can't go ahead. It would be wrong to go ahead like that, this, in my view, yeah.
Senator Billick.
Oh, thank you. My first question's to Mr Williams or Mr Pirrie. You're particularly critical of elements in this bill that are targeted at education agents, and you suggest a number of amendments in your submission. You told the 2023 inquiry into Australia's tourism and international education sectors that, and I quote, "Though there are problems with offshore agents, there are very good agents who provide a cost-effective and good service," end quote. The inquiry's final report found that there is overwhelming evidence that international students in Australia are vulnerable to serious exploitation, including being trafficked for sex and enslaved under conditions of debt bondage and forced labour conditions. Do you think the integrity measures in this bill that are aimed at education agents prevent activities of spurious providers that enable international students' exploitation and visa rorting?
Thank you, Senator. It's important to note that those activities identified in the migration review were illegal at the time. Nothing in this bill seriously deals with it. They were illegal at the time, they continue to be illegal, and some of them have been dealt with and continue to be dealt with. This bill pretends that it's dealing with integrity of the system. If there were genuine issues of integrity, they should be dealt with by ASQA, they should be dealt with by TEQSA. They are the appropriate agencies. This bill, as I said from the outset, is dealing, really is a migration bill. The name of it is a misnomer. As we said, there are issues with agents. We put forward recommendations to improve that framework, but many of the activities which were undertaken by a small number of non-genuine providers who quite frankly were using education visa as a student visa as a visa of convenience, but those activities were illegal at the time. Nothing in this bill would strengthen that illegality.
Mr Pirrie, have you got anything to add?
Yeah, thanks, Senator. I think as Mr Williams pointed out, and as you did in your question, we did at the time provide some suggestions for the government as to how for want of a better term, the regulation of education agents might actually be, we might progress with that, and we've tabled recommendations to this committee for that as well. We've worked very productively with colleagues in the sector in that regard. There is nothing in this bill that will actually enhance that project in terms of working to improve the sector's interaction with education agents. And certainly the comments that Mr Williams just made about the activities that were highlighted and that you're pointing to in terms of the Nixon review, nothing in this bill will actually facilitate an improvement in that regard. I should also point out that we've written to Minister Burke in relation to our suggestions, and we're eagerly awaiting a reply.
Part 1 of the ESOS bill includes a fit and proper person test as well as additional admin rules concerning education agents' commissions. Do you think these provisions are important?
They're important, but they duplicate existing provisions elsewhere. So they will have an impact, but mostly through the creation of additional red tape. The other issue too is disclosure of commissions presents some commercial anomalies, in some cases are commercially sensitive. Felix, did you want to pick up on this?
Yeah, so I think one of the problems that this is, these elements of the bill have got is that the Department of Education, to their credit, undertook what I would call a very high level of engagement with the peak bodies very early this year in relation to some very broad aspects that may or may not have been included in legislative reform as they put it to us at the time. One of those was in relation to commissions. It was not discussed at the time that, and I'm pretty sure I can say this because I don't think I signed anything, it wasn't discussed that there would be a revision of a definition of what an agent was. What we've seen now in the bill is actually really incredibly problematic, because what is encapsulated in terms of an agent will cover both Troy and I. It's likely to cover industry associations that engage with businesses, and businesses who then have their staff come to Australia as students. The scope of this is never been seen before, both here in Australia or overseas. And it also includes, in terms of commissions, it includes benefits, whether they be financial or non-financial. Now, this is not going to be helpful. What we're seeing is, and this was highlighted in the Nixon review, it was discussed there that we need targeted compliance activity. There's nothing targeted about this at all. And I want to pick up on a point that Ms Field made. We talked about procedural fairness in the context. She talked about procedural fairness in the context of the regulators. The regulators are very good at that, and that's part of that's embedded in their establishment. This bill actually denies procedural fairness across a range of the measures that are being put in place, and this is another one that will do the same. So yeah.
Okay. Mr Dutton said in his budget reply speech that if elected he will reduce annual permanent migration from 185,000 to 140,000 and called the current number of students excessive. So from my point of view, I see the LNP are clearly trying to align themselves with the RTOs, but at the same time, if they're elected, they're actually going to go further than the measures contained in the bill. Seeing as international students make up roughly half of our migration intake, what impacts would the Coalition's policies have on the sector?
A point of order, Chair.
Yes.
Chair, just wanting to, in terms of leading the witness and putting that question to the witness, the Senator has not correctly characterised what Mr Dutton announced in the budget reply.
It's up to the witnesses.
So I just would ask her to correctly characterise that the announcement of the opposition leader.
We don't interrupt with some what some in this committee might consider as
spurious
questions that are a little bit wide of mark. If you hold that view, you'll hold that view, but it's up to the witnesses to answer the question if they wish, and how they answer it. It'll be up to the witnesses and the person asking the question. Thank you. Back to Senator Billick.
So, with the facts I've just asked about.
Thanks, Senator. We're dealing with the here and now and the damaging implications of this policy. We've not looked at coalition policy beyond the statements. We hadn't had the opportunity to assess it. We've simply looked at the impact of small businesses and the loss of employment presented by the framework that this bill enables.
Mr Williams, sorry to interrupt. I'm sorry.
That's all right.
You're not seriously telling us that there's an election next year. If the coalition government was to be elected, that you haven't taken consideration the statements from the opposition seems incredulous.
Chair, point of order.
Seems incredulous.
Sorry.
No, look, you are interrupting my questions, and I have a right to ask that question. The senator asking it said it was. I would have that opportunity.
Point of order, Chair. I am allowed to raise a point of order.
If I'm going to just understand this, if this is the way that the hearing is going to be continuing on, that there's going to be continual disruptions of questions that are very, very clearly intended the point of orders to
point of order,
allow
Chair.
Mr Williams not to answer the question.
I would ask for you to give me the call on the point of order, Chair, which is a requirement under the standing orders.
And you got it. And now we've...
No, I'm raising another point of order.
What's the point of order?
The point of order is on direct relevance. The questions need to be directly relevant to the purpose of this committee's work, which is to interrogate this bill. And I would ask that you ask the witnesses questions which are directly relevant and not mischaracterise the opposition's
I'll now make
policy.
a decision on the point of order. It's out of order because the question is actually quite clearly asked is relevant to alternative models that Mr Williams, Mr Perry and others have been saying throughout the 4 hearings that we've had on this matter. and this is an alternative model that's been put forward. It just happens to be an alternative model
It just can't be
that exposes the
mischaracterised.
opposition for what they're actually up to.
No, because you
now,
it
Mr.
can't
Williams
be
either has an opportunity to answer that
Our
question.
concern was in relation to excessive foreign students in the metropolitan cities, and Mr. Dutton
Come
made
on,
that very
it's-
clear.
That is out of order.
It's not out of order,
That is
Chair.
out of order. Can you
You
just
cannot
stop?
mischaracterise
Can you
Mr.
stop
Dutton's
misrepresenting?
This is exactly the race to the bottom that both Labor and Liberals are involved in
No.
and have no consideration for the
I'm
international
asking
education
the
sector
Chair
or international
for a
students.
I'm gonna ask for a
You're both
suspension. I'm
racist
gonna ask for a
dogmatists.
suspension.
statement.
Right now, no broadcasting. We're going to have a meeting. Commence. Thank you.
Sorry.
Yep.
Do you need me to re-ask the question? Or
Dangerously close, but no, I can remember it, Senator.
Thank you.
And to Senator Shelter's point, as a matter of principle, we have a problem with limiting the number of international students by any policy mechanism. What I can tell you with respect to opposition policy is beyond a couple of broad statements, there hasn't been anything in detail to assess. So beyond having a problem with what the statements were, when we look at some of the other work we've got before us, as you would imagine, with the University Court Support for Students Bill, the Student Ombudsman Bill, both of which are before committees, the RTO standards, which were released only yesterday, our bandwidth to deal with hypotheticals or broad statements is pretty limited. But as I said, as a matter of principle, we have a problem with international student limits that aren't fully formed, and so we just don't have anything really to assess beyond a broad statement. So
let's then let me put this to you. What has been proposed regarding? Oh, sorry, Senator Billy.
Right.
I'll wait till I go to my turn.
You mentioned about exploitation and students basically being put in difficult positions. Are you able to expand on that for me? What sort of areas?
We have a number of...
Sorry, and
yeah.
TAFE, maybe you would like to jump in on this as well, but I'll go to Mr Williams first.
Look, any action on any party which harms students, we have a fundamental problem with. I think there'd be universal agreement on that. One of the biggest issues we've got at the moment is just the uncertainty. Many public providers, many independent providers have offered students places for next year. And from the feedback we've had from students, it's not an unrealistic expectation, having been offered a place, they'll get a visa. We know that won't be the case in many, and so there is some angst happening with students who are looking forward to taking up quality study in Australia and will be unable to do so. Felix?
Yeah, and one of the real concerns that we've got is that we know of some providers who have offered places, students have accepted those places and visas have been granted or in the process of being granted that exceed their notional limits for next year. That's a serious problem. Some of those students are likely to already be in Australia, the majority are overseas. That's obviously a really serious problem and is likely to, and this is probably a question that you're better placed to asking directly to Home Affairs, but it is likely in our view to place those students at greater risk of exploitation. The point about exploitation, though, of a student visa holder or of any visa holder, frankly, is really an issue that is better placed in the context of Home Affairs and Border Force in particular. And Ms Field raised the point about it was Mr Williams, about the work that the regulators and Border Force in particular are doing in that context. And we're very supportive of that work and we certainly do work with them on that. Sorry, you were going to pass to Jenny.
Ms Dodd, have you got any comment to make? Certainly in regard to exploitative work practices and study arrangements.
The decision to return to limited work hours has been a good decision. During that time period, it was a challenging period for Australia, a challenging period for students and so on. So being able to prioritise that the purpose for international students of being here is to be educated is really very important. Exploitation can exist in a range of ways, and one area that we've been very supportive of is increasing to a longer period than 6 months, increasing to 12 months, the inability of a student to move between providers, because we do believe that adds to the potential for exploitation and also diminishes the investment that providers have made in the genuine recruitment process of international students. Broadly, they would be my main comments there.
Thank you.
Sorry, just if I can on that 12-month thing. We've done a lot of work on that 12-month issue over a considerable period, and actually we did do some work with TAFE Directors Australia during the pandemic on that, and with colleagues in independent higher education as well, with our members. It is a fraud area. One of the issues that we have with that, and certainly along with Ms Field, I've been working in international education for 15, 16 years, and I've seen exploitation of students occur in every single provider type in every sector. And one of the things with the potential change between 6 and 12 months is that it's quite common that you'll see a student come to Australia and do, for example, a 24-week English language course, then a vet diploma, and then move into a bachelor degree. In the current circumstance, they'll be locked into their program of study for a minimum of 2 years before they can move, because that 6 months relates to their principal course of study, which is their highest AQF level, the bachelor degree. If you change that to 12 months, then it's 2.5 years. If someone's intent on moving, they're going to move. 12 months will make no difference to unscrupulous practices. If it's about the recouping of an investment made by a provider, there are other avenues to doing that. If we're really talking about protecting students, 12 months is not going to help. Unscrupulous practices happen anyway, whether it's 6 months, 12 months, 24 months. This is an enforcement issue in relation to other matters. So I think we need to look afresh at that. That would be our view.
Okay, thanks. I think I've run out of time, so thanks,
Senator
Chair.
Henderson.
Chair, thank you very much. Good morning to you all. Ms Field, firstly to you, and thank you very much for your evidence already explaining the anomalies with these student caps. I want to particularly focus on the integrity issues you've raised. What do you say to the methodology that's being used when providers that are under a very black cloud are given student caps, while other reputable providers are being severely penalised or even threatened, that their entire business has been threatened?
I find it hard to believe that it was done with forethought. I suspect it's an error that's been missed. And you can see that when you look at, there's one higher education provider, and there's an explicit note in the details provided by the Department of Education that that provider will not be able to use its cap until the matter that TEQSA is suspending them for has been dealt with and addressed. So the fact that we have 12 in the vet sector where there's no commentary from the department when they submitted the documents in response to the order for the production of documents says to me that it's an oversight, and it really, I think, is wrong and unfortunate. We ought not be giving caps to providers that the regulator wants to cancel. There's clearly compliance issues. The level of severity will be resolved in the AAT appeal, but the regulator finds such problematic behaviour that they want to close them down for the good of students, and yet these providers are getting thousands of places where other much smaller providers will get minimal places and are likely to struggle to remain financially viable and may have an excellent quality and integrity reputation. So I find it difficult to reconcile.
I mean, this is an absolute mess, I would put to you. The government is trying to run this narrative that this is all about quality and integrity, and yet this botched scheme has delivered thousands of student places, foreign student places, to providers under a very big cloud, under investigation, while very reputable providers are being penalised.
Yeah, it's it would appear to be a clear breakdown in the fact that when officials in the Department of Employment and Workplace Relations developed their methodology and ran it through the data and the figures, that they appear not to have cross-checked their list and how their caps were allocated with ASQA as the regulator to double check, are any of these providers under a cloud? I would add, if I...
I mean, to me, that... I mean, I don't...
Sorry.
I will just put to you that just demonstrates gross incompetence by the Minister's Department.
It's certainly... If that's what's happened... I mean... You'll ask officials later today. If that's what happened...
Don't worry, I will be asking them about their gross incompetence.
It's a serious oversight. Otherwise, I can't believe that it's intentional. It doesn't seem to make sense.
In terms of the impact that this has on the whole sector, and you are a very well-known and highly regarded expert in private education, what do you say to the impact that this flawed methodology that the government is using is having on the entire sector?
I think this goes to the point I made at the start. It's actually going to impact some private providers and even some public, less so the TAFE institutes, but certainly some public universities, and they've spoken on their own behalf. But you can see that some of the regional universities are relatively disadvantaged compared to others where there might appear to be greater issues in relation to housing, which has been raised as an argument for the cap. Similarly, some of the outer suburban public universities. So looking at private higher education and private vet providers, the impact is really quite mixed, and that's because we don't have all of the transparency in how they have been allocated and the decisions that have been taken. So it really is going to... There will be a shake-up in the... If the caps go forward as they're currently proposed, I suspect we will see a number, quite a large number of private vet providers in particular close their doors. And
many of them, I imagine, and I'm informed, are already facing insolvency. And I am sorry to cut you off, but I've only got a couple more minutes.
I need to add that they're probably not poor quality, and I think that's a
huge issue.
Fact.
Yeah, and I will now go to ITECA. Sorry. Apart from the flawed methodology, and thank you for your evidence to date, there's also a provision in the bill which provides for the automatic suspension of a provider, both public university and private education provider, if that provider goes over their student cap at a campus by just one person, even though this could be the fault of the department, for instance. What do you say to that provision?
This is where the legislation would have benefited of being issued first in an exposure draft to work through some of the mechanics of these issues. But in circumstances where a provider goes over the cap through no fault of their own, but just because processes have allowed that to happen, it's nonsensical that they should be penalised. Really?
Well, not just penalised, their entire registration would be suspended.
That's right.
And they couldn't teach any student based on the way the bill is, any international student at least, based on the way the bill is drafted.
And that's one element of the bill, and there's a number of others where punitive actions are automatic. There's no ministerial, no departmental discretion. They just happen.
And we've seen a myriad of, frankly, shocking errors, shocking incompetence, I would put to you, by the department in the way these student caps have been devised. And now, because of the flawed nature of this bill, this also poses a threat to the very existence of some providers, even if there's an incident that occurs where, through no fault of their own.
I wouldn't characterise it any differently, and this comes down to the lack of procedural fairness in a number of elements of the bill.
Yeah, I think, Senator, there are two parts of the bill that have a similar effect. One's way worse than the other. The one you're talking about in terms of the automatic suspension, which goes for the rest of the calendar year, and that does affect all providers. One of the problems with that, among the myriad that you refer to, is that the suspension is automatic when a confirmation of enrolment it reaches studying status automatically. So someone is enrolled, and they could be enrolled today to start studying on the 1st of February. But that studying status, you reach studying status automatically, even if you're not yet in the country for whatever reason, or you're not actually on campus for whatever reason, you reach studying status automatically. So a person might breach that limit for the provider automatically, even though the provider is aware that they're not actually going to start on that date and they think it's okay, next week I'll go back in and change the date. It's too late by then.
Yeah.
There's no provision in the bill for what is known in the sector as a student course variation, an SCV, to go back and do that. The department has said that it's fine, we're going to make provision for that, but it's not in the bill, it's nowhere in the framework, so that's not able to happen. That's for a suspension. But the problem with the suspension is it means that they can't actually recruit students to any of their courses at any of their locations for the rest of the year.
Because I've got such limited time.
That is time.
Oh, that is time.
Yeah,
that's a
thank
shame. Thanks, Chair.
Good, thanks very much, Senator Henderson. I just want to go to this question you raised that there's no improvements or enhancements in the bill, and your opposition to the bill. I just note sort of like a postgraduate student told a 2023 inquiry into the Australian tourism and national education sectors, a joint hearing and inquiry, which you're both aware of, and said that some of the people working in the sector have the mindset of treating us international students like a product instead of people who are coming here to study. Now, I know you said that there's no improvements or enhancements, but I'll just go to one as an example. But Part 6 of the bill allows for automatic suspension of a provider's registration when an agency or state authority determines that a provider does not meet the fit and proper person test because it's under investigation for a specified offence. I mean, there are notorious operators out there. Shouldn't the capacity be, which doesn't apply now, shouldn't the capacity be encouraged in this Part 6?
It's a fair question. The challenge is it duplicates largely existing provisions within the ASQA and TEQSA frameworks. The intent of the bill...
But Mr Williams, there's a consensus that it hasn't been working. There is a need for enhanced. In actual fact, there's a lot of evidence being given by universities, by other private providers, observers, and again from... I don't want to put words in the mouth of the TAFE directors, but I understood the TAFE directors saying there's some provisions that need to be improved here too. So you're opposed to that being improved?
The appropriate mechanism would be to look at both the InVetra Act, under which ASQA works, and indeed the legislation which TEQSA works. If there were faults in the system dealing with the regulation of providers, that would be the appropriate amendment. We've had a fairly significant piece of skills reform, we've got a fairly significant piece of higher education reforms. If there are faults in the regulatory frameworks of either higher education providers or ASQA, that's the appropriate mechanism.
So you're saying keep it the same, don't do Part 6?
Look at it in the context of the ASQA and TEQSA regulation.
Yeah, and I think, Senator, in our submissions we've said we're relatively comfortable with Part 6 because...
So you're not opposed to some of the improvements and enhancements in the bill?
So in Part 6, but one of the critical things is that, and I said this previously in relation to Senator Billick's question, is that...
So, Mr Perry, just because I've got a short amount of time, I just want to be clear that you're not opposed to some of the aspects within the bill.
Some of them, and Part 6 is probably one,
thanks.
but...
High levels of confidence.
That's all right, you've given other evidence on this other matter. So I want to just then go to a question on the regarding TAFE Directors Australia. You mentioned there's a number of provisions in the bill that you particularly, Ms Dodd, that you've said that would improve, well, I'm using my words, but improve the situation for delivery of courses. Could you just, and also the integrity of the system, do you want to just outline those in some more detail?
Thanks very much, Senator. The sections on Education Commission agents we think are really fundamental to improving integrity. We support those. We support the increased focus appreciating that there are many places that this occurs on fit and proper person. We understand the enormity of trying to put quality at the first heightened area of how international students participate within Australia. The amendments that you were referring to previously in Part 6 are supported. Broadly, we believe the bill has got a number of components of it that will go to improving integrity and will ensure that those who are delivering in international student areas will end up as quality providers. We do have some views that differ amongst our members in terms of how the caps have been calculated, but I think that's been addressed through some open letters from, in particular, the Victorian ministers that you would all be aware of. But in broad sense, the bill is a step forward in terms of getting Australia back on the right track to integrity and quality.
Ms. Field, you just appreciate you've outlined your differences and nuances about the bill. What aspects in the bill do you support and you find that have some strengths?
Oh, I think there's a number of them. It really is, I think, to be able to act more immediately on fit and proper. It could have been put in other legislation, but putting it here, it doesn't, I don't think is a material problem. I think one of the challenges that we have with the current approach is that these things tend to drag out for a particularly long time. If there's serious evidence that someone doesn't meet a fit and proper person test, then there ought to be the opportunity to suspend them rather than this take all of the time that it currently does. So there's a number of the other aspects. I think caps are likely, and my submission was really, let's try and make them operate the best and most effectively as we can.
Thank you. Now time to go to the coalition.
Thank you. We'll just split our time. Yeah, thanks. Mr. Perry, in your testimony, you noted that the new definition of an agent could capture people people like yourself should go overseas and promote Australia's education system. Does this mean that anyone selling or promoting Australia's education system could be deemed an agent, including the Minister for Education or even the Prime Minister, given the many trips to India and meetings with the Prime Minister Modi?
I couldn't speculate on whether or not a minister might be captured, but I have spoken to colleagues in states and territories. All of the states and territories have education counsellors offshore. There's a large offshore network. Austrade obviously is an agency that does a lot of work in that area. Colleagues in states and territories that I've spoken to who do that work are very concerned that their education counsellor network are likely to be captured by this. And give you an example, one of the colleagues in one of the states, they've got someone in India but also someone in South America, in Colombia, and they hold meetings with employers but also with students, and they demonstrate to those students these are some of the institutions we've got in our state, and they specifically name them for particular courses. These are some of the great courses that you go to. Students will then take either literal pamphlets or digital pamphlets. Now, if the student goes to one of those providers, because the language in the bill is a student or intending student, then they're captured under this bill. But it also relates to students who are onshore. They don't have to be an offshore student, they can be an onshore student, which is one of the reasons why it's likely to capture any of me or Troy or Jenny or any person. It could be a family member, it could be anyone. So, yeah, okay. That's a big concern.
And just last question from me, and then I'll go to Senator Henderson. Ms. Field, in your opening statement, you pointed to Western Sydney University's model. What is it that you believe about that model that makes it more superior to what has been presented in this bill?
Yeah, so they've got a one-page recommendation which has two parts to it. And recommendation one, it firstly talks about having explicit criteria that ought to be used to set caps, which is the integrity of the provider, available accommodation, and a focus on whether or not the courses being offered relate to addressing skill shortages. So some explicit criteria. It talks to the fact that the caps ought to be subject to parliamentary scrutiny. They might need to be amended during the year, but actually they ought to be disallowable. That they ought to be published publicly, that providers should be consulted on them. And the question of the automatic suspension of a provider that goes over their cap, they make, I think, a very good case that a very significant financial penalty could be considered, but in actual fact the automatic suspension creates a lot of sorry, they don't say this. I'm overly emphasising their much better written point, but really it's a much better mechanism for dealing with. We don't want people to be ignoring their caps. Yeah. We want them to pay attention to them, but automatic suspension is a really heavy penalty.
And in terms of the application, you would say that it's a far more transparent
yes.
and equitable approach to it rather than the black box kind of methodology that's
yeah.
in the bill at the moment.
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Just back to you, Mr. Williams and Mr. Peary. You've heard, obviously, the excellent analysis of Ms. Field in terms of the anomalies with the outcome of these caps, and they impact directly on your members. What do you say in relation to the perilous situation that many very reputable providers are currently facing, while dodgy providers are being propped up by this government?
I'd probably reflect on some comments I made, Senator, when we held a meeting of members in this building probably 2-3 weeks ago. I have one of the best jobs at education. This job is no longer fun. I've had to, and as has Felix and others when ITECA, spend phone calls late in the evening dealing with members who've had quality providers, asking, do I mortgage my house to keep the business open? The business has no cash. Do I mortgage the house? And I'm no financial advisor, but that's the pain that they're in.
Yeah. I'm told that one provider has been hospitalised after having a breakdown. I am profoundly concerned about the impact that these discriminatory caps are going to have on private providers, including on their mental health and well-being, given many businesses are facing insolvency or bankruptcy. Can you elaborate on those concerns?
One of the worst phone calls I've had in 25 years in policy advocacy was one of our members' sons ringing up and asking what was wrong with his dad. I knew the circumstances. This was a college that will close. They'll be able to do it in a managed way. But a business that's been around 30 years, they'll walk away with virtually nothing. Bad colleges go the way of the dodo. We're perfectly comfortable with that. We have a concern for their students, but bad operators happy out of the system. But there are a lot of good providers here who've been given caps that aren't sustainable. Prior to COVID, we championed the international education sector. Everyone in this building and elsewhere happily championed the fact that it was a $40 billion sector. It's supporting more than 500,000 jobs. And so with those welcoming businesses, welcoming messages, a lot of providers went into the international education space. They delivered quality outcomes. But now, because of different decisions, those providers aren't viable. Now, during COVID, there were some problems, and I think we all understand that there were appropriate measures put in place with border closures and other measures. But a lot of our members, the lucky ones will be smaller, but that's not good for their staff. Look, there are...
So just in terms of the...
That is now out of time.
Chair, could I just have one follow-up question?
No, that you've already gone over time.
Right.
So we now go to thank you very much for your time and joining us all today. If there's any questions on notice, could you please return the answers to the Secretariat by the 3rd of October 2024? Great, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you. I now welcome representatives via video conference from Unions New South Wales. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear here today? Mr. Costa. Oh, you're on mute. No, we still can't hear you. No, still on mute. No, still on. There we go. I think we got you.
You got me?
We have. Thank you.
Right. And thank you, Chair.
If you could just state your full name and the capacity in which you appear here today.
Sure. My name is Thomas Costa. I'm the Assistant Secretary of Unions New South Wales, and I appear in the capacity of representing Unions New South Wales. And I welcome the opportunity to participate in this public hearing, Chair.
Thank you. And now we invite you to make a short opening statement and conclusion of any remarks. I'll invite members of the committee to ask questions. Mr Costa.
Thank you. Unions New South Wales is the peak body for the union movement in our state, and it represents over 50 affiliated unions across industries as diverse as education, health, construction and the care sector. And at Unions New South Wales, we have a long history of advocating for migrant workers' rights. And through our Visa Assist program, which is a partnership with the Immigration Advice and Rights Centre, the Community Legal Centre, we provide free employment, law and immigration advice to migrant workers in New South Wales. This is the only major service in Australia that combines visa and workplace advice in a single service. And over the past 5 years, Visa Assist has provided over 3,000 legal services, and over 70% of the workers we assist through our program are on student visas. In relation to this bill, Unions New South Wales does not oppose the introduction of a cap on international student enrolments and supports the government's efforts in maintaining the quality, integrity and sustainable growth of the international education sector. However, our temporary migration system must embrace ethical migration and ensure that once international students arrive in Australia and are part of our community, they are treated equally to other Australians. And that includes fair wages, the ability to enforce their rights and feel integrated into our society. Current narratives that blame international students for the Australian housing crisis without rigorous economic modelling or supporting data are irresponsible and disregard the enormous contribution of international students to our workplaces and communities. The international education sector is a major contributor to the Australian economy. The sector is our second biggest export after mining. In 2023, the sector was worth over $47 billion and provided almost 250,000 jobs. In New South Wales alone, the sector supports over 95,000 full-time equivalent jobs and brought over $11.4 billion into the New South Wales economy in 2020. The Australian economy also benefits through the skills and labour of international students, many of whom work in our essential services. It is incorrect to blame international students for the Australian housing crisis, especially when we know from recent studies that temporary migrants are twice as likely to be underpaid as long-term residents. In 2023, the Grattan Institute found that most international graduates, former student visa holders, were earning less than $53,000 per year. And it also found that nearly 75% of temporary graduate visa holders earned less than the average Australian worker in 2021. This is hardly a cohort of people in a position to bid the upwards of $1 million price tag for an average home in Sydney or Melbourne. Additionally, international students experience higher rates of exploitation and unsafe working conditions. In 2019, survey research of over 2,000 international students found that almost half were paid below the legal minimum wage and over 70% were paid below the minimum casual hourly wage. More than a quarter earned $12 or less per hour. The vulnerability of international students to workplace exploitation is greatly exacerbated by the discriminatory treatment created by our migration system, which imposes conditions on student visa holders that limit their access to employment opportunities and make them dependent on their employers due to the fear of that breach of visa conditions. International students are also frequently exploited by unscrupulous education providers, particularly in the vet sector, who, after taking their fees, don't deliver the courses or provide low-quality training. Unions New South Wales supports the government's efforts to protect and enhance the quality and integrity of the international education sector and ensure our reputation is not undermined by unscrupulous providers. And we acknowledge the government's efforts in uncovering ghost colleges and the integrity issues with Australia's vet sector, which were widespread under the former Liberal National Coalition government. Additionally, we recommend the introduction of stronger policies to force education providers to take greater responsibility in ensuring international students have a positive experience while studying in Australia. Some additional initiatives that could be implemented include education providers should establish emergency programs to ensure international students have a safe place to stay if they need to leave their accommodation. Education providers should enter into an MOU or a Memorandum of Understanding with relevant unions and a union peak body to develop education strategies to inform international students about their workplace rights in Australia. And these strategies should ensure union participation during orientation programs and other student events to allow unions to deliver rights at work workshops and distribute educational material and promote union membership. We also believe that to ensure international students have equal access to employment opportunities and reduce workplace exploitation, the government should work with education providers, unions and industry to develop programs that encourage greater paid work learning opportunities in educational courses. This will help international students gain local experience in their field of study while building professional networks before they graduate. To support these programs, a review of visa conditions to improve work experience opportunities for students should be considered.
Good, thanks. Senator Bilyk.
Thank you. Thank you for your contribution today and appearing. You mentioned that Unions New South Wales runs the Migrant Workers Hub. Can you give us some examples from the hub where international students are put in difficult circumstances? And I'm thinking about, exploitative work, wage exploitation, study arrangements.
Certainly. So a very common situation that arises for the types of people that come to our service are international students who have essentially engaged in a course from overseas. It's been advertised to them overseas. They've been told that they will receive training or education that will give them skills which will be of a high quality. They spend a lot of money on that course. When they arrive, they're also told that the cost of living in the capital cities like Sydney and Melbourne is very affordable, and that they will be able to easily find work to pay for their living costs when they arrive. Unfortunately, when they arrive and having spent a lot of money on that education, they quickly find out that the cost of living here is a lot higher than what they had been told, and that the work on offer to them is of a very low standard and usually very exploitative. And this forces them into a very precarious situation. And what we see is very common is a lot of international students, because they are desperate to find work in order to pay their way while they're here, will often take up jobs such as food delivery riding, working in small businesses, but lots of other occupations that do not pay minimum wages. And what makes it particularly unfair is that these employers are very aware that international students have a cap on the number of working hours they are allowed to work on their visa, and if they breach that cap for any reason, their visa could be cancelled or they could have a future visa refused. And so those employers, and this practice was first uncovered over 5 years ago when 7-Eleven franchisees were caught out paying international students half the minimum wage but requiring them to work 40 hours a week, which was double their legal allowed amount under their visa. And those students could not complain or raise any issue about that because they were threatened by their employer that they would notify Department of Home Affairs that they were in breach of their visa. That's a very common situation that we deal with. And many of these international students feel trapped in that situation where they have to work for lower wages and work longer hours than they are legally allowed to because of fear that their visa could be cancelled or a future visa refused.
What about in regards to housing? Have you heard stories there? Have you got some examples there you can give us in regard to students, not being able to find
Yes.
decent housing or whatever?
Well, it's very common for the international students that we see that they are either living in dedicated student housing or they are living in share houses where they are sharing rooms with at least 2 to 4 people in a room that they share with, paying very high rents like everyone is paying in Sydney, but for an international student that is earning below the minimum wage, in some cases $12 an hour, this is still a very expensive cost even when they're sharing rooms in very low standard housing.
Do you think that, that's not the kind of education Australia really wants to promote. I'm sure nobody in the room would want to have that type of thing promoted, but do you think the measures in the bill go some way to prevent the kind of wage exploitation and the, crowded, often unhealthy accommodation that you've just talked about?
Yes, so we support that the bill is focusing on integrity and ensuring that there will be quality in the educational sector. We do have some experience of where unscrupulous educational providers are connected to employers and arrange for these sorts of exploitive arrangements to happen. And so for that reason, any measures that go towards rooting out those unscrupulous educational providers and their networks with bad employers that exploit migrant workers, we think is a good thing. And that increased focus in the bill on the fit and proper person and allowing the measures to be implemented quite quickly, we see as a good measure.
Do you support the need for caps on the number and mix of international students that education providers can accept each year?
So we have no position on caps on international students coming into Australia. We recognise that is a decision for government to make about how many people should and can come into the country. As I said in my opening submission, we think it's quite disingenuous for commentators out there to blame international students for the housing crisis and all other ills of the Australian economy, but at the same time say there should not be caps on international students coming into the country. The former government's approach to international education seemed to be to have a complete open market in terms of advertising educational places to international students, but at the same time creating a system where international students were so heavily exploited and their measure to try and reduce international students was to exploit them more. We think that is an incredibly unfair way to treat international students. Our view is that the government has the right to cap the numbers of migrants, whichever way they come into Australia, and we don't want to quibble on those numbers. Our view is, though, once a person is in Australia, whether they're an international student, a sponsored visa holder, or a citizen, that they are treated equally and fairly and have the same rights as everybody else and the ability to enforce those rights. But any measures that go towards ensuring that the education is provided to these students is of a high standard, is of an appropriate quality for the cost, and that is removing those unscrupulous actors we support.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Henderson.
Oh, thank you very much. And Mr Costa, thank you very much for your time this morning. So you're obviously concerned about integrity in the international student sector, but you don't have a position on the caps themselves. Do you believe that this bill improves integrity in the international student sector?
Yes, I do.
If that's the case, what do you say to the evidence we've heard this morning that the government has given 1,429 places to 12 providers that the regulator wants to cancel and has issued cancellation notices against?
I'm not aware of that evidence, except for the small part of it that I heard when I logged in. This seems to be a question for the government and the providers. It's not one that we have any information on. I can take the question on notice and see if we do have any people that we assist that have been in those providers and if there are any concerns with them. But I don't represent educational providers. I'm not aware of their situation in that.
But in terms of the integrity measures, though, doesn't it concern you that this bill is facilitating the giving of foreign student places to so-called dodgy operators?
Well, we're very concerned that for the last 10 years, the system has allowed dodgy operators to engage as many international students as they like without any integrity measures, and that this system has run rampant, and many of the people that we assist have been preyed upon by those dodgy operators.
So just to go back to my question, though, this is about 1,429 places given to 12 providers. The regulator wants to cancel. They're now under appeal in the AAT. I understand that you don't have the details, but just more broadly in relation to the integrity measures in the bill, doesn't it concern you that it can lead to these sorts of perverse outcomes?
Well, I don't know if these outcomes are perverse. I haven't seen those situations. I'm not aware of the appeals or detail in the appeal. I haven't looked at how the caps have been issued to those providers. I just don't have that information at all because I don't represent providers.
All right. Thanks, Mr Costa. No further questions, Chair.
Good, thanks very much. Mr Costa, I just want to go to, there was a joint parliamentary inquiry in Australia into the tourism and international education sectors. I sort of note also that there was no dissenting remarks from any of the crossbenchers or the opposition with this inquiry, and they said that some providers in the private vet sector have systematically exploited Australia's education system and broken migration laws to funnel vulnerable international students. It also found that these students are, and I quote, are unwilling participants into sophisticated operations that in almost all cases led to labour exploitation and worse, indentured slave labour and sex trafficking. Are you able to give us some examples from the people that you've been engaged with the program, the Visa Assist, where international students are put in difficult circumstances such as exploitative work or study arrangements?
Yes, I am, and unfortunately it is very common amongst the workers that we assist. I can give you an example of a group of 15 workers who were engaged to receive hospitality training in hospitality and education in hospitality, and at the same time, as part of that training, were to receive work experience in a major hotel. They were essentially arrived in Australia and bussed out. This hotel was in a regional area where their living accommodation was 5 people to a room. They would work over 12 hours a day. The education being provided to them was quite minimal. It was like PowerPoint presentations that they were given to look over themselves. And the food that they were given to eat as part of the package for their education was the leftover food from the breakfast buffet that they prepared for guests of that hotel. We assisted those workers and ultimately we were able to not only get them the appropriate, I missed out one important part, was that the cost of the of the accommodation and the food, which was the leftovers, was deducted from their pay for the work that they did in that hotel, so that by the end of the week they received only $220 each a week for working those 12-hour days. Now, we assisted those workers. We were able to reach a settlement with that hotel and also to find those workers alternative work, but also alternative education provider and alternative courses. Unfortunately, that is not an unusual story. Those sorts of things do happen quite often, but it is illustrative of the types of situations that you spoke to, Chair.
And just on the question of training and skills, but effectively for employment, exploitative employment, and the evidence that was received by the Joint Parliamentary Committee that found and raised again these concerns in 2023, went also to issues of indentured slave labour and sex trafficking. Did you have you got other examples you're able to share with us? Obviously, depersonalising.
There has been a group of recently. There was a group of women that we assisted who were held in a fairly terrible situation in a Canberra massage parlour where they were essentially not allowed to leave their work premises while they were there, and were forced to work for that business. They weren't paid, their passports were confiscated, and it was only when a customer of that business reported what was happening to one of our union affiliates that we were able to intervene and essentially rescue those women from that situation. That is a form of modern slavery. These women weren't paid for the work that they were doing. They had no way of actually seeking any assistance until they were out of that situation. So this does happen. That is not a situation that we deal with frequently, but it is one that we do come across from time to time, and something that still does happen in Australia.
And they were introduced by a migration agent, were they?
That's right, yeah.
Many questions I'd like to ask. Any questions from Coalition?
Sorry, I did. No, look, it's all right. I'll put them on notice if I need to. Thanks. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks. Senator Faruqi.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And good morning, Mr. Costa. Mr. Costa, this is the fourth day of hearings into this particular bill. And we have heard over and over on all those days how chaotic and inconsistent the way international student caps have been set is, how reckless this bill is, how international students cap will do nothing for integrity in any way, shape or form. The first 6 parts of this bill might tweak some of the existing laws a little bit, but people have raised to us that it's the enforcement that has been the real issue. So could you explain to me how capping international students would do anything for integrity in the higher education sector?
Yeah, thank you, Senator, and I think it's a really important question, and this is part of the debate that often I think gets missed out here, which is that over the past decade or so, and particularly under the previous government, international students, and in fact all forms of temporary migration, were used as a temporary guest worker system to support low-skilled job growth in Australia, or the need for low-skilled jobs, employees in Australia. And that in large part occurs because there is no pathway into the Australian workforce for a migrant to work legally in low-skilled work. We have no low-skilled work visa in Australia, yet we have a very high demand for those workers. Any person who walks down the streets of any major capital city in Australia will see foreign workers in hospitality and many other industries like agriculture, cleaning, aged care, childcare. However, none of those people will have a visa that is specified for that low-skilled work. They will either be on an international student visa or a working holiday maker visa or some other form a temporary visa that is not designed for them to be working in that industry. And so for a long time, because employers needed these workers, but also because and there was no other option, they would go seeking out international students to do this type of work. The unfortunate reality is that because of the very strict visa conditions on international students, they were easily exploited. And so those industries have become essentially dependent on exploiting these types of visa holders in these industries.
Yeah, but stopping them from coming here is not going to stop that problem. Every single witness that we have heard come in here who is involved in international education says this is reckless, and I 100% agree with them. And I agree with you that the rhetoric around this policy, which vilifies international students and scapegoats them for not just the housing crisis, but also now with the opposition leader, Peter Dutton, calling them as, modern-day boat arrivals, is just disgraceful.
Exactly.
So I guess what I'm trying to say is that the caps do nothing for all the issues that you have mentioned, and I agree that they need to be addressed. I'm short of time, so I will ask you this one question, because you do represent so many workers in this country. Also, we have heard evidence that if these caps come into place, there will be tens of thousands of jobs that will be lost, not in universities, in private providers, and these are providers who have been, have integrity, and some of them will have to close. So I guess, what do you have to say about that?
Look, we don't support anything that's going to lead to the loss of jobs. But like I said in my opening statement, we're not pro-cap or anti-cap. We don't have a position on the cap. Our view is that that's a decision for government. Migration into Australia is a decision for government. Mm-hmm. Why I welcomed your previous question is that I think this does force a conversation in Australia about what do we want from our migration system, and if we need low-skilled workers, rather than using international students or other types of visas as a kind of hidden way of bringing in those workers, let's actually have the conversation about allowing workers in to do those jobs on low-skilled visas dedicated for that type of work.
Agree with that, but there are better ways of having a conversation without decimating a whole, sector, higher education sector in the country.
Sure, and we don't support the decimation of the sector. We just don't have a position on the caps. We see that as a decision for government to decide on the settings of how many migrants come into Australia, not a decision for us.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Good, thanks very much. And thank you, Mr. Costa, for your evidence this morning. And if you've taken any questions on notice, could you please return the answers to the Secretariat by the 3rd of October 2024, and have a very good morning.
Thank you very much.
We now suspend until 10:45. Representatives both in person and via video conference from Academy of Interactive Entertainment, Bankstown Community College, Institute of Health and Management, and Key to Learning College. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear here today? Mr.
I'm John de Margheriti from the Academy of Interactive Entertainment, CEO.
Thank you.
Myself, Kundumbart Bijo. I am from Institute of Health and Management.
Thank you.
My name is Michael Bermejo. I'm from Key to Learning College and I'm the director.
Thank you. We have some people online as well.
Yeah, I'm Monique Knight and I'm the CEO of Bankstown Community College.
Thank you, Ms. Knight. Thanks. Now invite each of you to make a short opening statement. If it is long, then by all means hand it up to, and it's in writing, we could hand it up to the Secretariat and it will go on the record and we'll be able to also consider it as well and it'll be public. And if it is long, just make a short précis of it because we do want to get into questions very quickly. But I'll start in the same order that we started before. So, Mr. Marguerite.
Thank you. I'd like to thank members of the Senate Committee for providing the Academy of Entertainment an opportunity to speak. So we're a global success story. We're the first educator in the world to offer accredited courses in video game development. Now, due to our not-for-profit status, we've used our surpluses over the last 28 years to build a major industry in Australia. We've placed more video game graduates into the industry jobs than 2 leading universities combined. In '99, we funded and launched the Industry Association Conference, and 3 years ago, we launched the world's first virtual production filmmaking advanced diploma course. It took many years of planning, $5 million infrastructure to establish this world-best facility. Our second-year visual effects students undertook paid work recently on Nawi, the journey of a 12-year-old Kenyan girl with millions of dreams of becoming a doctor or scientist and having their dream shattered as they're sold off for 100 sheep into child marriage. This important film, all filmed in Kenya, has been selected as a contender for this year's Oscars. I don't know of any other educator who's got their students in a film that's attending the Oscars. The United States Ambassador, Caroline Kennedy, recently visited the Academy and congratulated us for our joint venture partnership with the Louisiana State Government, where we're co-investing in film infrastructure to help US students over there develop their skills and create jobs. Now, this bill impacts the AIE's long-term strategic planning. We're bringing together the ACT government and industry partners to deliver AIE's new global headquarters in Canberra that will feature place-based training and industry-specialised learning, research and production facilities. We invested heavily in the purchase of land to build our new campus, and many years of planning have gone into this with the belief that this program would attract the world's brightest and most creative students. We're about to lodge a developed application and later apply for the federal government's Urban Precinct and Partnership Program grant towards AIE's transformative investment that will grow Canberra's economy. It's taken us many years and we're about to lodge the DA at the end of this year. Now, we're concerned that this drastic drop in international student numbers, in our case to 0 or 2, would mean we have to cancel or change our master plan, which currently includes up to 600 student beds. We applied for our Crocus accreditation, and the regulator determined if we had the capacity to support the proposed numbers of international students, the number was allocated based on what the regulator believed the applicant can support effectively. We ask that you do not take away our future. We're a not-for-profit, tax-exempt entity. We're serving Australia. We deserve more than 0 international students. Not all educators are the same. The AIE has historically focused on domestic students to market and to grow opportunities for Australian students through our incubators. Some other educators found the burden of compliance for VET student loans was just too much, and they focused on the international market. Businesses need time to adjust to make these changes. 3 months' notice will be catastrophic for the entire industry, particularly the heavily weighted international student providers. It takes years to build a student pipeline. Marketing spend will be wasted as businesses go under, and the Australian reputation is ruined. We need longer time for these changes, at least till 2026. I would ask you to consider that a threshold model is considered where small approved providers they're allowed to maintain their current allowances. For AIE, that's 248 international students, and for the Institute's 43. This would help to ensure that the huge infrastructure investment we've been making over these many years is just not wasted. Thank you.
Good, thank you. Doctor, if you would.
Good morning. Mr. Chair of the committee, Honourable Senator Sheldon, and distinguished members. It's a privilege and honour for me to appear before this committee for the first time in my capacity as the Chief Executive Officer of the Institute of Health and Management. I would like to give the committee our considered opinion on how the proposed bill, especially its capping on international student recruitment, will badly impact small but quality health education providers like us. Institute of Health and Management was established in 2015 and based out of Melbourne. And we do have campuses in Perth, Sydney, as well as in Melbourne. And we do have a vocational division, which is Institute of Health and Nursing Australia, IHNA, which is established in 2007. And we do have trained more than 25,000 healthcare professionals, and they are working in the industry today from 2007 onwards. And currently, we employ more than 150 full-time staff. And I think with the changes coming up, I think we may have to adjust to the future, and it may have a job loss of more than 45 staff in the organization. Most of them are nurses, clinicians, and healthcare educators. And our position on the bill is the international enrollment for this institute will directly impact the availability and the number of nurses in Australia, because we predominantly doing nursing education, and the capping on the nursing students will definitely affect the future of nurses availability, which is very critical skill shortage already recognized by every agencies currently. And I do have read the submission from Department of Education itself, which says that minister have the authority to exempt courses of critical skill shortage, and they put examples of nursing and teaching. And our position is the minister's power to impose capping on international students is non-transparent and not based on evidence. And second, we do not support capping in the first place. However, if capping survives, we recommend that institutes providing health education should be made exemption, example nursing. Thirdly, IHM does not support the one-size-fits-for-all methods of course-level limitations on international enrollment. Visa restrictions which were imposed in the recent past, which already have an impact on the college, and we are just coming out of the COVID situation and start picking up, and we do have a long-term plan. Our vocational division, Institute of Health and Nursing Australia, has been recognized with Victorian government as International Education Excellence Award for the last 3 years consecutively. And we have a great plans to improve quality education, and we invested heavily into all the locations, and we recently invested into a new campus in Brisbane as well. With all these changes coming up, I think it will definitely impact financially as well as economically our staffing as well. And the most impact is basically going to be the nursing students. Normally, they also work in the industry while they're studying as a care workers. So aged care sector is basically also having impact if there is a restriction on this kind of industries. To conclude, I would like to emphasize that the courses enrollment limits must not be applied to nursing and social work courses. The extensive powers granted to the minister be transferred to the commission once established. And only a provider with proven illegal or unethical activities should be subjected to course level limit. The good ones must not be punished. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Key to learning.
Thank you. Well, I think my colleague here has stolen all my thunder. So I have provided a written submission, so I'm not going to go too much into it. You can sort of read in detail. I'm just going to summarize. I got two issues that I'd like to cover. One is the impact that the International Student Cap has had on our organisation. And secondly, to propose perhaps a better allocation method in terms of the student cap. Key to Learning College was established in the ACT in 2009. We specialise, like my colleague here, on aged care, nursing and community services. Our diploma courses, Diploma of Nursing, Diploma of Community Services, are aligned to occupations in the Australian skill shortage list, such as enrolled nurses and community workers. We have both domestic and international students, and we have won a number of awards in the ACT, and recently we won the ACT Small Training Provider of the Year Award for 2024. which we won in 2022 as well. I'd like to think we are a good quality, high quality education provider, but probably more importantly, our courses are helping to address skill shortages here in the ACT. Our graduates are contributing to the ACT community. We work very closely with aged care organisations, hospitals, NDIS providers, community services organisations. So we are helping to broach that gap that exists in the market. On Friday, I think that the 6th of September, we got a letter from the Department of Employment and Workforce Relations. On Friday, it's usually the case with the department, advising that our cap had been given to 75 international students. That's at least half of our traditional historical levels of international students. And on the same date, we were advised by ASQA that our CRICOS application had been renewed for the maximum 7 years, and we've been allocated 250 international students. So on one hand, we got 75, on the other hand, we got 250, so go and figure. The point I'm making is that our courses are aligned to occupations that in the skills list, there's shortages, they're filling a gap, like my colleague here. My proposal is that the allocation, when it comes to, there should be a safeguard for vocational and tertiary education providers whose courses are aligned to occupations in the skills list. We should not be penalised. It should not be an arbitrary formula that is just a number, either based on, in our case, 30% of our CRICOS number. It should take into consideration what these international students are contributing. And in my opinion, we should be safeguarded. Our courses should be safeguarded from any reductions in international students, and we should be allowed to continue to deliver our CRICOS approved numbers, in our case 250. Now, the implication for us is that if with 75 students, we are going to have to significantly reduce staff. We might not be able to deliver our nursing courses, Diploma of Nursing, again, creating a shortage. There's about 75,000 nurses needed in Australia. And we might not even continue to deliver community services, and potentially, realistically, it might force the closure of the college. So it's a very significant impact. We're a small training organisation. We're not the only ones in Australia facing a similar challenge, and I will ask the committee to take those factors into considerations, and in particular, improve the way we determine the allocations of international students. Thank you.
Good, thank you. If we get now to the final speaker. Ms. Knight.
Hi, my name's Monique Knight and I'm the CEO of Bankstown Community College. We're also a not-for-profit with CRICOS and domestic students. We've been providing training to the southwest Sydney area, predominantly Canterbury, Bankstown, for over 38 years. Our students are from diverse backgrounds and different parts of the world. While they're studying with us at Bankstown Community College, they gain employment in their fields. So these fields include childcare, aged care, disability support and community services. We currently have skill shortages in these industries and our international students help to fill that employment demands in the health and early childhood systems. We have MOUs with national healthcare providers, early childcare providers, and we also support our local businesses with employees as well. My team and I were appointed Bankstown Community College in April 2023, and it has taken some time for us to establish these partnerships. We're only just starting to see the positive effects now. Our international student market has been severely affected, firstly by COVID. Straight after that, we had visa approval rates reduced dramatically, and then the mandatory English level requirement was increased from 5.5 to 6.0. And if that's not enough, our student visa application fees were increased by over 100%, taking them up over $1,000 per application. This means that if a student's application is rejected for whatever reason, they need to find that $1,000 again and again when they reapply. This is on top of the other financial requirements that they need to be eligible to study here in Australia. So Bankstown Community College's approved capacity through ASQA, which is our national regulatory, is 360. The proposed cap we've been given for new students in 2025 is only 15. This does not allow us to run one full-time class unless we get 15 students wanting to do the exact same course and start at the exact same time. So we've invested a lot of time, resources and money to become a training college of choice, and a cap of 15 hinders our international students from choosing the college that they want to study in, and they've been recommended to by their peers. The Canterbury Bankstown is quite transient, where we have a higher migrant population, where students would be more likely to choose our college as their first home, or our community area as our first home in Australia. We want Canterbury Bankstown to be the place that they can come and live, work, enjoy and be educated. So Bankstown Community College is more than just a CRICOS provider. We provide in our local community invaluable and unique support in comparison to other RTOs. The nature of a community college is to nurture and support each and every student that comes through our doors and provide a safe and inclusive learning environment. This cap of 15 would potentially close our doors. It would close down our community college and it would have a devastating effect on the Canterbury Bankstown community. Thank you.
Good, thanks very much. Senator Henderson.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning to you all, and thank you very much for your compelling opening statements. Ms. Knight, if I could start with you and just ask you to put your camera back on. You've told a very grim story about the cap that you've been given. You say that you may be forced to close your doors. How important a role does your college play in servicing critical skill shortages in Western Sydney?
A very critical role. It's not only filling those skill shortages in our community, but our students are from our local students are from disadvantaged cohorts. A lot of the students that we get in that are international students have come from other providers. They've come to this community because it is quite a diverse community. We're inclusive, and yeah, they come to us because it's a safe and a caring environment. We take the time. We do keep our class sizes quite small, and yeah, it would have a really devastating effect on our community. We also provide other services like different workshops. We help the students, and this is in our own time, with stuff like resumes, interviewing skills, professional presentation skills, stuff like that. But these are just the little things that we do as a community college, and we go above and beyond, unlike these other larger providers.
So just your submission says that you've got a CRICOS capacity of 348. Is it 348 or 360?
Sorry, yeah, I've been told by my compliance manager it was just under 360, yeah, so okay. 348, yeah.
Oh, it is 348, okay. And what would you say to the Minister for Education after getting a cap under what we say is a botched methodology that takes you from 348 approved by the regulator to just 15?
I would ask that before making these decisions, be informed. I guess speak to us, find out why, because I'm under the impression that the decision was made based on performance over the last year. And as I have mentioned, you know, we've just come out of COVID. We've had a lot of visas that weren't approved for minute reasons. And
that would have been as a result of Ministerial Direction 107, where your visas were not being approved by the government.
That's correct, yes. So having a conversation with us and finding out why our numbers were low before making this decision, I think would have been a better process. Look, I'm not completely against caps. There are, I guess, providers that are out there that have massive caps, but make it fair across the board. Don't make it so that the small colleges that do, you know, all this groundwork in the community can't continue to do this hard work and benefit the community. I'm
sorry I've got such little time, but I just want to go to Mr Di Margaretti. Thank you for your opening statement, and you're obviously also facing a very grim situation. Obviously you are a provider that's had an enormous amount of success including in relation to next year's Oscars, so congratulations to you on that. But again, how do you think this could happen? How could you be placed in this situation?
No idea. Honestly, I can't believe that I'm standing before you having to explain this whole situation. I mean, what is going on? Is this robo-debt all over again? Is this the cattle trade stuff again? What country we're living in? I feel like I'm in a banana republic. I've got a college that has generated an industry that's worth, I think, $3 to $4 billion to Australia. We account to 1/3 to 40% of the entire employment. We're a not-for-profit educator. We're tax exempt. We've been servicing the Australian market. We're just entering international markets now. And we're faced with this. We've gone through COVID. We went through the vet student loan debacle in 2016. We go through COVID. Now here we are again. What is going on? You're meant to be serving the Australian people, but you're not. The fact that we're actually here having this discussion is a total shock to me. But I'm here. I've flown from Italy, cut down my holiday to be here to confront you and tell you, wake up. Do not destroy our nation, because that's what you're about to do. This bill is wrong in every possible way. The amount of job losses we're going to see, the number of businesses, is incredible. You've got a lawsuit happening with the cattle trade, which you have not even settled. You've got a $500 million lawsuit. You still haven't paid it out. You're going to do it all over again. We've had families who've heard over robo-debt, and now we're going through this. Please wake up.
So can you tell me in relation to the cap you've been given, how that compares with the number of international students that you have been servicing?
We've gone down to 2 and 0. We've got 0 for, I think, the Institute and 2 for the AOE. We've been given 243 students in the past. We've been working our way through it. We're making a huge investment. We're about to spend $40 million in Canberra building a new campus with master plans and student accommodation. It's wonderful. We've got the ACT government contributing millions of dollars. We've put at least $8 million into it so far. And we're going to go to 0 students. And we'll have a percentage of 0 next year, which is also 0. What is going on? What is this just a formula that's run by an AI program that spits out 0? What is the logic in this?
I mean, clearly there's been absolutely no consultation.
It's time to rotate. Senator Billy.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Mr.
okay.
Margaretti?
Yeah.
Sorry if I've said that wrong. Your submission says that the AIE Institute tried to fill your 43 international student spots you were allocated by CRICOS, but you're unable to get a single student. Did I read that right? Is that correct?
We tried hard. We tried to build an agent network. We've not had any experience. We've only focused on domestic students and building Australia's capacity, and we've done a pretty good job. We're now focused on the international student market. And we tried in the previous year and we got 1 student. We doubled our efforts, we worked very hard, and now we've got a lot more students. In fact, at the moment, we have quite a few students who have applied, but we're going to have to tell them down. We have to turn these students down, which is ridiculous. The whole thing is just ridiculous. At the moment, we have 8 prospective advanced diploma international students. We've got 4 prospective international degree students that we've actually gone through, and we have at least another dozen are going through the process. We don't know what the final numbers look like. But
you couldn't find one potential international student for 2024, is that correct?
That's right, because we just started. This is our first year running a degree. This is our first year.
So how many international students do you have? None?
We have more than one. We have at the moment...
2?
We have... For 2024, we've got 9 students for the first year diploma and 2 students for the second year advanced diploma, so a total of 11 international students for the AOE. When it comes to the degree, which is just running this year, we issued 2 COEs for 2024. However, 1 did not get the visa approved on time because it's so difficult to do now, and so will come in 2025. The second student withdrew last minute.
So how many domestic students do you have?
We have 1,463 domestic students. 1,463 domestic students.
Right, so the percentage of your international enrolments is like 0.00 something.
But you're taking away our future. We've actually calculated what this is going to be to us. We've worked out we're going to lose $65 million over 2040. We're planning to have 312 students by 2040. It's not a huge number. And it's only 20, we cap ourselves to 20%. It allows us not to do the deals we're doing with the University of Technology in Tokyo, where we do an exchange program. There's a lot of things we plan
thank
to
you.
do.
Look, we've got very limited time, so I've got quite a few other questions. There's been quite a lot of integrity issues raised about the integrity of some of the agents that vet providers use, especially those based overseas. How do you find your students? And what processes do you have in place to ensure the agents you're using act with integrity?
Well, we've just started. This is our first year in our degree program.
But you've offered people positions.
We have agents. It takes us
What processes do you have in place?
Well, we have to look at the actual providers. We look at what they've done. We looked at whether they've worked with other universities. We actually have to do a lot of research into them.
Do you use an agent though?
We don't. We have 2 agents. We're merging.
So how do you make sure that those agents are acting ethically and aren't drawing people here under false or misleading pretences?
Well, we first of all look for quality agents. So we particularly look at agents that the major universities are using. So that gives us a level of comfort. We also get them to sign agreements. They won't do a whole bunch of different activities like breach or do false advertising in our courses. We also look at the materials.
Can we get a copy of that table?
Sorry?
On notice, can you give us a copy of that?
Yeah,
agreement?
I'll give you a copy of all the agreements we have with our very few international agents that we have.
You just said you had 2.
No, so we have 2 institutions. We have the AI Institute, which is a higher education provider, and we have the Academy of Interactive Entertainment, which is a vocational education provider. So there's 2 entities.
So how many agents do you have?
Less than half a dozen.
So can we get a copy of those agreements?
Yes, we can give you all the agreements we have with our agents, which are very few. Yes, we can.
Thank you.
Most international
I do
students
need to
directly
move
apply.
Final question. Can you take up that time, please?
Yeah, thank you. I want to ask the Institute of Health and Management. Yes. I had a look at your website and I noticed that 2 of the courses you offer are unrelated to health or social work field. You offer a general English course and an English for academic purposes course. So how many international students do you have on those courses?
We have around 300 plus students currently studying.
Sorry, 300 plus?
Yeah.
Yep.
Into the college, and we have around 1,300 plus as a total CRICOS capacity at the moment.
Do you promote these courses through overseas agents?
Yeah, we promote through agents.
And same question, you might take it on notice. What processes do you have?
We have an internal due diligence process which is documented, and we also got an annual review process for all agents. Okay.
Chair's just told me my time's run out, so I might put some questions on notice to you. Thank you.
Thanks. I'll now go to Senator Henderson.
Thank you very much. Look, I now want to just raise some questions. Apologies, to the right page. With the Key to Learning College, Mr. Bermejo, yes. Could you please explain the dire situation that you are now facing as a result of the cap that you've been given for next year?
Yeah, absolutely. As I mentioned before, we are now facing situations that we've been, allocation has been half in terms of international students, and that problem has been compounded where this year there has been no funding from the ACT government for diploma courses.
For the what courses, sorry?
There has been no funding, ACT funding, subsidised funding for diploma courses for domestic students. So effectively, we lost the funding for domestic students for the diploma courses, so we're relying on the international students even more. And now with the reduction in the international students' numbers, we face a situations that we have 75 students. A diploma of nursing allocation under UNMAC is 60 students. So either we do nursing and we no longer do community services, or we do community services and we cease to deliver the nursing courses. Either way, we are going to have significant reductions in our staff. In financial, I don't know whether the college will remain financially viable because of those reductions, and that's going to have a very detrimental effect in terms of the ACT community. We're the only private vocational education in the ACT that offers the diploma of nursing, and we're the only a private provider in the ACT that has a diploma of community service accredited by the Australian Community Workers Association.
So you've obviously delivering courses for skills where there is some critical skill shortages as identified by Jobs and Skills Australia. And what impact will that have on the Canberra region?
Well, again, we deliver courses and certificate courses for domestic students in aged care, obviously nursing, community services. A lot of our students do roles as aged care workers, support workers, community support workers. They work in aged care organisations, in community services.
Sorry, just to go though to international students, and if you could just reiterate what the cap that you've been given for next year compared to your CRICOS capacity. Could you please just let the committee know?
A cap is being based on the Department of Employment and Workplace Relations. It's based on 75 students. As I said, on the same date, our ASQA re-registration approval was for 250 students. That happens on identical days by coincidence, but that's
250.
250, 250.
Yeah. So you've got the regulators saying you've got a CRICOS capacity of 250, and then you've got this proposal for 75.
Exactly.
And so what will that dramatic reduction in international students do for the Canberra region? Because I imagine that those skills are important for Canberra.
Absolutely. Those skills are actually in the skills list of the ACT government. The skills that cannot be filled by domestic students, by the domestic workers. The aged care organisations, community organisations, hospitals rely on these international students to fill those critical skill gaps. And that is my point. If we are going to make decisions about reducing numbers, don't penalise those colleges that are offering courses that are aligned to occupations in the skills list.
Mr. De Margaretti, do you believe the private education sector has been discriminated against? Yes. Grossly discriminated against? Is that your...
Absolutely. I mean, this is, in my view, this is an ideology, and it's driven to basically shut down private providers, whether they're not-for-profit, community organisation or for-profit. There seems to be this perception that unless it's a government organisation or a government school run by government, taxpayers' money, we're an evil group of people. I'm seeing a situation we're going from 43 international students, that's our allocation, to 0 for the Institute, and we've been allocated 248, we're going to get a 2. What you're effectively doing is saying no international students. I mean, our massive investment that we're putting in Canberra, 600 beds, our future is going out the door if this bill goes through.
So you're proposing to build 600 beds?
We are right now doing the developer application. We're about to invest $40 odd million into Canberra to build student beds, production facilities, a whole bunch of things.
And so that is to deliver what courses?
This is to deliver our international courses as well as the domestic courses, and that's just part of it. That's stage one. The whole project's $200 million for Canberra.
And you're funding that all yourselves?
We are funding it. We're not-for-profit. Fortunately, I'm a pretty wealthy individual. I've been donating millions of my money into Canberra. I want to do this because I enjoy doing it. I want to create opportunity for young Australians. But governments around the world are asking me to set up overseas. I've got the US, and for the last 14 years we've set up charitable institutions in Seattle and in Washington. I've got the Japanese government now wants me to set things up. I'm helping other countries. My own country is working against me. Other countries are very open. We've had support from the Washington State government where they've funded our students. We've got a joint venture in Louisiana, jointly with the Louisiana State government. In this country, it's just incredibly bad.
So you believe that this has been driven by brutal ideology?
It's a total ideology. And mind you, when the Liberal government was here, similar ideological things as well. And it looks like that these things are driven by ideologies, not by sensible decisions.
Well, I'm not sure about that, because what we're seeing with these caps is that universities have gone backwards by 1% and private providers overall in their caps have gone back by 28%.
In our case,
so there just seems to be a brutal targeting of private providers.
Yes. I mean, to go to 0 or 2, that's farcical. That's farcical. And to be given an actual number that we've been working to over the years and making these huge investments for us, and I'm sure everybody else is in the same boat, this is ridiculous. It's totally ridiculous.
So it's now time to go to Senator Faruqi.
Thank you, Chair. Is it still morning or afternoon? Good morning, everyone. Could you please, each of you, tell me that you have all gone through the proper registration processes that are required by the regulator, and that's how you operate? Obviously, you've all gone through those. I'm just kind of leading on from Senator Bilik's comments. You have all gone through the process set by the regulators, DEXA, ASQA, whatever, and that's how you got your CRICOS codes, right?
Yes.
That's correct.
Absolutely,
Okay.
yes.
Excellent. Was any of you consulted by any government department throughout this process of setting caps, of methodology, of anything?
No.
No.
So the answer is no from every single one of you.
That's right.
No.
I mean, we have heard here again and again what a rushed, kind of hot mess, really, this whole thing is. That the caps, the way they have been set up, are just arbitrary and make no sense to anyone. Do you have any understanding of how these caps were set for any of you? What criteria were used? How they were set?
No, none at all.
No from you?
I have a guess. Someone rolled the dice.
Yep.
I have no idea.
I mean, there is some explanation in the letter from the Department of Workplace Relations about the setting of the cap, which is 3 criteria was there. And it is all about 2023 enrollments. And based on that, a percentage is being given.
Yeah, but that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, and if that is 2023 enrollments are, if say, less than 80% is international students, then it will be considered 2024 enrollment numbers that was mentioned. But when we calculate, nothing will match what the letter came from.
Yep.
So we may think it is still in the working in progress. The numbers are not 100%. The department is still working through it. So I hope that the department will take a little more care once the response is given to make the numbers more appropriate for people.
Yeah. Yes. Sorry.
Senator. And the problem with that is that that methodology does not take into account, as the criticality of the courses or the quality of the providers. Is purely on an arbitrary basis that seems to favor mediocrity in the sense that the more numbers that you were able to push in 2023, you're going to get the benefits now.
Yep. And just Dr. Bijo, going to you, you said you had a CRICOS code that allowed you how many international students?
The CRICOS code?
Yeah, how many international students can you get?
We can have around 1,343.
And what is your cap?
No, the cap is 1,443, but we have the cap is 80. 80 students approved.
That's out of the...
Against 1,340.
Yeah, okay. Understood. I mean, I have been saying from day one that this is a migration bill, kind of disguised as an education bill, not even disguised, it's openly just, cracking down on migration. And vast majority of people who've come to the hearings agree with that. And in their submission, the International House have said this legislation is not about cleaning up shonky providers. It is not about the housing crisis. Would you agree with that description of this bill? I know, Mr. Di Margherita, you have said this bill is wrong in every possible way. I agree with you. But do you agree with that kind of classification? International student caps are not about integrity at the end of the day.
I agree with that, but I think it's deeper than that. I think it's a total attack on private providers. That's what it boils down to. We are our institute, this is our first year after, I think, 6 years of work, $5 million of a lot of good people to put this degree together. To then be told that our numbers are based on our past. We don't have a past, we just got started. Give us a future, please.
If in an ideal scenario, and if you could each respond to that, should Ministerial Direction 107 be scrapped? And should the government withdraw this bill, go back to the drawing board, consult with the sector, with the providers, properly with universities and everyone who is involved, and then come back with something that makes sense? Should that be the direction now from here on? Maybe I'll start with you, Ms. Knight.
Yeah, I think that they should revisit it and consult with us first and make another ruling, set out some new numbers based on actual information.
There's no need to rush this.
No, there's no need to rush it. And they're going, like I said, they're going based on numbers where we were all struggling out of COVID. We were all struggling with visas not being approved and, you know, the price of visas going up and stuff like that. So, yeah, I think that they need to talk to us.
Yep. Could I get a response from each of you?
I think the Australian International Education Strategy 21 to 30 was published in November 2021, which was after end of the COVID time, and it was based on the experience during COVID. The strategy was really appreciable, and it was really calling for expanding international education beyond Australian borders, also looking into global partnerships and TNE partnerships and hybrid delivery. You can do some study in overseas and come and do finishing here. So a lot of pathway options was created in that. So we were actually excited the possibility of expanding our international education sector, because private providers doesn't have Commonwealth supported places like we, and our state funding is always limited to a certain number of students. In each state have different ways, but it's all limited. It's there, but it is not that great.
Yeah, but I guess, sorry, my time is limited. My question is, should this bill be scrapped, and should Direction 107 be scrapped as well?
It is not in alignment with the Australian International Education Strategy 21 to 30, which was published just 2 years back, which we start, adopting.
Should I get a quick response from the two other people as well?
From my perspective, and I already outlined, needs to be reconsideration of the methodology. It has to be a lot more thought around that methodology. My other point would be if the reality is a lot of people that come to Australia to study is because they want to study in Australia, not necessarily about the Australian education system. And if we generally want to look at only determining those students that want to come to Australia to study and are going to return home, I would suggest that you put a condition, a no further stay on the student visa.
And on you, Mr. Doctor.
For me, it's just an issue of the unfairness of the whole process. Not to be consulted, and I see this repeatedly in Australia's history of many things. The robo-debt is a classic example. And I see shades of this. I think the bill, it's not necessarily has to be scrapped, but at least consult us, at least put something together that doesn't do harm.
So go back to the drawing board.
Well, rethink it through. I don't necessarily have a problem with caps as a whole. I understand what you're trying to do, but do it in a manner where you're thinking about the Australians, you're thinking about these companies, these people, especially us not-for-profits, entities that are serving the country. Have a think about it, because you're harming Australia in what you're doing. Think about a bill which actually is fair and reasonable. Consult. I'm not having a problem with the bill as a whole in terms of what you're trying to do, but do it in a manner that's actually has got some level of transparency.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks very much. Just want to, Ms. Margarita just answered a question about caps. I want to just go to the other witnesses. Do you support there being caps in the broad context? I appreciate there's concerns about what's happened to date, but that you've raised that. But do you support the idea of there being caps?
This is me?
Oh, no, you've already answered it, so I might just go to Mr. Dr. Bijot.
I think the caps need to be considered carefully, and because as we mentioned that 2023 numbers cannot be a benchmark for adopting a cap for 2025. Because that's definitely, we were actually disadvantaged in 2023 because the Ministry Direction 107. Because if nursing students mainly come from Philippines, Nepal, India, those countries mainly come for study here. And those countries, all visas been rejected, mostly.
So you agree there should be some sort of cap. You just obviously got a disagreement about what's happened, transpired so far. Is there other aspects in the bill, the concepts in the bill that you support?
I really think that need to be reconsidered the methodology.
Moving away from the methodology, there's other aspects. There's, for example, there's fit and proper tests for in Part 6 of the bill. There's a fit and proper test for suspension of providers' registration when an agency or state authority determines that a provider does not meet the fit and proper test because it's under investigation for a specified offence. Do you support that part of the bill?
Yes.
I might just move across as well.
Definitely, I support the caps if that is what because of the situation here in Australia. So I have no problems with that. It's more around how those caps are determined, and I totally support a higher level of compliance. You know, colleges, hopefully like us, who put a lot of emphasis on quality, should be supported, should be encouraged.
Thank you, Ms. Knight.
Yeah, I echo that. I support the caps as long as they support the community. And the other one was...
And the other one is regarding Part 6, which provides for automatic suspension.
Absolutely. Yep. Absolutely. I mean, compliance is a massive thing, and yeah, I support that, definitely.
I just want to put this other proposition to you. There's when we've been looking at alternative models on this committee, it's been raised whether the present arguments are bringing the industry in the sector into disrepute. I just want to, I might start with you, Ms. Knight. Last week, the Liberal Party leader, Peter Dutton, described international students as, I quote, the modern version of boat rivals. Do you think that the Leader of the Opposition or those sorts of comments effectively calling international students boat people have an impact on how Australia is viewed, by international students?
He was referring to the visas, the visa denials, and caught up in the AAT. So please don't mislead the witness.
Thank you, Ms. Knight.
So he was. So
Can you stop interrupting, Ms. Knight?
No, because you're misleading the witness, Chair.
Okay, thank you.
We're just focused on our college and our community, and we just want to do what's right for our students and our college and our community.
And again to hold a committee meeting. Yeah, correct. Yep. Was there a point of order you wish to make, Senator Henderson?
Thank you very much, Chair. Just on the point of order, I just wanted to, obviously on direct relevance, raise concerns to make sure that firstly the question is directly relevant to the bill and the purpose of the committee's meeting today in this hearing, but also out of respect to the witnesses, I was raising concerns to make sure. I'm happy if you wanted to table Mr Dutton's comments. There was a particular article in relation to the reference he made to student visa appeals being caught up in the AAT. Very happy if you wanted to table that document so the witnesses can see exactly to what you're referring.
Thank you. I'll make a ruling on that. There's not a point of order. The questions being asked of the witnesses, they're encouraged to answer the question. It is within standing orders for me to ask that question. I appreciate that there is a differing view from the opposition that the question shouldn't be asked, but I'll continue to pursue that question and other questions as I see appropriate.
Just as a clarification, I wasn't seeking that you not ask the question, just if you could provide the witnesses with the accurate statement that Mr Dutton made. That would be helpful.
Thank you. I am providing that, so thank you. Last week, the Liberal Party leader, Peter Dutton, described international students, and I quote, the modern version of boat arrivals. Does a leader of the opposition effectively calling international students boat people have an impact on how Australia is viewed by international students? Thank you very. Thank you, Ms Knight.
Look, regardless of Mr Dutton's decision, our students just want to study here in Australia.
So the question then goes to, maybe others wish to answer it, and that is this question more broadly, and that is about, is it appropriate for international students, because has been discussed and raised by the opposition as well in questions about the international standing of international students. I note Ms Knight hasn't been able to go to the heart of the question, and that is that, does it have an impact on international students wanting to arrive here if they're described as boat people?
Chair, come on. That's
yes, Mr. Murphy.
I mean, for us, the majority of our international students, the majority of the international students directly apply to the academy. We have very few go-through agents because we're so famous as a brand globally that people approach us directly. So that's the first thing. None of the students that come to us think of themselves as boat people. They come because they want to study at our institution. Now, if Senator Dutton's made those comments, I don't know. I don't really care what he says, pro or against. We have international kids that want to study here because we've got a really good program. And in fact, we find it easier to set up these programs overseas to avoid all this kibosh that we see in Australia. And we'll continue expanding our charitable institutions in the United States and other countries because it's actually just frankly easier to do that than go through this process, regardless of political standings of parties.
Thank you for that comment. I'll go to Doctor and also the others haven't spoken yet, but on The Guardian today, I ask you to take this as read, so I'm reading directly from The Guardian. A international student, Rakav Matani, told The Guardian, why are you using these words to describe us in relationship to the opposition leader's comments about being boat people? He went on to say, what have we done that's unlawful? He said, we've not come illegally, we've not jumped borders. Why are we framed like this? We're helping the economy, we're putting a lot of money into it, protect us. Is it concerning to hear students that have that sort of reaction to Mr Dutton's comments? Doctor?
Okay, I just give my view only, my opinion only, because Australia is well reputed in terms of international education in the global space. I look behind from the Indian perspective. So any communication, any press release by any leader in Australia have an impact on the reputation of Australia as a leader in international education. Thank you.
But it hurts and harms international students as well, doesn't it?
Definitely.
vilifying international students as modern day boat arrivals, it really harms people of colour, migrants and international students.
Definitely.
Wouldn't you agree with that?
100%.
And Key to Learning College.
Yeah, look, from my perspective, international students have a process. If they're legally able to remain in Australia, then that is the process. Certainly from my perspective, as my colleague indicated, it probably doesn't help comments like that. Students are here, there's a certain appeal process they can follow through the tribunal. Yeah, and that's pretty much my position.
Ms. Knight, did you want to add anything to your previous comment?
No, thank you.
No, thanks. There is a large number of other questions I'd like to ask, but I think we've gone a little bit over time. I don't want to hold everybody up, and I want to try to get to the other witnesses as we get opportunities. So I'd like to thank you all for...
Could I just, I'll send it through the Secretariat, formally table that document so everyone's aware of what exactly the Leader of the Opposition said?
Well, I'm telling you, Mr. Rajav Matani has a very clear view. As he told The Guardian today, as an international student, as has been public, no problems about tabling any documents in any of the quotes from Mr. Dutton, because as you well know, Senator Brockman, the comments were passed. Don't hide, take ownership of what's been said. Thank you. We'll now go to the next candidates. If you've taken any questions, on notice, then I'd please, if you could return the answers to the Secretariat by the 3rd of October 2024, and have a very good morning, next 15 minutes. Cheers. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now welcome representatives of both in person and via video conference from Bassair, Australia, Flight Training Adelaide, IH Sydney Training Services, Lexus Education and Murrabine Aviation Services. Thank you. Good, thanks very much. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full names and the capacity in which you'll be here today? And Mr. Newton, if you're okay, we'll start with you.
Certainly. My name is David Newton. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of Bassair Australia.
Welcome.
Thank you. Johan Pienaar, I'm the Chief Executive Officer of Flight Training Adelaide.
My name's Tim Eckenfels. I'm the owner and CEO of IH Sydney Training Services.
Thank you.
Mark Raven, General Manager of IH Sydney Training Services.
Good, thanks very much. I'll invite you all to make a short opening statement. If it's quite long, then we will take it on record. And if you could paraphrase it, would be great deal of assistance. Sorry, and on camera with us as well. My apologies. On video screen.
Yes, I'm Ian Pratt from Lexus Education.
Good, thank you, Mr. Pratt. Mr. Newton.
Mr. Journey.
Mr. Journey.
Rod Journey.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Journey. Mr. Newton.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you to the committee for the opportunity to come and speak to you this morning. Since 1991, Bassair has prided itself on delivering world-class aviation training. This proposed reduction in international students threatens not only our future operations, but also Australia's standing as a global leader in aviation education. We currently employ almost 70 young Australian women and men as instructors, working hard to gain the flying hours required to go on to work for one of the many charter companies in the Northern Territory or Western Australia, to fly for Qantas, Virgin, the Royal Flying Doctor Service, or indeed a global airline. Our organisation has invested heavily in training infrastructure, including aircraft and simulators, to secure agreements, including a critical partnership with an international airline. This contract entrusts us with training their cadets from 0 hours to commercial pilot level. The proposed cap in its current form would prevent us from meeting the terms of this agreement, resulting in its cancellation and causing significant reputational and financial damage. Each international commercial pilot student contributes in excess of $150,000 in tuition fees over 65 weeks, excluding living expenses and local services, further benefiting the wider community. Under current CRICOS limits, the Australian aviation training sector, excluding universities, can accommodate 2,850 international commercial pilot students. Under the proposed cap, that number falls to 308, or just over 10%. 2,850 commercial pilots generate almost $500 million in tuition fees, excluding additional spending. All of that from students who possess extremely high levels of English, have been through rigorous academic and psychometric testing to be accepted on the programme, and have strong financial backing and, very importantly, a deep desire to return home. In fact, Qantas or Virgin don't want these entry pilots with 200 hours of experience. They won't take them. These students will return to their own countries and seek jobs with their own airlines, who will take them with 200 hours initial training. We agree that there should not be an unlimited number of international students coming into Australia, but please, can we be more nuanced about how the total is distributed? Why waste caps on, as the Minister describes them, shonky providers, and why not distribute their allocation between those reputable organisations? I urge the committee to reconsider this proposal and support Australia's continued leadership in aviation training. This is not only crucial for our sector, but also for the continued success of our global airline partnerships, which rely heavily on the steady influx of skilled graduates from Australia. Thank you.
Good, thank you. Yes, thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity. Flight Training Adelaide has been around for 40 years. We've trained international students. 9,000 have graduated and found themselves in Southeast Asia, the Middle East and Europe, graduating from Flight Training Adelaide. We do 300 students a year. Those 300 students a year out of Parafield, and we also have the domestic school with the Qantas Group Pilot Academy out of Toowoomba. We employ 400 staff to deliver that training. The capital investment to do that training is between $100 and $150 million to do that training. The revenue generated is in the order of $80 million per annum from both those two schools. The new cap that's been imposed on us will take our revenue from our international school, which is Parafield, effectively down from $40 million a year to $15.8 million for 2025. With an estimated loss of $10.1 million, we will cease to exist, and so will the Qantas Group Pilot Academy. We cannot survive that type of arrangement. It will just not work for us. The unintended consequence that I don't think anybody thinks about is that we have a very nervous international aviation community because of the immigration process getting into Australia. We are not the cheapest. We're actually probably one of the most expensive, but we are valued for our quality. But they are price sensitive. If they get wind of this change, the supply chains for flight training are so long they will go to the US. It'll take them 12 months to set up a training relationship. It'll take them 24 months to get their first product to line. It'll take them another 12 months to work out whether that product actually works for them. We won't see those international students for the next 3 to 5 years. It will decimate the international flight training industry if we go down this path. The reasons given by the Minister of Education while we go down this path and while we're going to put this bill in place is because we want to address shonky providers. We want to make sure that we are actually addressing poor English students coming into Australia. We want to address the housing crisis, and we want to stop them taking our jobs. Most of these airline students are actually fully sponsored. Ours are. We have 292 beds. None of them live out in the community. They live with us. We give them 3 meals a day. They're fully sponsored. English, as has already been mentioned, is already been dealt with on 3 different occasions during their training, so that is not an issue at all. And they're not allowed to work because they sit under sponsorship, and they return back to airline jobs upon completion. In short, if we go down this path, Flight Training Adelaide will cease to exist as probably the biggest international flight training provider in Australia and a legacy provider. We will lose the international aviation student base, which will basically kill our industry, and this stands in stark contrast to what has been asked for in the white paper to actually grow our general aviation community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Senators. My name's Tim Eckenfels. I'm the sole shareholder and owner and CEO of IH Sydney Training Services. I'm a board member of English Australia, and I am chair of the board and largest affiliate of the prestigious International House World Organization, the oldest and most well-known language learning association in the world. For the past 30 years, I have worked in and dedicated my life to the education industry. Since acquiring IH Sydney in 2012, I have made substantial investments to grow the company. From one location in Sydney, the Language College now offers English, vet, higher education courses on 9 campuses in 7 locations to over 15,000 students in Australia. Our property leases give us 10,400 COEs. Half of our revenue is invested in regional areas. The secretive implementation of Ministerial Directive 107 and the uncertainty of the proposed legislation is putting the future viability of my company at risk. Enrollments are dropping nearly 10% month on month. Visa rejections have increased from 6% to 19%. This year alone, we will make refunds of over $12 million of student tuition. Cash is tight. Bank and loan covenants will soon be breached. This week, we announced our first ever campus closure in regional New South Wales. If our vet and higher ed allocation remain the same, we will review operations in Darwin, Adelaide, and the Gold Coast, locations with small numbers, but in desperate need of population growth. Today, we employ 406 Australians. We are now reviewing our needs, and up to 35% of our staff are now at risk. The resulting redundancy entitlements are well over $500,000. Leases and financial commitments are long-term and cannot be reduced overnight. No company has been able to prepare for the impact of Directive 107 in its operations. To give you an example from my own company, following our 5-year plan, we acquired a higher ed provider in September last year for $7 million. It's a subsidiary of IH Sydney, PBL Education. This year, our first year of operation, to protect our risk rating, we rejected over 70% of all applications, coming from over 35 countries. The Department of Home Affairs rejected another 50% of the COEs we extended. Today, we have 30 students from 16 countries at a time when we should have over 100. For 2025, we have been allocated 25 new students. That makes a total of 55 students in a program that should see well over 200. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Raven.
Good morning. My name is Mark Raven, GM of IH Sydney Training Services. I'm going to speak to some of the specifics in relation to the impact of Ministerial Directive 107 because, to our experience, the caps have already been applied. Over the course of the past 9 months, we have seen substantial numbers of student visa applications being refused by Doha with very little reasoning or context. We've invested substantially in an internal review process to ensure that only the most genuine student visas are being forwarded to Doha to be processed. This year, our own institution has refused over 390 student applications to a cost of $4 million revenue to the business. The subsequent applications which were forwarded to Doha after they met our substantial criteria for approval were then also rejected at that layer. This number was 510 applications, or another $5 million worth of potential revenue. Year to date, our refusal process alone has cost $9 million on a $50 million turnover as required to meet our overhead. This is close to 20% of our operational need. By the time we get to Christmas, that will be close to 25%. Put simply, if we reduce our revenue by 25%, we have to reduce our headcount by between 25 and 35%. This is 100 ordinary Australians who will be affected by the full-time job losses that we are proposing in order for our business to survive. I follow with that, we will close at least 50% of our campus network. This will occur within the next 6 to 9 months. If you've ever walked into a campus and you've had to let people go, you'll know what this means.
Thank you.
We deliver courses in childcare, construction and aged care. These are courses in demand. Unplanned costs associated with what's been going on for the past 9 months will result in damage to local communities. They're already starting. We can't just switch off our campuses because we're caught in a vice. We are obliged to teach out the students who are currently on campus. We must run at a loss. We're being forced towards insolvency. We're caught between two pieces of legislation, two pieces of regulation which are at odds. And while we sit here trying to negotiate these challenges, we can see the point scoring taking place, and we're trying to stay away from that. We need to rely on you to do a couple of things. You are leading our industry as well as our nation. We seek your help. 1, we urge you to consider delaying the implementation of this legislation. It is not ready. Do not take it out of the oven. It's not cooked. There's time. We can limit the damage. We can move through a process where we get to where we need to be, but it will take time. 2, we need the Commonwealth Government's assurance that a manageable and reliable business community can function in this country. Last of all, and this has been requested of me by many of our colleagues in the sector, particularly the ELICOS sector, can we please review the cost of a student visa for a student who wants to come on shore and study English in a short-term course? The cost of a $1,600 visa for a student to do a 16 to 24-week English course is just prohibitive, particularly with the refusal rates, which is so high. All we're looking for is some compassion in this discussion. Thank you.
Good, thank you. Dr. Joning.
I think it's Ian Pratt.
It's got Rob Joning on there.
Moorabbin Aviation
Services. Thank you for the assistance. Moorabbin Aviation Services, Dr. Joning, is that right?
Yeah, it's Rod Joning.
Yeah,
yes.
Thank you very much. Go ahead.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak today. And I suppose, just to begin with, I'd like to, outline that our company isn't quite as large as Flight Training Adelaide or Bassair, you'll be hearing from, but it equally impacts on us. We're a small business, locally operated out of Moorabbin. I'd just like to express our serious concerns regarding the proposed amendments and student caps. In the current form, these caps would have a devastating impact on our small business, the flight training industry, the Australian aviation sector at large, including the broader international student training market. Australia holds a vital role in the global aviation industry, training a significant number of pilots needed by international airlines to sustain their ever-expanding operations. Australia is the training provider of choice. Why? Because of our highly regulated aviation standards, safety record and reliability. The proposed caps would severely hinder our ability to continue providing this essential service, resulting in enormous long-term reputational damage and push business and investment out of Australia. The indicative numbers shared with us as well as with our providers indicated that it would no longer be commercially viable for us to remain a CRICOS registered institution. This would inevitably lead to staff layoffs, a reduction in local pilot training, fewer opportunities for flight experience among local pilots, particularly instructors, and a decreased supply of pilots for local airlines and other businesses. Same impact will be felt by our industry training colleagues and in turn aircraft maintenance engineers, fuel suppliers, avionics providers, and the list goes on. So what does that mean for the Australian community? A destabilised airline industry means more unemployment, fewer flights and increased fares. We believe the methodology used to determine these indicative numbers is fundamentally flawed, lacks clarity and warrants immediate review. Additionally, we're concerned that these proposed changes were introduced without any consultation with the industry. They've been introduced abruptly at a time when, like many other businesses, we're still recovering from the post-COVID challenges. Prior to COVID, we were training more than 50 privately funded international students and 150 China Southern Airline cadets. And since then, we've had to close our Mangalore base in region of Victoria and lay off 35 instructors. The flow-on effect to the local community at that time was significant. Post-COVID, despite having made substantial investment over the last 2.5 years, in accordance with our CRICOS registration approvals, we were moving towards reopening Mangalore, reducing our CRICOS approved limit of 90 students to a proposed intake of 7 for 2025, clearly prevents that from occurring. Again, the broader regional community suffers. We urge a pause in the implementation of these caps to allow for a comprehensive review of the potential consequences. That process will demonstrate currently Australia's training of international aviation students is highly regulated, robust, and enjoys an outstanding, hard-earned international reputation. Student enrolment vetting comprises extensive English language and aptitude testing, which has already been outlined. Many of our students utilise homestay accommodation, so therefore contributing to Australian household incomes, easing the cost of living. And we estimate that to be probably $50,000 during the time of their stay in Australia. Given the highly technical nature of this training and the significant cost involved, and that's between $120,000 and $150,000 for each student, the students are driven to succeed and capitalise on their investment and progress to obtaining pilot employment in their country of origin. We also advocate for the collaborative process involving an aviation industry advisory panel, as has been suggested by the AOPA submission, which we fully support. Thank you.
Good, thank you for that. And Mr. Pratt, I didn't give you the opportunity to introduce yourself, but if you just say who you're representing, and then if you'd like to make your opening statement.
Thank you very much. I think I'm having some camera problems from calling in from overseas. My name is Ian Pratt. I'm the owner of Lexus Education.
Good, thank you.
20 years ago this month, I founded Lexus with my wife, Yasko. Both of us were former international students. Like many in the international education sector, Lexus started as a family business and it remains one today. Lexus is headquartered in regional Queensland. We have campuses in Noosa Heads, Maroochydore, Brisbane, Byron Bay, Manly Beach, and 2 over in Western Australia. Around 10 years ago, we opened Korean language schools in Seoul and Busan, and a Japanese language school in Kobe. Just for today, I'd like to focus on our first location and our headquarters up on the Sunshine Coast. Noosa Heads has always relied on the tourism sector and has demographic challenges of a local population skewed heavily towards retirement age. During COVID and following it, long-term labour shortages became acute, meaning many hospitality providers, the restaurants, the cafes, the bars and the resorts on which the town and surrounding region completely rely, either could not open or could not trade beyond very reduced hours. The impact on our region was huge. With an older population, there were no workers to fill the roles. With the nearest TAFE colleges 90 minutes away by very infrequent public transport, there was no capacity to train workers. So we invested a very substantial sum in building training kitchens, a training restaurant, cafes and bars, and in close consultation with the local industry, set up to train the 200 or so chefs and hospitality professionals each year the town requires to function. And this has been a huge success. It's no exaggeration to say that the Culinary Academy has alleviated the vast bulk of skilled staffing issues within Noosa. TCA is expensive to run and it's marginally profitable at best, but it's supported by the rest of our business. With the imposition of a cripplingly low cap on enrolments, there is no business case to continue to operate this part of our company. Rather, the enrolment limit we've been given will force us to wind back our regional operations as a whole and move our focus onto courses that are in capital cities, so it's easier to market and cheaper to deliver. This is a disaster for Noosa, and it'll have serious long-term economic impacts on the town. Now, TCA is one small part of one small company, but this is going to happen absolutely everywhere next year. Private vocational companies fill huge gaps in our regions. I fear that we're only going to realise how huge a gap they fill when they're gone. And when they're gone, it's going to take a long time before we put our toes back into that water. A bill that's designed at least in part, to alleviate housing pressures on the inner cities has been so poorly designed and so bluntly implemented that it will hit regional operators hardest. We don't have the same housing pressures out where I live, but we have dreadful training gaps and crippling labour shortages. Closing the Culinary Academy and so many schools like it won't free up a single bedroom in a housing shortage area, and it won't improve the quality or the integrity of anybody's study experience. But it will cost Australians their businesses and their jobs. It will mean local kids are untrained, and it will mean international students are trained back in the city centres. The fallout will be felt far beyond just the immediate training companies and their employees. This bill is destructive for our industry, it is destructive for the regions, and it is not fit for purpose. And I'd say, Senators, please amend this bill. Thank you.
Good, thanks very much. Senator Billy.
Thank you. If I could just quickly, because we're really short of time, ask the aviation people, in terms of accommodation provision, the types of students you attract and what your students do after graduation, that is, go back home, how do you differ from most other vet providers?
I'll talk on behalf of...
Anyone from the...
I'll talk on behalf of Flight Training Adelaide. So all our students come directly from an airline. So we have no single contracts with individual students. You know, we have Cathay Pacific, China Airlines. We have 8 different airlines that we train for.
Yep.
They select these students 18 months in advance from when they're actually looking to get them into the system to do type ratings. So we have a very controlled cohort, very well selected, in an environment where they are safely looked after, fed, kept, and they have jobs hanging off the back of that. So there is no risk of these students coming through, taking up housing or taking up jobs after the fact and staying illegally.
So you're quite different, really, aren't you?
We are significantly
industry.
different, and I believe I speak for most of the people in the aviation sector.
Yeah, fine. So I'm sure you'll be aware that the international student profile numbers that have been released are only indicative and are not final. It seems like there may be some sort of special circumstances in the aviation industry that warrant further consideration. Are you engaging with the department at all on those issues?
Oh, you have a go and I'll go after you. Yeah, sure.
Yes, to answer your question, yes, we are engaging with the department on both on the international student issue and the government aviation white paper. So yes, we do hope to see some success.
Okay, great. I just wanted to turn to International House Sydney. I noticed that, and you mentioned it in Mr. Raven in your comments, that you, what was the refusal number you mentioned to me? That you self-refused?
We have an internal refusal of 390 students, so students who didn't make it beyond our admissions team, and an additional 510 who passed our admissions team and were passed to Doha. I might point out...
Program specific. Right.
Yeah, just general applications, yes.
Okay. That's across the board?
That's across the board.
Okay.
I might just make the point, we also have a pathway for English language students to commence their studies with BASAIR. So there is actually a connection between two parties at the table academically.
So with those 390 people that you self-rejected, were they sent to you by an agent, or how did people...
We have 2 primary channels. Because we're a global brand and we have a substantial footprint within that global brand, we have a substantial number of students who apply directly through that channel. And we also have a network of agencies that we work with.
Okay. I'm not quite sure you can blame the government for lost revenue when you've actually rejected people yourself, to be honest.
No, the interpretation, Senator, is that we're obviously working with the framework that's before us, and the framework's moved substantially this year. So there have been a series of announcements this year, which have been mentioned already in this hearing. I won't go over them. And obviously we adjust our credentials and criteria according to those changes. There is an issue, though, with a lag. So when an announcement is made on the 23rd of March, we'll have students who have applied to study with us under the previous criteria, but who are refused under the new criteria. And this has created a schism between that rapid change of process in our admissions team. So we're trying to stay ahead of that wave, and that's one of the reasons we're self-refusing.
I just want to talk about some of the courses you run. I'm a former early childhood educator of some 12 years.
Yes.
I'm interested in the fact that you mentioned that you do early childhood education, construction and aged care, but you also do a whole lot of things around business, marketing and communication, digital media marketing, leadership management. Would you accept that Australia isn't suffering a skills shortage in any of those other areas other than early childhood, construction and aged care?
As my previous role was with Western Sydney University, and at my time working in that institution, there were over 6,000 vacant positions in project management working on some of the major infrastructure projects in Western Sydney, including the airport construction, the new Aerotropolis and the connecting lines for both road and rail. So project management has a substantial skills deficit, and this is one of the reasons why we're also offering the Advanced Diploma of Civil Construction and Design through this institution.
Okay.
The leadership management programs have a different role to play in terms of students' choice to study with us.
Can you tell me how many students have you got enrolled in your early childhood area, construction area and aged care area?
I'm sorry, Senator, I don't have that information on hand right now.
Could you take that on notice and give me a breakdown of domestic and international? In fact, maybe across all the courses you run, if you could give me a breakdown of domestic and international in all the courses you run.
Our domestic students are around 200. They're predominantly
I want to break down course by course, though, because you offer so many different courses. So if you could take that on notice. So do you think there's a... Thank you, Chair. Do you think there's a strong case for focusing international student enrolments in areas like nursing, early childhood education, aged care, rather than some of the other courses you run? I heard what you said about...
I think there's two points to be made. If the student genuinely wants to return to their home country, I think the student should have the choice of the course that they wish to study. I think that's a principle of market choice. I mean, if the student, though, is looking to seek a different destination in the long run, then perhaps we need to be looking at skill shortages. But as Professor Norton has noted, there is actually a disconnect between those two narratives right now, and we're finding it hard to identify where the right answer would be. I believe, yes, we should be giving a little bit more room for childhood, early childhood and aged care qualifications. There's a massive skills shortage in Australia, and it hasn't improved since COVID, and I think we should invest in that.
It hasn't improved in 40 years when I first went into the industry.
And it's deteriorated over COVID.
So.
Yeah, so I would be in agreement with you there, Senator.
Yeah. Thanks, Chair.
Senator Henderson.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good morning or good afternoon to you all. I'm very sorry to hear about the situation that you are in. Firstly, if I could just go to Flight Training Adelaide, Mr. Pienaar, your evidence today makes it clear that you are facing catastrophic closure by reason of the cap that you have been given, but this also impacts on your domestic pilot training business as well. Are you able to expand on that?
It does, because of the sheer amount of money that goes into the capital investment of 80 aircraft, the facilities, the infrastructure. We have the two facilities, one in Parafield and one sitting in Toowoomba and Wellcamp. With the Wellcamp one is the Qantas Group Pilot Academy. We leverage aircraft off each other, we leverage staff off each other, so a $10.1 million loss in Parafield will have a similar catastrophic effect on the domestic school sitting in Wellcamp.
And, Chair, I do want to just table an article in The Australian, CAPS Risk Flight School Disaster, Foreign Student Limits Leave Pilot Training on Verge of Collapse. If I could just please table that article. It looks right here and now that pilot training in this country is on the verge of collapse. But we've just heard from Senator Bilyk a curious statement that the government appears to be considering special consideration for pilot training. Do you know anything about that? Have you had any discussions?
No, I have not had any discussions or been given any indication that that is the case. I have had communication after the fact, no consultation before I was notified of the cap, but I was called last Friday by DEWA who was trying to understand context and were quite surprised when they heard the unintended consequence of the cap itself. The words I got was there would be consideration, but there are no promises.
There are no promises, right?
Absolutely.
And so if the government is considering some sort of special consideration for your sector, can I just also check with IH Sydney Training and Lexus, have you been given the same sorts of assurances that there might be some special consideration provided to your sectors?
We've not been given any consideration like that. We have engaged immediately after being given the caps. We sent our reply. We've also then, as you I think might be aware, have reached out to all of the MPs in the areas where we have campuses to share. But at this point, we understand that nothing will be going forward until the legislation passes.
And Mr. Pratt, do you have any? Has there been any discussions that you might be getting a special? There might be a carve out for your business and the services that you provide.
Thank you, Senator. No, there's been absolutely no communication beyond pro forma letters.
Okay, because my understanding is that the government is having discussions about carving out pilot training on the basis of national interest considerations, but I would put to you that every business trying to operate with certainty and security right across the private education sector, there is a national interest in ensuring that those businesses can operate with requisite certainty into the future. Can I just go back to flight training and to Bassair, Mr. Newton? If this is not resolved quickly, what are the impacts on your business for next year?
There'll be immediate impacts on the business for next year. I mean, at the moment, our cohort is currently mostly domestic students, but since 2019, and you'll note the irony there, 2019 we had a 5-year plan that involved a contract with a global airline bringing students in. Obviously, COVID delayed that. We're hoping to begin that contract next year. So if that doesn't take place, we've already bought the aircraft, we've bought the simulators, we're ramping up our instructor cohort. It'll have an immediate impact.
Mr. Raven, you talked about campus closures and one in regional New South Wales. Could you please give us more detail on that closure?
The cap, as it's been distributed, is location agnostic. So it means that we need to be looking at campuses where we can maximise the value of the cap according to the enrolment, and has already been noted by Mr. Pratt. The regional areas do not give the same cost return for that investment. Our first campus closure is Byron Bay. We've gone on notice already to all of our stakeholders, and we will cease operations on the 20th of December.
And is that because of the level of uncertainty you're facing right now?
The cost to our business, as I noted, was $9 million year to date to try and negotiate Ministerial Directive 107 compared to 2023. So we've already felt the cost. By the time the cap comes in, we believe a large part of the damage, if you want to call it that, will have been done. Other campuses, as been noted by Mr. Eckensfeld, will be looking at Darwin, Adelaide and the Gold Coast as possible casualties.
So that's just as the result of the government's Ministerial Direction 107?
Yes.
It's Ministerial 107.
Yes. Yeah.
The numbers are low. And when you look at the students are still, Sydney and Melbourne are the biggest destinations. That's where you have more significant numbers. Therefore, the regional locations are much more highly impacted.
I'm concerned that Senator Bilyk was reflecting on your organisation for not accepting all student visa applications. Because one of the issues that I would put to you is that you need to responsibly process student visas to maintain your integrity and also the integrity of the services that you offer. And so isn't it the case that when you are scrutinising and either rejecting or declining visa applications, that's an important part of your integrity process?
That is correct. Since Ministerial Directive 107, we've had to take a very hard line on these applications that are being given to us in order that we do not impact further our risk rating. As I shared with all of you, it's gone from 6% last year in 2023, and it's now at 19%. There is no rhyme or reason, and I promise you, We scrutinize this very closely as to the waves of rejections that take place. Genuine students are being impacted by this. They are students that would readily be accepted, and they're just clearing them out as a way of bringing down the numbers. Without the caps, the numbers are already down considerably.
Can I ask you to respond to the government's decision to allocate 61,000 student visa places next year to the Group of 8? So that's 8 universities receiving 61,000 places. What's your response to that decision?
For me, it's sort of the bigger picture. Of the 270,000 places that they're looking to allocate next year, it appears that the Group of 8 are being impacted by 1%, when the private industry is being impacted by 28%. That's what we question. It would have also been terrific if this algorithm or whatever was created to create these proposed caps was something that was transparent and discussed and made sense. We've gone back to the best of our ability to try to see if the formula that we've been now given equates to the number of our cap for our vocational training, and it doesn't. Now we're scratching our heads and wondering why, but it's almost impossible for us to go into the detail to learn how the government came up with this number. I also want to share one other thing. As everyone knows, right, in January 22, the country reopened from COVID. At that time, there was a major shortage of staffing around the country. The government took a decision to allow student visa holders to go to a 408 visa. This gave them unlimited work rights, and they did not have to study with a provider. Okay? I get the economic decision behind that. However, the impact on the providers who were just trying to begin to recover from the pandemic was significant. That was not rescinded until July 2023, 18 months later. Okay? So when looking at caps for a calendar year, in 2023, you have 6 months, July to December, when the industry was not impacted by the 408 visa. In 2024, we have January to June data that was also impacted by Ministerial Directive 107. Okay? It really took a while for that to start slowing. When I look at the numbers, our 2023 calendar year numbers are half of what they should have been in a typical year. 2024 is shaping up to be half of what it should have been in a typical year, and the cap allocation is even slightly less than the average of those two numbers.
Senator Faruqi.
You're keeping us in a difficult position. Yes, Senator Faruqi.
I just wanted to ask you all if any of you were consulted before the caps were handed down to you in terms of the caps broadly, more broadly, or the methodology more specifically.
Senator, there was no consultation whatsoever.
No consultation. If anyone was consulted, let me know. Otherwise,
None of us were consulted.
None of you were consulted. And if I could go to International House, in your submission, you have said this legislation is not about cleaning up shonky providers. It is not about the housing crisis, which are the two things the government is insisting it is about. So I know what it's about, and I've said that very openly. What is it about then at the end of the day?
The decision to make changes to the industry started with a narrative around accommodation. My personal view is it has more to do with the government's need to try and address the cost of living and maybe some investment decisions around accommodation and infrastructure that were delayed as a result of COVID and maybe some other issues that couldn't be dealt with at that time. I feel that this industry is the scapegoat for that economic rationalism.
Nothing to do with education, though.
It's not an educational conversation.
From where
no.
I sit, this policy has nothing to do with education.
No.
In fact, it harms the international education sector, as you've all pointed out.
It is harming
Yeah, yeah.
the entire sector. Shonky and quality providers was the point I wanted to make.
Yeah.
If they wanted to clean up shonky providers, there's lots of ways to do that. It must go through the regulator.
Yeah.
Money was given to the regulator last year.
Yeah.
However, they need time to train people to begin to implement their processes and policies to deal with these shonky providers. I think that can be done. I have a lot of faith at ASCO and TEXA. With the housing crisis, it's not about international students. This was clear in the March report from the Property Council of Australia, the Accenture report. We've shared with you, we're doing the same, sending students to homestays. Last year, we contributed, or this past year to date, $1.5 million towards people's mortgages by putting students into their homes. This is significant, and we understand people are hurting. The property issue is something that needs to be resolved, but it's not sitting with migrants and international students.
Yep. And what's your message to the government? Is it to go back to the drawing board, consult with people who are being affected, and then come back with something that is sustainable?
Can I speak to that? My message to the government today: rescind Ministerial Directive
That's a
107.
no-brainer. Yes.
Number one, it has the industry on its knees. Number two, talk to us. Let's sit down together. We are not necessarily opposed to caps if they are needed, but they need to make sense. They should not be given to shonky providers, providers with sanctions, providers that don't even have CRICOS. There was just a big mistake right across the board with that. Let's sit down together. We can work through this, and we can implement it in a proper timeline that does not jeopardize these businesses.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. I'd like to thank you all for your evidence today, this afternoon. If you have any questions, taken any questions on notice, could you please return the answers to the Secretariat by the 3rd of October 2024, and have a good afternoon. Thank you. Now suspend until 1:30. representatives from the Department of Home Affairs and Department of Treasury, including the Centre for Population. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. Senators resolved that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth or of a state shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of the officer to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies of factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. Commonwealth officers appearing today are also reminded of the Senate order specifying the process by which a claim of public interest immunity should be raised. A copy of the order is available from the Secretariat. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full names and the capacity in which you'll be here today?
Damien Kilner, Acting Group Manager for Immigration Operations Group, Department of Home Affairs.
Thank you.
Brendan Teague, Assistant Secretary, Migration Reform Task Force.
Thank you.
Sam Reinhardt, Deputy Secretary, Fiscal Group, Treasury.
Adam Cagliarini, First Assistant Secretary, Macro Conditions and Population Division.
Thank you.
Nick Latimer, Assistant Secretary, Centre for Population.
Brendan McKenna, Acting First Assistant Secretary, Labour Market Environment, Industry and Infrastructure Division.
Good, thanks very much. One more. Sorry, my apologies. I'm just
You're right.
trying to speed myself up and everybody else.
Karen Crosthwaite, First Assistant Secretary, Housing Division, Treasury.
My apologies. I'll go to the Coalition.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chair. Good afternoon to you all. Just a bit of homework. I have asked for the working calculations in relation to the net overseas migration of Treasury. This is really important for us to consider this bill. Have you got a copy of those documents, please?
So, Senator, as I said previously, Treasury's fed into the process around the calculations for the national planning.
Sorry, just to be clear, I don't want to have a debate about it. I'm just seeking the documents that we sought, which were your internal working calculations in relation to net overseas migration. That was taken on notice. We have sought those documents and we have not received them. And we are asking for them in order to do our work.
So, Senator, I think we've tabled the answer to the question on notice, which has information on that work that's been undertaken.
We've also asked for the documents.
Yeah. So, Senator, I think I said previously they were part of a cabinet process, and I can take that on notice.
Sorry, with respect, that's not a reason not to provide the documents. That is not in accordance with the Senate rules. Yes, if it is a formal cabinet document, as probably you understand, but information which informs cabinet is not a protected document. So, is it possible for you to provide these documents this afternoon?
So I can take that on notice, Senator, but there aren't documents that I would provide that would not be related to the cabinet process.
I'm sorry. Are you seeking to take a public interest immunity in relation to these documents?
I'm well aware that it's not my role to submit a public immunity.
Well, what I'm saying to you is that is not a reason to not provide those documents. Now, you may well have executed your responsibility and provided those to the Treasurer. I don't want to personally reflect on you. Is this something that you've given to the Treasurer? Is it sitting with the Treasurer, these documents?
So, Senator, Treasury has been part of a broader government process that's fed into establishing the national planning level. We, Treasury, have not run specific documents that we would provide.
No, I'm not asking for those. I was asking for your internal working documents, your calculations in relation to net overseas migration. Have those documents that we have sought on notice that you are required to provide to this committee under the rules of the Senate, have they been sent to the Minister for his sign-off?
So in terms of net overseas migration, Senator, I think I said last time we do calculations for net overseas migration as part of the budget process and part of MyEFO process.
Yes, so what I'm seeking, I don't want to argue about it, I'm seeking those internal working calculations, those documents.
That we are working towards MyEFO on?
No, I'm seeking the existing documents that you have in relation to the working calculations of net overseas migration.
So the working calculations are the budget That is the latest update of the net overseas
No,
migration
I'm not asking
forecast.
for an update. I'm asking for your internal working documents. And I'm saying to you that this is very important, and I'm very concerned that our request has not been fulfilled as is required under the rules of the Senate.
Yeah, I'm not sure how to say. So we do.
Do you want to take it on notice further?
I can take it on notice.
Because I don't want to have a debate with you about it.
Okay.
I'm just saying that's your obligation. So my only question was in relation to those internal working documents, those calculations, is that and how you might respond to the question on notice, is that with the Treasurer? Have you provided those questions to the Treasurer?
So if it's helpful, we could provide the detailed breakdown of what went into the net overseas migration data for budget, so the different visa classes that feeds into those calculations broadly.
We don't need anything.
But there is no update before we get to IEFO.
Please don't misrepresent or mischaracterise my question. I think you're very well aware of what I'm asking, and I'm seeking those documents, please.
Yeah, I can take that on notice, and but to be really honest, I'm not entirely sure. If it's the net overseas migration calculations, we do those twice a year. We're in the process of doing.
So what I'm asking for is your internal working documents in terms of any advice or any other communications in relation to those calculations, because I'm sure that you don't have a blank sheet of paper sitting in Treasury in relation to net overseas migration.
Yeah, I will take that on board.
Thank you. Can I just go to the Department of Home Affairs? Has the department analysed the impact of the increase in the student visa fee to $1,600, particularly in relation to short-term courses? It looks like there's been a significant drop-off on student visa applications. If you could update us.
Senator, I'm happy to provide you with some updated statistics for data by sector. The data, so far this financial year, from 1 July to 30 September 2024, there has been a total of 131,000 visa applications, 131,431 visa applications lodged. Sorry, lodged is 100,775, apologies, they're on-hand numbers, 100,775 applications lodged.
For what period of time?
That is for the first 3 months of this program year, Senator.
Right.
I give you a breakdown via sector,
Sorry,
if you prefer.
I might need to ask you to take that on notice because we've got such limited time.
Certainly.
And just to clarify, we're after the impact of it, so and that would require, I guess.
Yeah, so the first 3 months, the increased visa charge did not apply. So what we're asking for is, have you done any analysis on, or what is the impact of that visa charge? I think since 1 July.
So, Senator, that's correct. The visa application charge increase came into effect on the 1st of July.
Yeah.
I think it would probably be too early at this stage to understand the exact impact of that change due to the nature of how visa applications are lodged coming into the end of the year. We will probably have a better understanding of that.
We can, if you could provide us with the data, that would be on a month. So could you provide us with the data, student visa application data for this year on a month-by-month basis?
Yes, Senator.
Both applications and acceptances and also refusals? Because obviously, as you've heard today, Ministerial Direction 107 is having a catastrophic impact on many education providers. So are you able to give us the latest data, say, for the last month, for the month of... Is September available yet?
Yes, yes, Senator. Sorry, 1 moment.
So how many student visa applications were either accepted or refused, please?
So our data is so far just to 31 August for the majority of our reporting. Senator, I can give you July and August figures.
Yes, please.
So for the total number of lodgements for student visas, I've got 32,124 in July, and 36,681 in August.
Their lodgements.
Their
and
lodgements.
how many acceptances and...
Their next, Senator. So for the numbers of visas granted, I have 34,539 in July. So
I thought there were 32,000 applications.
So that's lodgement, Senator, and that would include cases that have been granted or processed that were on hand at 30 June.
34,000, okay.
Yep. 34,539 in July, and in August 27,814 were granted. Refusals, 31 July, again for July, 9,368, 9,368. And in August, 6,573.
Could you table the document from which you are reading?
Yes, I can, Senator.
What's that document?
Sorry?
What's that document?
So, Senator, that was a document that we prepared on the basis of your motion from the Senate.
Oh,
yes.
That wasn't,
thank you.
That wasn't dealt with in the Senate.
All right, thank you very
so
much.
I was very happy to table that.
And that will give a comparison, Senator, to previous years as well.
So we heard from the Department of Education that it's in the process of upgrading the PRISM's IT system.
Yes.
But we've also heard today there's been some catastrophic oversights in terms of the fact that caps or student places, foreign student places, have been given to vet providers that have actually been cancelled by the regulator. So this shows a very serious breakdown between the regulator and the department in knowing what's going on. What's the status of that IT upgrade? Because I'm informed, in fact, that hasn't yet started and there's very poor communication with the Department of Home Affairs, and that the Department of Education is still working on Excel spreadsheets.
Well, Senator, the majority of the system changes on the Home Affairs side is in our largely on our visa processing system, not in regards to PRISMs, which is the Department of Education system.
Yeah.
We're working to. We're still completing our changes, but they are on track for a release. They will be completed as part of a standard release, which will occur in December for implementation from 1 January, should the bill be passed.
Okay. Could I also just ask you to provide a breakdown of visa grants, student visa grants in each category for each financial year since 2019 and in the last 2 years, month by month, and also the rejections, please, so we can just see a full picture.
Certainly, Senator. I think the document I've just tabled has most of that information, but I'll just double check that, and yes, we'll certainly be able to table that for you.
So
it's time to rotate to Senator Faruqi.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, everyone. I might start with the Home Affairs first. Just recently, international students have said that they have not come here illegally in response to Coalition Leader Peter Dutton's comparisons with modern version of boat arrivals. And to be honest, we all know that seeking asylum is perfectly legal as well. But could you tell me that appealing to the AAT is also perfectly legal?
Yes, Senator, it is a lawful application to the AAT, yes.
Thank you very much for clarifying that. And I'll just stay with the Home Affairs. To me, it's been pretty clear from the beginning that this bill is a migration bill, and literally everyone that I've asked this question of during 4 days of these hearings has said exactly the same. That this has very little, the caps have very little to do with improving any educational outcome. If you haven't seen, you probably are aware of Minister Clare's letter to universities,
yes,
which makes it perfectly clear that to reduce international students' number, it's either Ministerial Direction 107 or this bill, which from where I sit is pretty much strong-arming the sector, but let's leave that to one side for now. So this bill is really all about reducing the numbers of international students and has a migration outcome. But when I questioned Ms. Kavanagh back in August, I was told we didn't craft this piece of legislation. This is an education bill. Do you stand by that statement? That did you have anything to do with this bill, and do you still believe it is an education bill?
Yes, Senator, we do. It is a bill that has been crafted through our colleagues in Department of Education. We, as with many different departments, will contribute information, statistics, etc., but it is definitely not a bill from the Department of Home Affairs or sponsored by us.
I just want to follow up from some of the questions that Senator Henderson was asking about the IT system and its upgrade. I think on 6th August, evidence was given that this new system would require significant changes to Home Affairs systems, including your IT, but you were unable to provide details of a timeline or the cost of it. Do you have the cost? How much it would cost?
So, Senator, I'm not able to provide the cost because it's a subset of overall changes that are being made, not just... So our system has 3 major releases a year that reflects the introduction of new visa classes, amendments to the rules that are in the visa classes, etc. Obviously, we're in the process also of implementing the government's migration strategy with introduction of potential new subclasses coming in towards the end of this calendar year as part of the same release cycle. So it's not possible to quantify the exact
What's
changes.
the overall cost?
Well, I don't have the total figure because it's part of our annual IT expenditure that is a routine cost. I can come back to you on notice if I can, but the actual costs or changes required in our system...
Surely they are costed in some way, shape or form, so if you could take that on notice.
I'll take that on notice.
And what is the timeline of when these system updates will be done to allow this bill to be implemented if it passes?
Sure. As I mentioned, Senator, we're working through it to Senator Henderson.
So there's no timeline?
Yeah, there is a timeline. Senator Henderson, we have a release coming out in December, currently scheduled for the first week of December, though that would be subject to testing. Would not shift more than a few days if it did. And then that would incorporate the changes that would be needed to implement the bill, and then those changes have been coded to come into effect from 1 January. Should the bill not come into effect, then we would not implement those changes. We would obviously then look at a further amendment to our system, not to make, which is a very minor amendment, not to commence the changes. Largely, the systems changes for Home Affairs will be around the way we manage our caseloads as well, in terms of both our risk systems and our work allocation systems as well.
Okay. At the last hearing on 6 September, Mr. Rimmer advised that Ministerial Direction 107 would be replaced on 1 January 2025. And then I asked a similar question to representatives from Home Affairs, who stated that no decision has been made on replacing Ministerial Direction 107. And now, as I referred to you, as I highlighted earlier, the Education Minister has written to universities threatening that Ministerial Direction 107 will be lifted only if this bill passes. So I just want some clarification on this. Is there a timeline for the Ministerial Direction 107 to be removed or not yet?
So that is a decision for government, Senator. The Minister of Home Affairs is the one that will give the direction to our team, and the Minister, consistent with what Minister Clare has said, he would be looking at removing or amending 107 once the bill has passed.
So there is no timeline at the moment?
Well, obviously, it's not a particularly complicated piece of work to make an amendment. It may be so. The minister will need to decide whether it's revoked or replaced, and so it will be subject, obviously, to whether the bill passes as as we've provided.
So there was some confusion about that as well. Like some said it would be revoked. Other there was other evidence that said it would be replaced. So what you're saying to me is there's no decision.
No decision's been made. We will obviously provide advice to the Minister around that, subject to the passage of the bill, as I said. The 107 is a prioritisation instruction for our staff. It basically gives us guidance to our teams on the order of processing. Now, the changes coming from the bill will provide a different framework for us to process within. So if the decision is to revoke it, then we would continue to process visas as we do with all other visa categories in usual practice.
So you say no decision has been made, but the Minister of Education in his letter to university said, I can confirm that Ministerial Direction 107 will be lifted. So is that revoking or not?
So at this stage, no ministerial direction has been signed or any submission been given to revoke. But as I said, it's a relatively straightforward process, and that would, as has been indicated, will occur once the bill passes and gets royal assent.
Okay, I just have a couple of questions for Department of Treasury, if that's all right, Chair, if I have a few more minutes.
Yeah, you got a few more minutes. Yeah.
So we are in the 4th day of hearing on this bill, and despite repeated requests from myself and my colleagues, we are yet to see kind of any modelling. I think Senator Henderson was asking about the $270,000 figure on that, or whatever work has been done, if you don't like the word modelling, which you didn't in the last questioning, on the development of this policy or the proposed impacts of this policy. So could I ask again, is there anything you can give us on the economic, labour and social costs of these caps, impacts of these caps?
So at the moment, in terms of the economic forecast in particular, the national planning level was not included in the budget forecast because that wasn't government policy at the time. Senator, we're currently actually going through that process right now and trying to understand the implications that planning level will have for NOM and the economic impacts.
So the bill is here in Parliament without any assessment of the economics impacts. We have heard from Sydney University, they've done some modelling. They suggest $4.1 billion lost to the Australian economy. But surely when bills of this significance are brought in, shouldn't there be some modelling and work done on the impacts of it?
So I think last time, Senator Faruqi, we said that we saw that the numbers, the national planning level numbers of 270 were consistent with what was in the budget in terms of student net overseas migration, which means that's then also consistent in terms of the economic forecast. So we would not see a substantive impact as a result of those changes.
So no substantive impact on the economy?
As a result of the 270 national planning level, that is correct.
Have you looked at the job losses that will incur if this bill passes? And the impact of those? Because we have heard from universities tens of thousands of job losses. We have heard from private providers. They are closing down already. I think one in particular that was here today have closed down their regional operation. We have heard that families will be decimated. Is it not the responsibility of Treasury to actually look at that very real life impact?
We are looking at the economic impacts, and I think, as I said in my evidence that I gave to this committee in September, that the national planning level, as Ms Reinhardt said, was consistent, broadly consistent with the NOM numbers that we published at budget, and we don't anticipate a significant economic effect.
So 22,000 job losses in the university sector is not a significant effect. People closing down their businesses, have no livelihood, is not a significant impact. And skills, and many of them train people in the skills that are required, universities and private providers. That's not a significant impact?
I understand if obviously any job loss for the families affected are significant. All I'm saying is that I'd like to see the basis of that modelling. There's a lot of assumptions that goes into
modelling. Why haven't you done that modelling? So you say there will be no job losses in universities?
We are doing that at the moment.
Why? The bill is we shouldn't. To be very how clear, can we pass a bill when we don't know these impacts?
So we do not see any impacts of this bill from a macroeconomic sense, and we do not expect any job losses as a result of this bill.
You don't. So you think universities are lying, and everyone who has given evidence to us over the 4 days is lying?
From a macroeconomic perspective, we
macro
do not
doesn't mean
expect
anything. No, you've got to look at the sector and look at the universities and look at where those operations are. Macro means nothing in this sense. You would know better than me. I'm just a lawyer.
We just heard campuses are
You're the
closing
economists.
today.
Sorry, but
that is just. I'm sorry. That is audacious and outrageous.
Yeah, that is. I agree.
Can I let them? And then it's time to rotate some. You
Sure.
have it over time, which I let the series of questions finish. If you want to respond, and then I'll go to Senator Billick.
I don't think there's anything to respond.
So there's no. Okay, sure.
Nothing else to add, all right? That's cool. Senator Billy.
Thank you. So we've heard a lot about universities today, but the Minister for Education has said publicly that some universities have asked for Ministerial Direction 107 to be removed as they believe they are being treated unfairly. Can you explain how Ministerial Direction 107 has treated some providers and universities like G8 differently to others like those in the regions? Sorry, it's for Home Affairs.
Thank you, Senator, for the question. Ministerial direction is basically providing guidance to our decision makers based on the risk category, the evidence level risks that are within the individual application. So there are three evidence levels that are set each year through the Simplified Visa Framework. And so it looks at overall performance of the universities in terms of its recruitment. It looks at things like the refusal rate, protection visa and other indicators. And out of that, it provides guidance to our staff in terms of prioritising the lowest risk cases for processing, medium level processing, so category 1, 2 and 3. Those providers that have the lowest risk rating, risk rating 1, basically have students who make applications with minimal supporting documentation in terms of to our department, because we're able to assess those as genuinely meeting on the declarations of through their application. So, for example, they'll declare that they've got satisfactory English, they'll declare that they've got satisfactory financial education, that they meet the course requirements for the university entrance, for example. That doesn't mean that they haven't demonstrated that they're expected to have demonstrated those meeting those entry requirements as part of the issuing of the enrolment certificate by the individual providers. Where other providers that then work their way down to, say, category 3, the higher risk applicants, I guess, those applying in those situations, would be required to provide a lot more evidence to the department to assess. And so that then takes, obviously, a longer period of time also for our teams to assess. We look at the overall English language requirements. They've got to provide certificates to us on that. They've got to provide evidence of their financials. They've got to provide evidence of their schooling and other requirements depending on the application. And then 107 basically says that we are to give priority to the lowest risk categories first, followed by the number 2 medium risk categories, followed by number 3 categories. So that is the processing direction that's been given to our processing staff.
So how does that end up treating some providers and universities different to others in the regions?
Because we're giving priority processing to the lowest risk providers, and so they end up getting their applications processed more quickly.
Okay. Minister Clares also said publicly that the proposal to cap students' places was done at the request of some Vice-Chancellors. Are you able to explain to me how those that might have been negatively affected by Ministerial Direction 107 will benefit from the government's new proposal if it was to come into force?
Well, we would, if Ministerial Direction 107 is removed, Senator, then one of the possibilities is that we will return back to a standard processing regime that would see us processing applications more in date order than in a priority order. So we would be processing applications more quickly for those that are currently impacted by MD 107.
Okay, thanks. According to the 2023 Student and Temporary Graduate Visa Program report that is released by Home Affairs, the student visa program experienced increased use of fraudulent documentation and information and attempts to use the program for other migration purposes, resulting in higher refusal numbers. So there's clearly a long-standing problem with particular cohorts who are misusing the student visa program. Can you talk to me about those issues and how the department has addressed them?
Certainly, Senator. So we have put a lot of investment into a range of factors looking at the overall. So, for example, we've improved our risk-based systems to identify and bring to the attention of our decision-making staff when they receive an application to identify whether it may be coming from a particular, for example, let's say a province in a particular country that has had higher fraud rates associated with student applications. So that gives our staff guidance in terms of potentially going off and verifying documents where other applications we may just take on face value, for example. We look at the overall protection visa rates as well in terms of negative outcomes onshore post-arrival. We also have provided a lot of training to our staff as well into identify where areas of fraud might be there. We're testing documents more than we were before. And so there's been a lot of work to identify fraud. So, for example, we've done a number of sampling exercises where even in lower risk cohorts that were traditionally lower risk cohorts, we've gone through and we've had our decision makers or our case officers conduct interviews with those staff, just for example, just to test their English language outcomes. And in many cases, we've seen students from particular areas not having the level of English that they're claiming within their application. Same with financial documents. What we've done, we've also worked really closely with the education sector, where we're giving examples of fraud that's detected. We're giving them feedback on applications that are coming through their agents being lodged, and giving them indications of where they need to improve in those applications and testing where that fraud could be coming from. So it's predominantly fraud. It will be around financial, English language, and some supporting documentation around, like, for example, school certificates, those sorts of things.
Yeah, great, thank you. The Migration Strategy Action Plan's introduced additional requirements, as we know, on the student visa system, including increasing the English language requirement, issuing the Ministerial Direction 107, implementing the genuine student requirement, and introducing financial capacity requirement. So, you know, we've been trying to clean up the mess that Mr Dutton left in our immigration system. Can you talk about the effects that these measures have had on the overall number of visa students coming to Australia and the quality of applications that are received by the department? Excuse my rude colleague for her interruptions. Do you need me to repeat the question?
Yes, Senator, I think that might be helpful.
Okay,
thank you.
so can you talk about the effects that these measures have had on the overall numbers of visa students coming to Australia and the quality of applications that are received by the department since those changes, or with those changes?
Senator, as you said, I won't go through every change that you've listed there, but I would say that the cumulative impact is obviously allowing us to hopefully weed out unscrupulous actors that are lodging applications where there has been in the past significant fraud, for example. We have seen, as I said, I've given the statistics here, we have seen some drop-off in applications, but we think that's also as a result of the amount of refusals that have picked up in terms of identifying non-bona fide applications or fraud, or in terms of not meeting the requirements. So there is definitely an impact there. We are starting to see this year, because a number of these measures, as you would appreciate, are relatively new, so it's a little early yet to be able to quantify all the effects from each of those measures, but we are starting to see better quality applications coming through as a result of some of these changes.
A positive outcome.
There is in that regard.
Yeah, thank you. I've just got a couple of questions to Treasury. The Minister for Education announced a national planning level, we've discussed this just earlier, of 270,000 eligible new commencements for next year. Are you able to explain to us if this is consistent with Treasury's forecast in the most recent budget? Because I'm really conscious that some people are arguing that the 270,000, sorry, I might have missed 1,000 off in the first part of the question, 270,000 number is a cut, but I understand this is contested by other people. So can you just talk to me through it?
270,000, I'll allow my colleagues to go into more detail, but the 270,000 is broadly consistent with what was in the budget. Now, the way it works is the 270,000 represents the number of student enrolments that universities can allow to enrol. That number is then, we make an estimate of how that would translate through to student nom, where we take into account things like, how many of those, what proportion of those would be in Australia and what proportion would be overseas. So the overseas ones obviously contribute to nom when they come in. We then also have to make estimates about the number of student departures. That has changed substantially over the years. We also, some of those students will have partners, so that impacts on the final numbers as well. And then there's at least one and possibly two more factors that feed into how that translates through to actual student nom numbers. And when we look at all of that, it's very clear that it's consistent with the numbers that were in the budget. So we do not expect a impact on the economic outcomes for the sector and for and more broadly in Australia. And also, I would say, in terms of the actual number going forward, it's very consistent with what we've seen in the previous budget. So I wouldn't expect any changes as a result of that.
Thanks.
I have to go to the coalition. Yeah.
Can I one question or not?
No, it's
no?
time.
Okay, fair enough.
I'm tough. There you go. Senator Brockman.
Thank you. I'll just try and run through this really quickly because I would like to cede some time to Senator Canavan as well. Have you assessed the impact of the bill on net overseas migration for 2025 and beyond? If so, could you please detail the numbers and relevant assumptions? And if not, have you been asked not to?
So that is the process, as I think I said earlier, that's the process along with other government policy changes that we will do as part of the upgrade that we will do in MyEFO, so at the end of this year. So we start to look at all of the changes that we've seen to student numbers. We have seen some declines in student visa applications over the last year, and that comes down to a number of factors, including the policy changes of government over the last 6 to 18 months. Then we'll also take into account this, which, as I've said, is consistent with our budget numbers, so we're unlikely to see an impact as a result of this particular change. And then other changes that are happening to net overseas migration. All of those things will feed into MyEFO, so that's work that we will do as part of the MyEFO process.
Have you assessed the impact of the bill in relation to rents, particularly in capital cities?
Actually, maybe Karen, did you want to jump in and talk?
Yeah, we haven't specifically modelled the impact of the bill or the student caps on rental markets. One of the reasons for that is that we don't generally model the relationship between a category like international students and the private rental market in and of itself. Another reason is that, as you kind of alluded to, the impact is different depending on the specific rental market that an institution is in. So if it's a place where there are really low vacancy rates, we would expect there to be more of an impact on a higher number of international students in those places than in places where the vacancy rates are quite high. But that's not, we haven't specifically done any modelling on that, no.
Well, given that you were recently asked to undertake a review into negative gearing, what impact would this have on housing supply? And would this exacerbate higher rents that this bill is seeking to solve? And would this mean that we'd need higher caps in future if this negative gearing policy was to eventuate?
Senator, I can just say that we're here to answer questions on this particular bill. None of the team here is from Revenue Group, and we're not going to try and delve into Revenue Group issues of negative gearing. I can add on the international students in the private market. I know there was some discussion of the 4% of the international students only make up 4% of the total market. That was a 2021 census data. I think Senator Pocock asked last time about updates to that data, and that they will come with the next census, so they will take some time to come through. We do think that's a significant understatement of the number of students that are overseas students that are in the rental market, and so some of those figures that my Home Affairs colleagues talked about earlier around increase of the stocks of international students, we've seen that go from the census time of around 363,000 to current stocks around 690. So you can, that's a fairly big increase in the number of stocks of international students. Even if our expectation is a relatively large proportion of those would be in student accommodation, we still think that a significant number are also in the housing market. In local government areas where there are universities and higher education facilities, we also see relatively lower vacancy rates, which we think also reflects somewhat pressure on those markets. So overall in the housing market, it's usually an issue of working on issues around housing supply. But while housing supply is slow to adjust, we do tend to see that...
I'm going to have to keep moving because I'm going to run out of time here. If the caps, now you've said that the modelling is happening in relation to MyEFO, so if these caps commenced on 1 January as planned, what's the net overseas migration forecast for the next year? Do you have that figure?
So we would still be, at the moment, that would be the budget figure for the next year. They're done on financial years and some...
260.
Yeah, 260,000. 260,000. So the budget figure is the latest figure on...
So the budget figure is the latest figure?
And it's a financial year, not a economic year.
Is that figure now knowing what the latest data is?
Yep, so we're going through that process now in updating that forecast.
So the budget net overseas migration for 23-24 was 395. What was the actual?
We don't actually have the actual. We've only got the year to March quarter at the moment that the ABS has released. I understand my colleague can correct me, but I think it was about 388,000.
388 for 3 quarters of a year.
Correct.
Okay, the 24-25 net overseas migration target is 260,000.
What's a
so
forecast?
Do we have a net overseas migration as at today? We don't.
It's a forecast rather than a target, Senator, but 260,000 is the forecast for 24-25.
That's the forecast for 24-25. Do we have an actual as of today, or...?
Not yet, because the data run about 6 months behind, so we probably won't get our first read of that until early next year.
And is it your view that the government's changes to international student numbers will reduce the net overseas migration to the target of 260?
Well, we don't believe it is inconsistent with that forecast at the moment. And in fact, I think in that forecast we did actually have student net overseas migration easing over the forecast period. So we were expecting that to fall even in the absence of the national planning level.
Could you provide that data, the student data, please?
We can do that.
On notice.
Chair, can we go to Senator Canavan, please?
Yep, Senator Canavan.
Hopefully he's there.
Yeah, I'm just coming offline. Cool. Thank you, Chair, and thanks everybody. Look, I realise that another department's done the details here, but I'm not going to be able to get you back after them. So I just wanted to clarify first. I'm not across all the details, but a lot of people have contacted me about this. I just wanted to confirm that if an institution doesn't use its allocated numbers under this cap system, that no one else can use those. Is there any way to transfer them to others?
Senator Canavan, I think you're revealing your economics background here with a cap and trade system. I think that's a question for the Education Department. I'm not aware at this point that's the plan, though.
Right. I suppose you probably answered my next question. My next question is, yes, coming from an economics background and given Treasury's the premier economic agency, have you been asked at all to look at how to allocate a scarce resource, in this case a cap, and support a cap, but allocate a scarce resource across different institutions? Have you provided any advice on that?
Yeah, so that is for the Education Department, which is working very closely with specific institutions, and we think it's for them to work out how they best allocate that and any arrangements to reallocate.
With all respect,
I mean, it is a very complicated piece of legislation not very complicated.
No doubt.
It's important to allocate it properly. That's their first priority and their main focus.
Can I just bring you back to the question? It's a simple question. Have you been asked to provide any advice on the efficient allocation of caps across different institutions for this particular model?
Senator Brendan McKenna. So I mean, I think the allocation is just one of many issues that we considered, and
Chair,
we were involved in
the time. I don't mean to interrupt, but I didn't want more than a couple of minutes. I'm asking very simple questions because I just bring you to the question: have you been asked? I'm not asking for the advice you gave, if you gave any. Just have you been asked about to compare different allocation methods?
All I'm saying, Senator, is the allocation is one of many things that was considered throughout the ERC process and the cabinet process that we're involved in, and we gave advice on. As Mr.
So you did give advice? You did give advice on the different...
So we haven't advised on the individual institutions and how the allocation should work for the individual institutions.
Could you just answer the question? Sorry.
So we haven't advised on individual student allocations to individual universities.
I suppose what I'm trying to get at, though, is, I mean, there's lots of different ways you could allocate. You mentioned a cap and trade. Presumably there could be some banking, or there could be lots of different ways to do this. A trading system, But have you been asked to look at comparable models, like actually analyse the models, not just provide some commentary in a meeting? Have you been specifically asked to do some work on comparable models to efficiently allocate this scarce resource?
We have been asked for our advice on these sorts of issues, and we've provided our advice on these sorts of issues. We think it would be, we've suggested the allocation to universities and how they manage that to the Education Department, but really that has been for the Education Department to allocate, and they can talk to you about how they've made that assessment.
Okay, we'll take it up with them.
We have said we thought it should be done in an efficient way, but it is also for them to understand their sector and what the best allocation is.
And just a slight change. Were you asked to look at the choice of a baseline year? I've also had a lot of complaints about the use of 2023, where some institutions really weren't up to their pre-COVID levels, and they've been disadvantaged by that. Have you at all looked at that data about what would be the best kind of comparative year to choose, given the disruption of COVID?
So I think that is a question for the Education Department, but my understanding is not that there's been a specific and single year that they have looked at, more that they've looked at both the evolution for different institutions over different years, the pre-COVID years, the 23 year. So I think that's a question for them.
I mean, just to clarify, I'm not denying they might have looked at that. My understanding, and I might be wrong, don't come at this as an expert, but what I've been told is that in terms of allocating their 2025 caps, 2023 has been used as the baseline year to then apply the reduction for the private colleges. Am I wrong about that?
I think it's best to talk to Education about that.
Okay, all right. Okay.
Good, thanks.
All right, thanks, Chair. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Canavan. No, it's if you had the allocation. I just want to go to a question about the Treasury. There's a lot of the forecasting when providing advice or any advice to government, and the number of new international students is one of them. How important is it that the government can accurately predict the number of international students that arrive in Australia each year?
Sorry, of international students?
Yeah, how important is it that the government can accurately predict the number of international students that arrive in Australia each year when trying to give advice?
So it's obviously a very significant part of net overseas migration. Generally, it's around 50% of the total net overseas migration relates to students, which explains why this bill was considered important. In terms of the predictability of both net overseas migration of students and more broadly, it is extraordinarily difficult to predict, particularly post-COVID, but some of the factors are simply the rates of departure as well. So the rates of departure are currently relatively low as a result of the fact that students have come back in post-COVID. Many of them have started longer degrees, and so those numbers of actual departures are relatively low. We would expect those to pick up to some degree, and that will then affect the inflow of students that governments might consider in future allocation of national planning level as well.
Just might turn to this question about the migration strategy, about the Department of Home Affairs regarding the number of temporary visa holders in Australia report from July 2024. That report, as you're aware, found that 90% of international student enrolments are in the major cities of Australia: Sydney, Melbourne, Brisbane, Adelaide, Perth, Canberra. I understand that's correct if you just confirm that, but also could you just talk us through some of the other findings of that report?
Sorry, Senator, can you just repeat the report that you're referring to?
Yeah, it's the report, the Department of Home Affairs July 2024 report, the number of temporary visa holders in Australia.
Sorry, Senator, I don't have a copy of that report.
Right, that's okay. You might be, I just want to go back then to Mr. Kilner. There was a question asked just regarding the number of, by my colleague, Senator Bilyk, increasing the English language requirements from 3rd of March 2024, issuing a Ministerial Direction 107, implementing a genuine student requirement from 23rd of March 2024, and introducing the financial capacity requirements from 10th of May 2024. As we've mentioned, we're trying to clean up the mess from Mr. Dutton did on as Immigration Minister. Can you just, I know you mentioned you wanted to step through some of the more details, but could you just take us through the details of the impact of those measures overall, the number of visa students, and how those 4 different measures in some more detail?
So, Senator, I don't think we've got data to suggest how individual measures have impacted the student visa refusal rate, but happy to talk through, I guess...
if you can just sort of give us the whole, just recap in some more detail the holistic approach that those measures
of the visa refusal numbers, or the measures that have been put in place?
The measures that the introducing financial capacity requirements from May 24, the implementing a genuine student requirement from March 24, the increase in English language requirements, March 24, and issuing Ministerial Direction 107, what overarching some of those, in a more broader terms, some more detail if you're able to give us on the impacts of those policies, and you touched on it before.
I'll start and I'll let Mr. Tegg join in. The impacts are going to be varied depending on the market, of course, but largely if you're increasing the English language requirement, as has occurred here, it's twofold. One is to ensure that there is an adequate educational capacity to study at universities, and to make sure that there is a successful outcome so that students do get the proper study experience that they're seeking. In terms of financial capacity, we're also the financial capacity hadn't been raised for a number of years, and so the requirements to increase the financial capacity was to enable students to demonstrate that they were able to meet the cost of living in Australia, not just relying solely on part-time or other work in Australia, for example. And so the impact is that for students that are not able to study in Australia, or afford to study in Australia, they will not be able to meet the requirements for the visa. So we're expecting them to increase the overall ability to meet their course costs and the overall living costs as well. Do you want to jump in?
I think, Senator, I'd also add that a number of those measures are on the back of the Nixon Review and joint standing committee review of Parliament, which found particularly concerning evidence of exploitation of students and of providers seeking to exploit students. So key measures, obviously, as you've identified, are increasing the English language to ensure that students are able to speak English, are able to get help, are able to understand their rights and obligations. And also, as Mr. Kilner mentioned, the increase to the financial capacity to ensure that students can actually afford to live here and are less likely to then fall into an exploitative work environment.
You're able to touch on the some of the findings of the Nixon review and some of the elements of the sort of more harrowing, information that the Nixon review found.
Certainly, Senator. So I think one of the main ones that main recommendation that has been put into effect by government is the bringing immigration compliance functions back into immigration and reprioritising those functions. That is a work in progress, but it's starting to see some good results. Also looking to comprehensive background checks within OMARA, the Migration Agents Registration Authority, and some of the other main recommendations in regards to character checks and fit and proper person checks for migration agents to ensure that players in the sector, in the system, are doing the right thing and aren't seeking to exploit vulnerable students and other migrant workers.
Thank you. Look, thank you all for coming and joining us this afternoon. Thank you for your evidence today. And if you have any taken questions on notice, could you please return the answers to the Secretary by the 3rd of October 2024, and have a very good afternoon. Thank you.
Thanks very much, everyone. Yeah.
So, Chair, I think we have some documents or a document that we're going to table as well in terms of the underlying data. Yeah.
Sorry, Chair, if I can just ask the officials, is it possible to get a soft copy of this document?
Soft copy.
Sorry, just to clarify, it's just a housekeeping question, Chair. Don't get worried. It's just that this data.
I'm being mindful.
Yeah. I wouldn't let you down, Chair. This just starts at the beginning of 2023. Is it possible to get this, the way you've broken down this data, but from 2019?
Yes, Senator.
Because it looks like this is data set 2. Yeah. There must be data set 1, is there? But anyway, if we could just get that.
Yes, we'll get it back to you.
Starting from 2019, which was my question already. Yeah.
Yes, understood.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
As always, pleased to assist. And now welcome representatives from both in person and via video conference from the Department of Education, Department of Employment and Workplace Relations, Australian Skills Quality Authority, and the Tertiary Education Quality and Standards Agency. I'm just waiting you to take your chairs. The changeover takes place. We won't just suspend for a moment. Parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. The Senate has resolved that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth or of a state shall not be asked to give opinions in matters of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of the officer to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. Commonwealth officers appearing today are also reminded the Senate order specifying the process by which a claim of public interest immunity should be raised. A copy of the order is available from the Secretariat. And for the Hansard record, will you please state your full names and the capacity in which you'll be here today?
Karen Sarnikop, First Assistant Secretary, International Division, Department of Education.
Thank you.
Ben Rimmer, Deputy Secretary, Higher Education Research and International, Department of Education.
Tony Cook, Secretary, Department of Education.
Anna Faithful, Deputy Secretary, Skills and Training, Department of Employment and Workplace Relations.
Laura Angus, First Assistant Secretary, Skills and Training, Department of Employment and Workplace Relations.
Saxon Rice, Chief Executive Officer, Australian Skills Quality Authority.
Fiona O'Brien, Executive Director, Policy and Engagement, Australian Skills Quality Authority.
Good, thank you. Do you have an opening statement?
No, Senator.
Anyone? No? All good to go. People, I'm sorry, I'm always jumping off that screen. Sorry, for those that are on video conference, if you could introduce yourself, and it would be wonderful. Dr. Russell.
Dr. Mary Russell, CEO of TEXA.
And Adrienne Uhrenhaus, Acting Chief Commissioner of TEXA.
Good, thank you very much. Now I'll go to Senator Faruqi.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for appearing yet again. So I might start off with the evidence that we got again today, where providers yet again told us how arbitrary the caps and the methodology is, how chaotic it is, how it is full of errors and flaws, and how it makes no sense. So we had especially a very compelling, very compelling evidence from Ms. Claire Field, who is an education expert and has, basically she said that her head is hurting after, in one of the pieces that she has written, she says her head is hurting after trying to untangle the allocation of international student caps at provider level. And after reading her analysis, I have to say my head actually is exploding. But basically, she has raised so many issues and so many errors, and I'll give you just a couple of examples. She says there are VET providers who have received indicative caps that are above their CRICOS caps. She also raises the fact that there are 12 private VET providers who are at the moment fighting a cancellation decision by ASQA, and they have been allocated a collective cap of 2,429. And there's like a litany of errors. We also heard from one of the private providers today that on the same day they got a cap of 75 from the Department of Employment and Workplace Relations. They also got a letter from ASQA approving their CRICOS registration of 250 international students. So I guess, is there any explanation or justification that you can give me for these errors, or is it just because it is policy on the run and you're just rushing through to get this government's reckless caps through?
Senator Faruqi, thank you for the question. I think this is one for me in the context of the VET applications. So just to, in terms of the first question, which is really about the CRICOS limit, the CRICOS capacity limit, and the relationship with the NOSC limit. So the CRICOS capacity limit is set by the regulator, as you said, and this is about a point-in-time capacity of a provider in terms of the amount of international students that they can have at a point in time in their facilities, in their operation. The NOSC is about how many new enrolments they can have in any 1 year. Commencements in any 1 year. So the two are separate numbers, because a provider, for instance, may run shorter courses, so short courses 6 months in duration, and be able to have additional NOSC students more than their CRICOS point-in-time allocation.
What is the point in time that allocation is?
So that means how many students you can have on campus effectively. So, for example, we know as at the 1st of September, in relation to utilisation, providers had on average an actual only 24% of their maximum capacity in terms of the students they had at the time. So the capacity is determined, and
Sure, so if they have 250 students now, let's say, and the cap is 10, so when is that 250 of new students? When does that 250 expire? I'm just trying to get my head around that.
So the capacity is attached to the registration, and so...
Yes, I do know that it is attached to the registration, but how do the two interact?
Also, one is an annual allocation of new overseas student commencements, so that would be refreshed annually. The registration or the life of the registration would have the capacity, and I assume if someone wanted to change that, they would apply to the regulator to do that.
So they would again have to apply to the regulator.
I believe
to
so.
change. No, that's fine.
So just to add to that, the CRICOS capacity is also about students who might be in their second or third year of study or training. So that's the totality of students that are in that provider, in that set of infrastructure operations at any point in time. The new overseas student commencement is about a year-on-year number of students starting in that provider in that year.
So if the provider is full, like they already have 250, does that mean they can have no more international students?
If they've got a 250 CRICOS capacity, yes, they can't go above that. So these are two separate numbers.
Okay, and could you then explain also how 12 private vet providers who are fighting a cancellation decision by ASQA were allocated a collective cap of 2,429?
Yes, so we have... it's really a...
1,000? So it could be 1,000 for...
So, Senator, thank you for...
thousands.
Thank you for the question. The methodology has also worked on the basis of due process. So where those providers are at the moment in review, or whether that's internal review or external review to the Administrative Appeals Tribunal, we have afforded due process in the context of at 5 September offering them the NOSC numbers that they would have received pending the outcomes of that review. If, as a result of that review, the decision by ASQA to have them suspended or deregistered is upheld, then those NOSC will that will translate into the system, and those NOSC will return to the reserve pool.
Okay, and where does the reserve pool? How does the reserve pool work?
So the reserve pool, we will monitor that, and we're in the process of, through this process of receiving feedback based on the indicative numbers, we are collating that feedback to brief government on how it might want to think about the arrangements in relation to a reserve pool.
You do know that people are making decisions now because of the caps that they have got and already closing down their operations or getting rid of their staff. So it'll be too late by the time you go to the reserve pool and come back to them. I mean, that is another huge flaw in this. So basically, have you looked at Ms. Field's analysis?
Yes, I have.
And
Senator.
so you find you have an explanation for everything and there are no errors in your system and you think it is not arbitrary or flawed at all? Is that your response to that?
No, I mean, look, I think that we're willing to take any feedback from providers directly, from experts such as Ms. Field, from peak representatives. We're in close engagement with ITECA and TDA to make sure that we are taking into account all of these considerations, all of this insight, and ensuring that we keep government abreast of that. I think, though, that we do have explanations for some of the issues that Ms. Field has raised, and I appreciate that it is, there are different numbers. It's a methodology. We've been in direct engagement with many providers to work through the methodology to make sure our data is accurate.
You haven't consulted, though, with a single provider while setting up this methodology. Not a single provider, not a single private provider, not a single university. Is that something that you regret doing?
So we have consulted with their representative
the methodology.
bodies.
Everyone has told us that. Who did you consult in determining the formula?
So the policy principles that underpin
I'm talking
the formula.
about the formula itself, which you by which you calculated the indicative number before you sent it off?
Well, I think the policy, so the formula is premised on those policy principles, which are about quality and integrity. It's about diversity in providers and ensuring we have a mix of domestic and international students, and it's about sustainable growth. And that's how we've, that was the basis by which we thought through the three categories.
You did not consult anyone. Did you consult anyone while developing the formula?
On the formula?
In the sector?
No, Senator.
Okay, that was my question. I will move on. For universities who, prior to receiving their indicative cap, had already enrolled more international students than their cap, have they been asked to stop enrolling more students or stop offering places?
Senator, thank you for the question. Ben Rimmer, Department of Education. There were no universities who had, by definition, the limits apply to commencements who have actually started. And so therefore, by definition, no university had enrolled more than its cap at the point that the limits were advised to providers. We have been monitoring very closely the number of certificates of enrolment in relation to 2025 that have been made by each provider, and in a couple of cases we've had conversations with providers about their certificates of enrolment numbers and how they relate to their limit, and any decisions about what to do with, I mean, in the absence of legislation as yet, decisions about what to do as a result of what government is saying publicly are a matter for each provider.
So you have put universities on notice that they might be at a risk of over-enrolling?
Senator, we have put one university on notice that they might be at risk of over-enrolling.
Well, which university is that?
It's the Australian Catholic University.
Okay. So does that mean that so how, like what is it, I'm just trying to figure out, so you think that their enrolments will be over the cap? Is that why you put them on notice?
I don't think they will be. I think they're at higher risk than other providers. And
why?
frankly,
Because their international student numbers are being cut by a tremendous amount? Is that the reason?
No, Senator. Their international student numbers are not being cut by a tremendous amount.
53%?
So, Senator, if you look at a slightly longer time period, 2019 wasn't a terrible year in higher education. It wasn't a terrible year for Australian Catholic University. And my colleague Ms Sandicott might be able to find me the percentage increase compared to 2019. But the issue with ACU is that their numbers put them at higher than ordinary risk of breaching their limit based on where they're up to now. It's not possible to say whether they will breach their limit or not because, first of all, there are a number of actions that they can take to reduce that risk. Secondly, some of those students don't yet have visas and not all students will get visas. And thirdly, some students will choose to, might have another offer from another university and might choose to go there.
So they'll have to rescind their offers in some circumstances, is that what you're saying?
I don't think they haven't done that at the moment. Whether or not they should do that is up to them. But it's normal in the system for there to be some attrition of student numbers from people who've accepted an offer to people who actually commence the course. That attrition changes depending on the provider, and that's something that each provider will need to manage quite closely. And just to go to the earlier question, Senator, ACU had 1,273
I do know those
commencements
numbers.
in 2019.
Thank you. I do know those
So
numbers.
it's a significant growth compared to 2019.
Yeah, well, it depends on where you start the comparative point from. I just have a few more questions on the formula itself. The explanatory memorandum of this bill refers to providers with sufficient student accommodation being able to seek higher caps. How does the formula used for both universities and VET providers take into account a provider's accommodation options?
Senator, that question is only relevant in relation to publicly funded universities. It's not relevant in relation to VET providers.
So for publicly funded universities, how does the formula take into account a provider's accommodation options?
Senator, it does not take that into account for 2025. The government is still considering how that issue will work in relation to 2026 limits.
And the bill is titled as a Quality and Integrity Amendment Bill. How does the formula used take into account a provider's track record of quality? Because we just saw provider's track record does mean nothing because they have been cancelled, they're fighting that, they're still being provided thousands of students. So how does the formula take into account a provider's track record of quality?
Senator, it's entirely incorrect to say that the formula does not take into account cancellations. If a provider is cancelled, they don't have an international student limit.
Sure.
If a provider is not registered with the ESOS
What is the quality and integrity measure in the formula?
Senator, can I just finish my previous sentence? Each ESOS agency has a decision to make about whether a provider is registered under CRICOS. A provider that is not registered under CRICOS can, by definition, not enrol international students and cannot use its limit.
Sure, that has nothing to do with the formula, though.
So there is no inconsistency in this approach. And on that matter, I regret to say, but Ms. Field, who generally speaking is an excellent expert and we enjoy working with her closely, but on that matter she's just incorrect. The formula takes into account quality and integrity by looking at enrolments for public universities. It does this by taking into account enrolments over time. It avoids some sudden peaks and troughs.
What does that have to do with integrity?
Well, Senator,
or quality? What does the number have to do with quality or integrity?
Senator, the enrolment number, the limits number, reflects over time the history of that provider. It avoids, for example, some providers have had a very large increase in 2024. It's hard to see how all of that is quality provision.
Okay, that's an assumption.
That is an assumption.
That is an assumption, yes.
If a provider has grown by many thousands of students in 1 year, it's hard to see how all of that relates to quality. And so the formula avoids some of those peaks and troughs and looks for stable long-term performance.
Sure. That still has nothing to do with quality or integrity. I'm sorry, Mr. Rimmer.
Senator, can I continue?
Sure, you can continue, but it's making no sense to me. I'm sorry.
The methodology also prioritises publicly funded providers. And that's a matter of some concern to some in the private sector. I don't dispute that. But it prioritises, in the VET system, it prioritises publicly funded TAFEs.
How does the formula...
In the higher education system, it prioritises publicly funded
My time is limited, so I might go to the next question. How does the formula take into account whether the provider offers courses that service Australia's workforce shortages and critical skills needs?
Senator, it does not at this stage. In 2025, that matter is still under consideration in relation to 2026, but it does not in relation to 2025.
Okay, so this is a bill to address the housing crisis. It's a bill to address integrity issues. It's a bill apparently to address critical work shortages, but the formula developed to put those caps on addresses none of those issues. I don't know, am I living in a parallel universe here where there's this bill put forward which doesn't do anything that it is purported to do? Like, why are we discussing this bill? We have no modelling on how many jobs will be lost, and universities are telling us there'll be thousands. Private providers are telling us that they will lose their livelihoods. No research done on that, nothing on the impact. Why has this bill been brought forward? Is it just because government is pushing through?
Well, Senator, the bill's a matter of government. So it's been brought forward because the government's made a decision.
Yeah, but surely the department who is responsible for providing all this information should give that advice to the government and should give that advice to us. Like, on what basis are we going to make a decision that this bill should pass? Because every single thing that we have heard is that this is a terrible, reckless bill.
Senator Faruqi, if I can just answer your question around the methodology in relation to the vet sector and the correlation with quality. So the methodology for the vet sector and the application of the cap, as Mr Rimmer said, public providers, including TAFE, were provided NOS levels equal to their 2023 overseas student commencement levels. Those with 80% or more of a total international enrolments were provided indicative new overseas student commencement limits that are proportionate share of their remaining new commencements. So that's 2023 NOSC minus 40.8%. And those with less than 80% of total enrolments of international students relative to their domestic enrolments received a NOS that are equal to the department's projection of their 2024 new commencements. So that's 2023 NOSC minus 31%. So the rationale being that, and I can ask Ms Rice to reflect on this if you wish, but that we know that data to date has shown us that the risk factors around integrity and quality that we saw through, for instance, Ms Nixon's review, predominantly occurs in those providers that have that high concentration of international students. So the methodology was taking those insights and applying that in the context of the three different categories. The category of providers who do have that very high concentration of international students saw the more, the 40.8% reduction as opposed to those.
Even though the CRICOS scores had been renewed and renewed and renewed. So you don't talk to ASQA then. My last question is, Mr Cook. Just a very quick one, Chair. Mr Cook, did you advise the government that this bill makes no sense whatsoever and that it should not be put to Parliament?
No, Senator.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Billick.
Thank you. So I'm a little bit confused, so you might be able to clarify for me. But we've heard in evidence, even today, from ITECA and throughout other submissions to the inquiry, that many providers are concerned about how the suspension provisions of this bill will work if providers go above their international student profile. I think it's a scare campaign and a disinformation campaign. I'm wondering if you can clarify, if someone can clarify for me what will happen if someone goes over their allocation.
Thank you, Senator, for the question. I'll ask Mr Sandicott to add to my response. I have heard myself potential views that if someone goes over their enrolment limit, then the entire university will be suspended for basically operating. Those things obviously are not true, and that's not the provision within the bill. So I'll ask Ms Sandicott to give a bit more detail around what's actually in the bill that's quite explicit around that, so it's clarification not just for the committee, but also for anyone else that might be listening about this as well.
Thank you.
And just to add to that, Senator, so I can confirm that the suspension provisions in the bill, they do not preclude the normal operations of the provider. The provider can continue to teach to their domestic and their commenced international students. The only elements that a provider will be prevented from progressing are in relation to enrolling any more international students above their limit, taking money from international students who have not yet commenced within the limit, and they will not be able to permit a student to commence a course other than an exempt course such as the higher degree research courses and the like, which are exempt. Otherwise, all of that will continue, and it only relates to that particular year in which the provider has exceeded their limit.
So if I can just, sorry, have you finished, Ms Sandicott?
I have.
Yeah. If I can I just want to get this on the record that if international students are correctly enrolled below their limit, they won't be affected?
The provider will not be affected. The international students will not be affected. They will be able to commence and continue their studies, as will all other elements of the provider's operations.
And what will happen to the domestic students that
there will be no impact on domestic students. So the suspension applies to the provider's international operations to students who are looking to commence over and above the provider's limit. And only in that year the provider can continue to recruit students for a subsequent year, but not for that year in which they've exceeded their limit.
Okay, thank you for clearing that up. So as you've just explained, the institutions will only be suspended from enrolling further international students above their cap in that academic year, correct?
Correct.
What steps have you or will you take to communicate this to the sector? Because obviously the scare campaign has come home to roost a bit, if I can say that.
Indeed, and we have worked in our engagements with providers and peak bodies to clarify this, Senator. We will continue to do so, and of course upon passage of legislation it would be standard practice for us to publish a range of guidance to inform the sector, as we do around existing elements of the ESOS Act and its supplementary instruments. So we will be publishing fact sheets and other information and continuing to conduct the kind of engagements that we regularly do with international education peak bodies and stakeholders, individual providers and their representatives through a range of fora.
Thank you. So your department's on the front line as to the impacts of Ministerial Direction 107. We've seen record numbers of international students at many of the G8 universities, while regional university numbers are down. I think most international students are in the major capital cities. Is it right to say that Ministerial Direction 107 has benefited the big city universities at the expense of smaller regional universities, or is there a logical explanation?
Senator, the Ministerial Direction 107 has definitely benefited a small number of the largest, most central city universities, if I can put it in that way. I wouldn't characterise it as at the expense of other universities, but it's definitely true that there are some universities and some non-university higher education providers whose enrolment numbers are very much lower in the context of MD 107, and other universities who have seen very large growth in their student numbers in 2024, like very large, thousands of students extra commencing.
So I'm sort of keen to better understand the contrasting impacts of the new proposed program. Can you talk me through that? Does the new program as proposed by the government reverse some of the impacts of the Ministerial Direction 107?
Senator, the new arrangements provide for an orderly, planned, sustainable approach where each provider knows what its limit is and how that limit fits into the overall approach to international education, and frankly where government knows how the overall approach to international education fits into the overall migration program. In the course of setting up those limits, obviously the government has taken into account the needs and interests of different kinds of universities and the need for fairness and equity in the approach to the distribution of those students. So, for example, if there are regional universities, regional campuses which are doing well at attracting international students, an example is La Trobe Bendigo, then the limits have been set taking that into account. The methodology has been developed taking that into account, such that regional campuses, regional provision has been considered. It's also relevant that there is a particular and acute kind of housing crisis in the most inner city locations. It's of course the case that there are housing challenges right across the Australian community, but there is a particular and acute challenge in the centre of the largest cities, in particular in Brisbane, Melbourne and Sydney. So there's a relationship there as well. But the overall arrangements, just to kind of reiterate, are designed to produce a higher quality, more sustainable, higher integrity system that is predictable over time and that doesn't fluctuate wildly from year to year depending on other circumstances.
Thank you. Secretary, you wrote to all universities with their indicative international student profiles last month, and I'm really keen to better understand the variety of feedback you've received in regard to those letters.
Thank you.
Can you talk me through
Sure.
those?
Thank you, Senator, for the question. And I'll start, and again, the team who met with every single university and many non-university providers as well over the last several weeks can provide a bit of an overview on it. So you would appreciate some universities were disappointed with numbers that they were provided, but also other universities were satisfied with the numbers that they were being provided as well. I met with a number of Vice-Chancellors in various meetings that I had and spoke about their numbers, that they had particularly compared to what had happened as a result of Ministerial 107, Direction 107 for some universities, a significant increase in the international student profile for 2025 compared to the numbers of students that they've been able to enrol in 2024. I think we've mentioned before, regional universities, I think there's an increase of something like, I want to say 70%, but again, Ms Sandicott might be able to help me with the numbers, in relation to those numbers of the actual enrolments they've been able to do in 2023/or 2024. Also, some of the other public universities have been working with us around their data, seeking some more information about their data, and we've been working with them in terms of those indicative numbers. So yeah, I think it's 78% in relation to indicative 2024 enrolment numbers for the regional universities. That's the increase compared to what we anticipate they would have been enrolling this year. So for them, it's a significant change compared to Ministerial Direction 107. But Ms Sandicott, you might have any other information.
I can probably add to that, Senator, that for regional universities, in almost all cases, these providers have received indicative allocations at or well above their 2023 levels by about an extra 1,600 places, in fact. So to build their capacity to grow, reflecting Mr Rimmer's earlier comments that, of course, international students are predominantly in the capital cities, and we do aim to give regional providers scope to grow their international student numbers.
Lovely. I just want to go back to this issue around caps. Could vet providers seek to enrol as many students as they wished without student caps?
Thank you, Senator, for the question. So vet providers can enrol as many domestic students as they wish. Then with the caps, it's the enrolling the international students to the level of the caps that they've been provided. So yes, there's no limitation on how many domestic Australian students they can enrol.
So what power does the department have to prevent providers from enrolling more students?
There's no power in relation to the domestic students.
Just the international students?
Yes.
Okay. Do you think these caps are necessary to bring down the net overseas migration?
I think, I mean, I refer really to my colleague's comments before. The policy intent that is underpinning this is about increasing the quality and integrity, ensuring greater diversity in the vet sector, ensuring greater diversity within each provider, particularly that mix of international and domestic, because we know that that is also a characteristic of high quality and integrity, and ensuring sustainable growth, and picking up on Mr Rimmer's point around predictability as well.
Thank you. I just want to know, you've published the methodology for how the student caps were created for vet providers. Can you briefly explain this methodology to me?
Yeah, certainly. I might ask my colleague Ms Angus just to talk you through that.
Sure. So we did publish the distribution methodology on our website, and if you look on there, it talks about some of the things that Ms Faithfull's already referred to. So there's classes of vet providers that will be identified for the purposes of the allocation process. A specialist international provider is just defined as a for-profit provider for whom international students accounted for 80% or more of their total enrolments.
Sorry, what percent?
80% or more in 2023. Non-specialist international providers, that's for-profit providers for whom international students accounted for less than 80% of their total enrolments in 2023. And public providers, which includes TAFEs and other providers delivering publicly funded training. The methodology applies lower limits, including any year-on-year reductions to specialist international providers or those delivering wholly or overwhelmingly to international students. And this is to more evenly balance the international domestic profile that we would see set into the future. And we've talked about, I think Ms Faithfull just referred recently to the intention of getting greater diversity, because with greater diversity comes, generally speaking, a higher quality experience for those international students. In addition to that, there was some reductions made to underneath the overarching limits on student commencements, and that saw roughly a 40% reduction for those specialist providers that I referred to, a 30% for those that were generalist, and for public providers they maintained their levels at the 2023 level. So all of the baselines were calculated off 2023. For those providers that were recently registered, or there was also an assumption made if there wasn't, if they hadn't had students in 23 or 24, and there was an allocation made to those, and to those that hadn't actually had students for a couple of years, I think they were also given an allocation of 30.
Okay, thank you. And another question I've got is, why are providers who have had an ASQA sanction who are appealing to the AAT permitted a student cap?
So I think Ms Faithfull referred to that in her previous answer, but it's because it's a procedural fairness matter under administrative law, Senator, where the assumption is that until the final decision is made by the AAT, that the service remains potentially capable of being able to conduct its business, and therefore the allocation is to ensure that's able to happen. Because if we didn't allocate an amount to that provider and then subsequent to that the AAT found the suspension or cancellation to be not sustainable, then that would lead to them not being able to do anything, because they wouldn't have an allocation in 2025 to work with under. Now, of course, if it is sustained, those positions would be then, I think, as Ms Faithfull mentioned, returned into the reserve.
Okay, sorry, just before Ms Faithfull, did you work with ASQA on that matter?
We have worked with ASQA. In fact, we meet with them very regularly and have done throughout the development process of this policy and its implementation.
Sorry, Ms Faithfull, did you?
No, I was just going to say that, which is that we've been in very close contact throughout the entire process, and we will continue to work really closely with our colleagues, particularly in relation to that particular category of providers who are going through that review process, in the context of then what that means for the application of their NOSC.
Okay, thanks. And my last question is, am I correct in understanding that the caps provided to vet providers are interim in nature at the moment?
So they are indicative.
And do you expect there will be changes to the caps from interim to final?
So I think it goes to the question of consultation. In fact, one of the reasons for providing indicative numbers to providers was to enable an opportunity for any issues or concerns to be aired and raised with us. They can't become finalised until the passage of the bill, because there's no legal remit at the moment to make them finalised. But we are taking on board the consultation and the issues that are raised with us, and we'll consider that ahead of finalisation of the allocations post-legislation passing.
Okay, thank you all for your time.
Good, thanks, Senator Henderson.
Thank you very much, Chair. Look, I just want to start off on the issue that Ms Field raised this morning. You're concerned about procedural fairness, is that correct?
Yes.
And so Mr Remo made the comment that Ms Field's got this wrong. I would put to you that Ms Field has not got this wrong, that, as Senator Faruqi has also raised, there were 1,400, more than 1,429 places to be exact, allocated to 12 providers which have been cancelled by the regulator. Now, I appreciate that that is subject to appeal in the AAT, but you've done that on the basis of procedural fairness, have you?
Yes, Senator.
Have you considered the procedural fairness to many other providers who are facing catastrophic collapse and bankruptcy and insolvency? So, because my point is, you are considering procedural fairness, and I'll put this to you, Secretary, because the buck stops with you. You are the most senior person in the department. The Minister is considering procedural fairness for cancelled providers that the regulator has cancelled, and yet you will not regard the procedural fairness for many other businesses that are facing catastrophic collapse. Can you explain that, please?
Senator,
and could someone please shut that door?
It's all happening. Senator, thank you for the question. The issue that you're raising in relation to ASQA is not in my responsibility.
I tell you what, Mr Cook, if you're going to play these games,
Senator, I can't talk on behalf of other ministers
we will
and
be
other
back for another hearing. I am
That's
asking.
your decision of the committee, Senator.
This is your bill.
Senator,
These are your caps. So I'm asking you, Mr Cook, how can you regard the procedural fairness in relation to cancelled providers when you have not taken into account the catastrophic consequences for many businesses which are facing insolvency, collapse and bankruptcy?
Senator, as I indicated, the issue that you've raised in relation to cancelled providers is ASQA. That's my understanding.
No, that's not the issue I'm raising. The issue I'm raising
can you repeat the question then?
Mr Cook, please don't play games with me. Your department has allocated 1,429 foreign student places to cancelled providers. You've done that on the basis of procedural fairness. So my question is, in the allocation of student caps, why has the department failed to regard the procedural fairness in relation to the catastrophic consequences faced by many other providers?
Senator, you are incorrect.
So you haven't heard the evidence this morning, Mr Cook?
Senator, my department has not allocated 1,400 places to providers in relation to cancellation.
I am asking you, Mr Cook, how can you regard the procedural fairness in relation to allocating caps to cancelled providers, obviously for integrity reasons? Maybe they're dodgy, who knows? They're now under appeal. So how can you regard the procedural fairness for those providers and not take into consideration the procedural fairness for other providers which are facing catastrophic collapse, bankruptcy or insolvency?
So, Senator, just to help me, when you say we haven't taken procedural fairness under consideration, all these numbers are indicative. Where providers have contacted us and asked us to look at those numbers, those conversations are happening. And so we are continuing to talk to providers in relation to those numbers.
Right, so, okay. So how many providers are you talking to and how many provider allocations are now under review?
So, Senator, my understanding is we have over 100 pieces of correspondence from providers and we're working our way through those in relation to higher education. I'm not sure what the numbers are for VET, but that's the numbers for higher education.
And so what changes to indicative allocations have you made to date?
Well, that'll be a matter for the Minister and the Government when the bill's passed, Senator. We're continuing the conversation with the providers at the moment.
No, hang on a minute. Mr Cook, you've already indicated to providers what their indicative allocation is.
That's correct.
So are you suggesting that the final allocation will not be provided until after the bill is passed, if the bill is passed?
Well, Senator, it also depends what changes there are to the bill.
So you're going to...
if there are changes to the bill, we can't
are you
give a final
intending,
number.
in the review that you're conducting, because of the catastrophic and discriminatory way in which you've imposed student caps by reason of the government's flawed methodology, are you proposing to provide providers with that advice as to their final proposed cap in the coming weeks?
Well, after the legislation passes, Senator.
After the legislation passes. So you're going to hang them out to dry, are you? Is that what the government's position is?
Senator...
With no certainty?
I'm a bit lost on the question. So if the
well,
Parliament
that's a shame.
makes decisions...
It's a shame that you don't understand what that terminology is.
Chair, I would appreciate.
Mr Cook.
So I guess where I'm struck, Senator, is if we get finally data or allocations, but those allocations are changed as a result of the legislation changing, I'm not sure what you would propose that we would do.
No, Mr Cook, please don't mischaracterise the legislation. You are well aware
I'm seeking clarity,
the legislation does not include
Senator,
individual student caps.
Just to assist with the question,
I
did understand.
Sorry, Chair. I got a
little bit confused on the question, and Mr Cook was trying to get a clarity on what the question was.
Thanks, Chair, but I'm quite okay. I don't need your assistance.
Saying something disrespectful about Mr Cook is appropriate.
I didn't say anything disrespectful.
He was actually trying to very politely ask for an explanation of the question.
So what I'm saying to Mr Cook, as the Secretary of the Department, is the bill does not include individual allocations for student caps. That's at the Minister's discretion, as we know. So, given the indicative limits that have been provided, can I confirm, Mr Cook, that it is the government's intention not to provide final limits or final allocations until after the bill is passed, presuming the bill is passed?
So, Senator, I don't know what amendments the Parliament may consider as in relation to the bill.
Do you think the bill should be amended?
That's not, you're asking an opinion, Senator. It's not in my view about opinions.
Well, I mean, you're the one that's raised amendments. I'm just wondering why you've done that.
Because, Senator, I've seen many cases where bills go through parliaments and amendments are made that are accepted.
So can I just return you back to the question? Is it the intention of the government to not provide a final allocation prior to the bill being considered by the Senate?
Well, Senator, that is my understanding on the basis that the bill itself, until the bill is passed, the Minister doesn't have the power to actually make determinations in relation to international student profile numbers.
Well,
that's what the purpose of the bill is.
Well, Mr Cook, the government has already indicated and provided indicative allocations.
That's correct.
Do you know that there's one provider in hospital right now? He's had a breakdown as a result of the catastrophic situation that he is facing with his business. We've heard this morning, pilot training in this country is under threat. Now, in relation to pilot training, and I've already tabled this article, CAPS Risk Flight School Disaster as a result of the work of the Albanese government. What changes will be made to flight training schools? Can you provide me with that information in relation to their caps? Because at the moment, as we heard this morning, flight training in this country is on the verge of collapse.
So, Senator, if I can answer, if you're comfortable, that those aviation schools come under VET, Vocational Education and Training. We have been in contact with a range of flight schools who've raised concerns around the impact that this will have. We have had multiple conversations and we are currently compiling that in order to brief the government on the implications.
So that is under review now?
Yes.
What other providers' allocations are under review, please?
That is a key one that has been raised with us by providers and by industry representatives. It is a sector and a training set of schools that are reliant on that international student cohort in terms of particularly supporting international flight carriers with their training here. It does have unique aspects to it. We're very cognisant that there may well be other sectors that have similarly unique aspects, but there is a set of particular characteristics that really.
Okay, so on notice to both departments, could you provide a list of providers whose allocation is under review as a result of their representations, and to you as well, Mr Cook, including if you could provide on notice the correspondence as well please, to the committee. Mr Cook, are you aware that TEXA has written to providers suggesting that they will be forced to go through financial compliance obligations as a result of their indicative cap?
No, Senator.
You're not aware of that. Has there been any discussion with the Minister's office or your department and TEXA in relation to that?
Not a discussion with me, Senator. It doesn't look like...
Well, with anyone in the department?
I'm not aware of it, Senator.
Okay, I will go to TEXA. Sorry. Dr Russell, given the government has indicated proposed caps only, and I look at a letter that you've written to one provider, basically alerting that provider, given you've stated you may be aware the Australian government is reducing the number of overseas students, and in this particular letter I'm looking at, you've warned this provider that they may be at significant risk regarding their financial sustainability. At no point in this letter have you indicated that this is subject to legislation yet to be passed by the Parliament. Can you explain why you have sent what I regard are quite threatening letters under such circumstances?
Thank you, Senator. I can't comment on a particular letter without the particulars of the letter in front of me. I can say that we have written to and are dealing with a number of providers to confirm that they continue to meet the requirements, including financial viability requirements that are relevant to their overall registration and to their ESOS registration. That is part of our normal regulatory activity. We have also ensured that providers who are making new applications to become registered as a higher education provider are aware that these changes are being contemplated as part of this legislation that is under consideration.
Sorry, Dr.
And directed them to the department's information so that they can make fully informed financial decisions.
So, Dr. Russell, I apologise for cutting in, but I just want to draw you back to the question, because in the letter that I'm looking at, you state, you state that by reason of the reduction, the proposed reduction in international student numbers, you have identified this provider at risk of not being compliant with their obligations under the regulator's regime. So, as a result of a reduction of overseas students. So could I ask you how many of those letters have gone out? How many providers have received those letters? And why didn't you make it clear that the proposed reduction in student numbers is subject to legislation passing? Because this is a very frightening letter that's been sent to these providers.
I would need to see that letter, Senator, to provide you with a proper answer to that. So if you are happy to provide us the letter, we'll give you a response on notice.
Well, it's your agency that sent these letters out, Dr. Russell. So I would ask you to look at your own records. I'm not going to table this letter because it's got private and confidential information in it, but your agency has sent these letters out. So I would ask how many of these letters have gone out?
So without being able to understand the context and the nature of the letter, I'm not able to answer that for you, Senator.
Well, it's called Text of Concern Action Requested.
Can I just make a point of order here? It was raised about some general comments that I'd made earlier in the day regarding the opposition leader, which were widely publicised, and people were demanding.
Chair, could I? Sorry, look, I do have the call,
I think
Chair.
if there's a letter that you're referring to, it would be of assistance to the people who are being asked questions about to receive it.
Well, Chair,
you're asking details in a letter, not just highly publicised media coverage. It's a letter.
The reason I'm asking about this letter is that it's a very specific letter sent by TEXA last week. Well, I'm asking for...
That's my point. Then it would be appropriate for the person that's been cross-examined and asked about this letter that they receive a copy of it.
Well,
and quite frankly, I think the rest of the Senate committee should be receiving a copy of it as well.
Well, I'm very happy to table my copy of the letter once it's redacted, but I won't. I'm not in a position to table it with confidential information. But I would ask.
Then what I would suggest,
Chair, please. I do have the call, so I'd ask that you would just allow me to continue to ask questions.
Well, I'm not interrupting. This is actually it's
Dr. Russell, has TESCA? Sorry, Chair, if I could just continue on, because I've got limited time.
If you're moving on to another matter.
That's right. Dr. Russell, has TESCA discussed with the Minister's office or with the department the need to write letters warning providers that they may be in breach of their obligations?
So we have communicated regularly with the department as this bill has been contemplated and the policy has been worked out. We have in particular asked the department what's the appropriate information we should direct providers to ensure that they receive the most accurate and recent information that the department has published.
We need to circulate the call now.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. I just want to go to the Department of Employment and Workplace Relations. The department there's been a lot of publicity about what the effect might be on and assertions regarding potential negative effects on the VET system. Could you just take us through what is actually happening with the VET system in the sense of, can the department provide a figure of the total investment in 2024-25 budget in the TAFE sector as part of the National Skills Agreement? And is that an increase from previous years?
Thank you, Chair, for the question. So overall, we've seen a significant increase in investment in the skills and training sector, both through the National Skills Agreement, which is a $12.4 billion agreement over the next 4 years. That's matched by state and territory governments in terms of their contribution, so we'll be up in the order of $30 billion. We've also had a significant investment in fee-free TAFE, which has seen a general increase of TAFE participation, particularly around those areas of national skills priorities, those courses that go to national skills priorities. We're also working, the government certainly has a policy objective around TAFE at the centre, but it's also a lot of the policies are directed at lifting the entire sector. So that's the private sector as well. When we look at the the skills challenges that we have, we need the whole sector, and we're quite focused on that through a range of other initiatives, including looking at the VET workforce, streamlining our regulatory environment to go to a much more standards-based regulatory environment, and supporting through various collaborations around particular initiatives, including different capital investment funds as well. More broadly, I think it's important to acknowledge that to Senator Bilk's question before, the caps don't prohibit providers from enrolling domestic students, and so there is an opportunity to broaden business approaches to ensure that to enable enrolments of domestic students, and there's no limitation or prohibition on that through this bill.
Can you can you compare, because again it's this question about what's happening in the VET system, the impact of potential impact, or what do we see going forward if the legislation's passed? What's the environment for VET? Compared to the last budget of the previous government, March 2022, what is the additional investment since then to 25-26. And you're able to just give us, again, some more examples of those investments, the difference?
So if I can take on notice the exact numbers,
yes,
in terms of investments, but I think so particularly in the last budget, we saw investments around capital equipment funds, so investing particularly around equipment and capital that's required in both TAFE and vet providers, focused on Future Made in Australia and the transition to net zero. We've also had investments in workforce in terms of we need those trainers in order to increase the number of students going through. We need trainers to teach those students, so there's been an investment there. A continuation of fee-free TAFE with a focus on construction and the Centres of Excellence, an investment through the auspiced by the NSA, but separate to the NSA, and really focusing on areas of national skills priorities, with TAFEs investing in concert with universities, with industry, and then taking those, really investing in best practice in those particular areas, whether that's battery or care across the country. There's different areas of focus, and then sharing that across the country with the TAFE network and then beyond with the broader vet ecosystem.
And was it, if I remember correctly, was it this National TAFE Leadership Network program as well, and the vet completions, improving that space, and particularly for women and others who face completion challenges?
So
maybe just the importance of those policy areas as well.
So within the National Skills Agreement, we have the focus on completions with foundation skills, the focus on closing the gap. And they all have dedicated funding amounts, which I'll take on notice and bring to you. I should know off the top of my head. Those with both Commonwealth investment as well as matched investment from states and territories. So there is a deep investment in those particular areas, in addition to the broader investment in creating training places and ensuring, the ongoing sort of business as conducted by states and territories of running the TAFE and the broader vet system. You referenced, as part of the last budget, we had an investment in building women's careers, I think around 50 million. That will focus, that is a grant program that will work with all social partners, so business, employers, community groups, ACCOs, potential opening to ACCOs, not-for-profits, to come together to look at where are those barriers for women, particularly in participating in traditional trades, with a focus on those industries through Future Made in Australia and through the net zero transition, and looking at those systemic barriers to women. This was an issue that came up through the Jobs and Skills Australia Clean Energy Capacity Study, with a view to trialling innovations to overcome those barriers, and then sharing that insight, that experience, that best practice across their sectors, so that you get that amplification effect and that amplification of the value for money in terms of that investment in that innovation trial.
Good, thanks. I just want to turn to the Australian Skills Quality Authority. Just on the Australian Universities Accord measure in the 24-25 budget includes a $2.6 million to implement changes to PRISMs. What changes are required on how, with ASQA's balance, your existing workload and the new powers and responsibilities given to you by this bill? So is that sort of getting on track for that question?
Senator, I might actually direct the question, if that's okay, to the Department of Education, who administers PRISMs.
Yeah, that's fine, thank you.
Thank you, Senator. So the funding that you refer to is to make system changes to PRISMs to enable providers to manage to the enrolment limits. So it will work towards a series of technical measures In the first phase, we're looking at ensuring that provider limits are enabled, the exemptions are enabled, the user interfaces are in place, and that providers can identify their levels of new overseas student commencements and see how they're tracking towards that limit. We anticipate a late October trial release for engagement with the sector ahead of full release before the end of the year, which will address other issues that are going to be managed through the system, such as where we may need to recredit a new overseas student commencement to a provider following the departure or withdrawal or non-commencement of a student, and to make sure providers have that close tracking of their limits and we give them a series of notifications. So the funding that was enabled in the 24-25 budget is being used to make changes to PRISMs now. We are working closely with the Department of Employment and Workplace Relations, which is our IT service provider, to enable that build to the scheduled timelines of late October and then before the end of the year.
Right. There's this mission discusses recent investment in an integrity unit, which includes multi-agency operations and the establishment of a tip-off line. I know this has been a matter of questions of previous hearings of various witnesses. Can you just talk us through about the need for this integrity unit and how that would work with other authorities to support and how it's going to support that work? Yep.
Chair, I might take that question
Thank
if that's
you.
okay. So the investment was around about $33.3 million, an investment at MyEFO to ASQA. That investment was threefold. It was to establish a tip-off line, as you said, excuse me, so that providers, students, members of the community could make tip-offs to ASQA anonymously if they wished. I can touch on some of the detail in relation to that in a moment. The second component was the establishment of an integrity unit, which was very much an uplift in ASQA's intelligence, data and investigative capacity, as well as a significant investment in a digital transformation program that will roll out over the next 3 years or so, that will really, again, go to that uplift in our digital and data capability and our connectivity in relation to those areas with other government departments. So what we've been focused on since the establishment of the tip-off line and the integrity unit has been a significant increase in activity, and it does address some of the recommendations of the Nixon review in terms of us undertaking compliance blitzes, specifically in the CRICOS space. I touched on some of that information for the committee at our last appearance, but at the moment I can tell you that the integrity unit has more than 210 serious matters on hand that relates to the conduct of around 174 providers. Right. Approximately 70% of those providers, or 121, are CRICOS providers, so we have a significant body of work being undertaken there at the moment by way of investigations into providers that deliver to international students. Some of the concerns there relate to alleged fraud, including bogus qualifications, cash for qualifications, fabrication of assessments and evidence, excuse me, and funding fraud or visa migration risks. More than 50% of that work, as you asked the question around the multi-jurisdictional work, we're now working or continue our work in Operation Inglenook. We're also now a full member of the Fraud Fusion Task Force, and a lot of that work involves significant agencies across the Commonwealth, particularly as it relates to the disruption of criminal networks. So we've been undertaking a number of activities specifically with Home Affairs, Border Force, and also working with a number of state government departments as well. Our tip-off line has had more than 2,600 tip-offs since its establishment in October last year. That has produced considerable amounts of actionable intelligence.
So did you say 2,600?
Over 2,600 tip-offs since October last year.
Wow.
And a considerable number of those tip-offs has been providing actionable intelligence. Excuse me. So that's really supported and facilitated a lot of the activity that we've been undertaking in that space, including significant numbers, more than 200 now, of site visits of international providers. Many of those are unannounced site visits. In the last financial year, we undertook 156 site visits of international providers. 61 of those were unannounced, and including on 22 providers being considered for the Section 97 suspension by the Minister for Home Affairs. 10 providers, 10 of those site visits were in response to tip-offs. So as a result of all of that work, a further 92 of those providers that we undertook site visits on are now subject to further regulatory scrutiny. We've also increased, obviously, the number of sanctions that we've ultimately applied to providers with all of that work.
This may be a figure you might have to take on notice if you're able to find it for us, and you may be able to give us some insight. In the number of providers that are under extra scrutiny, when I think of the number of students that are in those providers as individuals, and you said there was how many, 90?
So that of all of those site visits, that generated further regulatory activity for 92 providers.
So the 92 providers, would you be able to give us a total number of students that are in that are engaged as students within those operations? The number of tip-offs that you've put into, I'm going to call a serious nature. I appreciate there's still actions being investigated, but could you also see if you can do the same thing with that 162? How many students are there in operations that are actively under investigation? So, I mean, to me, that's an indicative figure of the potential. I appreciate they're still being investigated, but an indicative figure of those that have been found so far that might be at risk.
I can certainly take that on notice, Chair, and see what we can provide to you.
An article in the ABC on Tuesday the 17th of September headed "Scams Shattering Indian Students' Dreams of Studying in Australia" reported serious allegations of visa fraud and the exploitation of international students. The report said a family in India took out a $13,000 loan against their farm to pay for their 19-year-old daughter's business course and agent's fees. Right before she was ready to leave for Australia, the family found out that all the documents they had paid for, including the offer letter from Willows Institute and the certificate of enrolment from the Australian Department of Education, were fake. Noting that you won't provide details about any case studies, but could you just discuss what you can do as a regulator, and is it correct that you have a process in place to audit these kinds of dodgy providers? And I'm not talking about this particular provider because it's under investigation, I suspect.
I'm happy to talk about that provider, Chair, because it is a provider that we had, in fact, done exactly that. We had worked very closely with Home Affairs in relation to that provider initially, undertook a very thorough investigation and moved to cancel the registration of that provider. That provider is currently sought merits review in the AAT, excuse me, in terms of seeking to have that decision reviewed, but it is certainly a decision we stand by. Specific to that particular provider, that is very in line with a lot of the work that we have been undertaking more broadly. For example, in the last financial year, we undertook 83 cancellation decisions or decisions not to renew a provider. That related to 52 decisions for Cricos decisions. So we have been actively working in that space. Those kinds of decisions will inevitably relate to serious and significant concerns. We don't take a cancellation or a decision to not renew a provider's registration lightly. So we have been certainly increasing our activity in that space. And I guess an example of some of the more recent legislative changes that have occurred in one other case, I won't name the provider, but we had moved to cancel a provider's registration, had identified that that provider had the same CEO and ownership of another provider that was currently dormant, so we moved to immediately suspend the registration of the second provider so that we wouldn't have that impact for students in terms of those students just being moved to another provider that was otherwise dormant. That provider's registration then ultimately lapsed following the recent legislative changes to the NVR Act.
Thank you, Ms Rice. Now go to Senator Brockman, is it? Senator Henderson.
Secretary, 270,000 places is allocated under the national planning level. What is the estimated total number of new overseas student commencements, taking into account the exemptions set out in the bill?
Senator, sorry, the question is 270,000, what's our assumption? How many arrive next year?
What's your estimated total number of new overseas student commencements, taking into account the exemptions? So schools, higher degree by research, non-award students, foreign government scholarship holders and the like, all of those categories are exempt.
Senator...
For next year, sorry, just 2025 you're asking for?
That's right.
Yeah, okay.
Senator, by definition, if something is exempt, it's not a new overseas student commencement, and we haven't been tracking that data through our systems in the same way. There is Home Affairs information, which I believe was tabled in a Quan about visa numbers for example, school students. We can look on notice at what information we do have about the exemptions, but some of them where we don't have perfect information because they're not currently tracked in the system. But on some of the clear categories like schools and higher degree by research, we can probably give you some information.
So that's my concern, because my concern is that universities in particular will use the exemption to try and bring lots of students into the country and get around the cap, and I'm particularly referring to foreign government scholarship holders and transnational education students. I asked you last time whether you had a definition for those students. Are you able to inform the committee how you define transnational education students and foreign government scholarship holders?
Senator, as I think we talked about last time, there's a process within government to resolve some of those questions. There are now two fact sheets published on our website in relation to some of the matters that you raised, one about foreign government scholarship holders and one about the Pacific and Timor-Leste. There's just very basic details of what counts as the Pacific and such like. The TNE one is not currently on the website, but I anticipate it's a matter of some urgency for us to get that resolved, and I imagine that we will be resolving that with government over the next few days to week.
Or if you could provide all of the relevant information in relation to those exemptions, particularly those two exemptions. So does that mean that a foreign government scholarship holder can include a scholarship holder from any other country?
No, Senator, it does not.
So what does it mean then?
Senator, there are three criteria in the foreign government scholarship holders, one of which is, and my colleague will help me with the detail, one of which is effectively a prohibition on foreign government scholarship arrangements from countries which would cause damage to Australia's national interest. I'm thinking some obvious countries that we currently have sanctions in place for and such like, but Ms Sandercock might be able to update us.
That's right, Senator. So the advice that's been settled by government in relation to foreign government scholarship holders provides that those scholarship holders must meet the following criteria. They, of course, have to meet university admission requirements and they must meet eligibility for a student visa.
Because I've got such limited time, I might just ask if you could put the rest of that answer on notice, please.
Certainly.
Look, I am just looking at the visas granted in 23-24 by sector not included in the proposed national planning limits. They total 83,885. Do you have any sense as to what the numbers will be for the scholarship holders and the transnational education students?
Well, as Mr Rimmer said, the government hasn't yet settled arrangements for transnational education exemptions, but in relation to Pacific and Timor-Leste students, Senator, the number is some 3,000. I can certainly give you the exact number of those students. on notice. In relation to foreign government scholarship holders, again, we don't have precise numbers, but numbers are understood to be very small. There's a number of key government partners that do fund scholarships, such as Indonesia and others, but these are not large numbers of students. We can certainly provide that on notice, Senator, and once arrangements for TNE
so the problem
is settled,
is,
come back to you.
The government is asking the Parliament to pass a bill where so much in this respect is unknown. And what if a foreign government was to decide that they were going to offer a scholarship program to every student seeking to study in Australia? What I would put to you is that the Minister is proposing legislation which is not only racked with, frankly, incompetence, but is also racked with uncertainty.
Senator, I'm sorry, we can't respond to hypothetical.
Well, it's not hypothetical.
Well, it is a hypothetical.
It's not hypothetical because I've asked for a certainty in relation. I mean, this bill could be up in the Parliament next week. You are asking the Senate to pass the bill. The government is asking the Senate to pass the bill, and critical parts of this bill are not known, including for the providers. I mean, how can the government expect the Parliament to pass this bill when we are not going to be able to assess the impact on higher education providers, given we now know that so many of these allocations are under review? And so therefore, I guess, Secretary, I would say that this is not a matter of being hypothetical. There is enormous uncertainty, including in relation to the definition of these exemptions. I do have
Senator, I'm not sure which officials from the department have given evidence that there are a large number of allocations under review. That's not evidence that we've provided, just for the record.
Mr Rimmer, that's probably a matter for the committee to determine. I don't want to argue with you. We've just heard that evidence, that there's correspondence from around 100 providers.
Has been received, that's correct. Yep.
Well, Mr Rimmer, please let us be the judge of that. That's a very significant number of higher education providers which have written to you raising serious concerns about the cap they've been given. And we've sought that information on notice. And so I would put to you, Mr Rimmer, that to understate the seriousness of this issue that confronts the Parliament right now is really most inappropriate. Chair, I do have this letter which is now redacted. I'm just going to ask that it not be made. I haven't had a chance to. It looks good. It looks like everything has been redacted yet. And I do need it though.
Yeah. So. I think we have to circulate it first. So maybe if the Deputy Chair wanted to have a look, I'm happy before I have a look.
Yeah, I'm sure. Is there other copies?
How will we get it to TEXA?
Then we'll hand the. Yeah.
We'll have to get to TEXA. I think that's the challenge because TEXA will have to answer the question on the
Well, that's probably going to be the obvious answer.
Yeah, look, I'm pretty sure that is. Sorry, I just can't read it on the fly. If the Deputy Chair's just going to check that it's in order, but it looks in order. But
it would be of assistance to if there's other matters you want to ask questions on whilst we're just checking that letter, and then we're going to obviously hand it up and give you the copy back.
And it's difficult because, of course, TEXA is appearing remotely. We do have a soft copy of this letter.
Yes. Well, that is making it extremely difficult.
But I think is that okay? It looks. Yeah, that's the names of the TEXA official.
Yeah. Maybe the secretary. We can just suspend for a moment.
Thank you.
Senator Henderson.
Mr Cook, we've heard over 4 hearings a lot of deep concerns from providers about student cap allocations they have received. What action is the department taking to review those caps? And what concerns do you hold about the financial viability on businesses, including those who are facing potential collapse and insolvency?
So, Senator, thank you for the question. I think we indicated a little earlier about some of the actions that we're taking. We have met with many providers face-to-face. A number of that providers have written to us as well, and that's what we've taken on notice in relation to that. So we're working through issues that providers have raised with us, including any issues in relation to data or things that haven't been considered as part of the process. So we're in the process of doing that. Sorry, your second question, no one has given me advice about financial sustainability. Is that the question you're asking me about?
Well, we've had a lot of evidence, including today, from providers who are facing closure of campuses and the like across the board, vet and also higher education.
And
so, what response is the government? What response is the government considering in relation to businesses facing financial collapse?
So I don't think there's a response per se, Senator. I mean, the legislation is the legislation. In relation to vet, sorry, Ms Faithfull, did you have something you want to add particularly?
How many complaints have you, just to be clear, so for those listening or reading, Hansard is a bit complicated. We've got 2 different agencies here, yes, departments, dealing with both the vet sector and the higher education sector.
Yes.
And so obviously the Department of Employment and Workplace Relations looks after the vet sector. How many complaints have you received from providers in total, or pieces of correspondence, and how many providers, in terms of their allocation, are under review?
I might take the question, Senator. So we've received more than 160 letters, emails or phone calls in relation to the issue. That they've covered a variety of concerns or issues that they want to raise with us. Sometimes they've been an expression of their support or lack thereof for the policy. Sometimes they've been more specific to the individual business circumstances.
And so what's being done in relation to reviewing the caps that have been allocated?
So when someone has written to us and raised an issue of concern about whether or not the cap's correct, we have reviewed the way the methodology was applied. And as we're responding to people, we're confirming for them the accuracy of those numbers and then how we got to that, because there's clearly... Sorry. I was going to say there's clearly some confusion. For example, people sometimes get confused between enrolments and new overseas commencements. The ongoing enrolments, I think we've talked earlier about the fact that you can have ongoing enrolments that has nothing to do with your new overseas student commencements year on year. So we are endeavouring to explain that to people to help them get greater clarity about what it means for them as a business.
So the issue that many providers have is this is all happening behind closed doors. There are no clear rules. The methodology is blurred, and if your department and the Department of Education is looking to review allocations, these can be done on a whim. Are you looking to apply a different methodology?
I would challenge some of what...
Sorry to interrupt. Just to assist, this is actually to assist. We are finishing in 5 minutes. I'm mindful that you might want to table this at least to...
I do. Yeah, I do.
We've agreed to table, but on the bottom, on the second page, there is an identifying name there. That will be taken off the published document. So just so you're aware. So if people don't identify the actual individual, that would be appreciated. It's normal practice. We would not identify the individual from the agency.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah. So could I ask you on notice to provide details of those 160 providers, including the correspondence or notes in relation to the concerns they've raised, to both agencies? I'll be as quick as I can. Are you considering adopting an alternate methodology in relation to student caps? How are you proposing to resolve these issues?
So, Senator, perhaps I'll answer first. The methodology. So the methodology is a decision for government, for the minister, In terms of what we are doing is we are engaging with each of the providers to ensure we've got clarity. So just to your point about the methodology is published on the website. We have been holding webinars, taking people through that.
Because I've only got a couple of minutes
In the
left.
context of, for instance, aviation schools, we are doing a particular focused effort on that particular
So my
sector.
question is to both departments, I'll just yes or no, are you looking to adopt or apply a different methodology in relation to certain providers?
Not at this stage, we're looking at where there are exceptional circumstances that lead to an exemption.
Okay, so how do you define exceptional circumstances that lead to an exemption?
We've got principles that we are working through. For instance, where there's a sector that relates to national significance, but that's a process that we are pulling together
could I ask
to
on
brief
notice, because I've only
government.
got a couple of moments left, could you please provide all relevant documents in relation to this, the exceptional circumstances test that you're applying, and also, Mr Cook, if you could do that with the Department of Education as well, to the extent...
We're not changing methodology, Senator, just to be clear.
You're not changing method. Are you applying any exceptional circumstances test?
We're looking at any updated data, and some providers have provided us some updated data, and we're taking that into
All
consideration.
right. Well, you'll also provide
Sure,
those
happy to do so.
those letters
Happy to do so.
on
We've taken
notice
that on notice. Yeah, we've done
that we've received.
Sure.
I do table a letter from TEXA to a provider. The details have been redacted. Dated the 26th of September 2024, where it says TEXA, and I go back to Dr. Russell. TEXA has recently been conducting sector-wide analysis on the impact of reductions of overseas students on providers from a financial perspective. During this analysis, TEXA identified as the provider name as being at significant risk regarding your financial sustainability and or financial viability. Dr. Mary Russell, I'd put to you that these are very threatening letters, that many providers have been placed in a horrific position in relation to their financial viability as a result of the government's actions. And again, I would ask you, on what basis have you sent this letter without disclosing, at the very minimum, that this reduction or proposed reduction in overseas students is subject to legislation passing the Parliament?
Thank you, Senator. I will provide you a more fulsome response on notice, but it appears that this is a letter that was sent to 10 providers that had been identified as high risk. And what you've provided is the beginning of the letter, but there's also a relevant appendix setting out in more detail the basis for that, including that the providers that received the letter have been issued a warning letter by the Department of Home Affairs under Section 97 of the ESOS Act, and asking the providers for specific information to understand their circumstances and their response to the issues raised by the Department of Home Affairs that go to their risk as a higher education provider.
Dr. Russell, you realise, and I'm not going to identify this provider, but there are providers which have been given almost no student cap, and so they've now gone from running a business where they have had obviously some international students or a substantial number of international students, now with a very limited student cap. Can
I just raise some concerns? That there's an attachment that's very relevant to the questions you're asking, and I'm deeply concerned that that hasn't been provided to the Senate.
Well,
I don't know if you want to keep pursuing this question. You want to give it some more consideration because it is a bit of a home goal.
No, well, actually, Chair, I don't have the copy of the attachment. I'm very happy for TEXA to provide the copy of the attachment, obviously on a redacted basis.
Look, can I just it's now well over time to finish.
Could I just finish up?
No. If you have further follow-up questions you want to make, you are welcome to put them on notice, and then they'll be dealt with appropriately. I now close the hearing.